like I said, it's just the past 7 years that you could say that the Southwest played a politics that has favored it at this particular time. But you know, if we should have any level of disappointment, it should be with the PDP and not with the APC, because it was the PDP that was supposed to have an obligation to the Southeast on the basis of the fact that the Southeast has not enjoyed the presidency for quite some time. I mean, for a long time, we've never. And then the fact that the Southeast has contributed handsomely, you know, to the PDP over the years from 1999 to date, and has gotten nothing, you know, at this particular point in time. So it's not a combination of middle belt, Southeast, and then the South-South. I think it had everything to do with one man's ambition, and that is Atiku's ambition to become president. And so, you know, the right kind of political consideration that should have been given to the Southeast was obviously not given to the Southeast. But don't forget the North also. It's just about not even the Southwest or Southeast or South-South. The entire South has to come together to act as a counterweight, political counterweight to the North. Now you have the Southwest that is divided, you know, South that is divided with the Southwest going, you know, with the APC and all that. So ultimately, in terms of the proper balance of power that is needed to check the excesses of one region against the other, we do not have that in the South. You know, and so I think that there should be a more meaningful relationship within the South. Okay. You know, the three regions of the South and the parts of the South, the middle belt that are sympathetic also to the South.
Let's look at, still talking about the Southeast, let's look at the message of Ogbonnaya Onu on that day while he was trying to present, you know, his case for presidency, although he also said that he played a huge role you know, in the emergence of the APC. He said he had to forego his presidency and presidential ambition at some point to let two Southwesterners emerge. And he said, I'd like to rephrase that, he thinks that it would have been better that Mr. President would have handed over power. The choice of words may not be necessarily great because, of course, it's debatable that he should be obviously handing over to somebody from the Southeast. And he kept saying, where is the justice? It takes me back to the question that I asked. We keep saying that we want power in the Southeast. Power should come to the Southeast. Asking for justice and working to get that justice are two different things. And this is where Tonye was coming from. The likes of the Tinubus of this world had been laying the bridge and foundation for what happened that day at the Eagle Square compared to us in the other zones.
Look, the reality is that within the APC, there was really no serious contender from the Southeast. Because it's not, you know, about shouting for justice. It's not about say laying claims to the fact that the Southeast needs a presidency or deserves a presidency. It's also about the work you do. And I agree with my, you know, colleague there. You know, it is also about the work you do. It's also about your state of readiness. They were not ready. And they were not ready perhaps because they knew that they had not done enough to take the presidency of this country. And they had not. Who are you going to? What did, for instance, Nnamani, apart from, you know, the very little role that the Southeast has played within the APC, which is not enough to ensure to give them that recognition for the presidency. Then you talk about the individual contributions of some of these people. Kenan Nnamani, Ogbonnayan, Umahi, who has been in PDP all this while, but moved not too long ago to the APC. So what did anybody actually expect from them? There was really nothing that could have been, you know, expected. When you talk about politics for the sake of politics, then the person who had worked most from the region that had done the most deserved the presidency of, to run, you know, for the candidacy of the APC, and that was the Southwest. Obviously, that is what it is really, you know. So obviously, a lot needs, you know, to be done. I think that the best opportunity for the Southeast was via the PDP, which a lot of people have talked about. I mean, we even had Afenifere in Lagos talking about the Eastern presidency. We had the parts of the Middle Belt, and even Pandev from the South talking about Southeast presidency. So I think that the Southeast was shortchanged, especially under the platform of the PDP and not under the platform of the APC, because the APC does not have any serious major inroad in the Southeast. And so they had no obligation. But I think that PDP had an obligation. And it is not just about the work, that the Southeast did. It was about equity and justice. After all, what work did Obasanjo do before he became president? What work did the Southwest do to make the Obasanjo presidency possible? They didn't do much work, but it was as a result of the crisis created by the annulment of the June 12, 1993 election, which deprived the Southwest of a presidential candidate, or a president of this country, MK Abiola. So the political elites in the country, especially those up north, sat back and said, look, for us to have stability in the system, in this country, we must ensure that justice is done to the Yorubas because of the death of Abiola and the deprivation of Abiola from the presidency of this country, even for an election that he won. So that was why they got together and gave it to Obasanjo. Obasanjo was not electable. Obasanjo has visibility in the country. Obasanjo has serious name recognition. But Obasanjo does not have political constituencies. He does not have political structures. He was in prison and did not know work. That work was done for Obasanjo. So that was what happened. So even if you look at Jonathan, for instance, Jonathan did not have any serious constituency. He didn't have political structures in place. But it was decided that he had to go to Jonathan, to the South and to Jonathan, and the political elites concerned did the work for Jonathan. So, it is also about recognizing that, look, this is the time for these people, and then the work will be done, and there will be consensus. That is what is called elitist bargaining.
Okay. All right. Back to you, Charles, before we wrap things up. How long will it take for the Southeast to come of age? Because whether it be politicking, whether it be coming together for a certain cause. We saw what happened, I think, last year during the Ohaneze elections. That was the beginning of, the disintegration of sorts within the group. We saw even politicians, governors, step into that forum, and then we saw the divisions that happened. But when will the Southeast come of age to a point where, just like Achike has said, that, it's time for power to go to these people, and then they be ready to receive it, structures or no structures, but then, of course, a sense of readiness. How soon or how long will it take for that to happen?
Thank you very much. Thank you, my co-guest, Mr. Achike. He has read part of what I was coming to, and that is the fact that the elite's manipulative theory has always been used against the Southeast. It is a theory in international diplomacy and politics that makes it difficult. It's just like what he said. If there is no moral suasion on the part of the North, and the North keeps seeing a divided South as their own advantage, until this changes, the Southeast will never come of age. Not that we don't have the best of materials. Look at somebody like Peter Obi. People know his antecedents, they know the records, they know what he has done. Peter Obi has already become a revolution in the PPC registration and collection in the entire country because of people that believe in his antecedents and policies. Now, back to your question again, it is the North. It is the North. The North holds the ace. Like Mr. Achike said, when Obasanjo was given consideration under the PDP in 1999, he was in the prison. Obasanjo, in records of our political history, did not win his word in Abeokuta. He didn't win. Yet the North rallied the entire North for him, for peace to reign. And the Southeast, as Southeasterners, we are now asking, is it too much for the North to consider, for the sake of what the Southeast has gone through, for the sake of the civil wars and all the other factors that have come into play against the Southeast in the political history of this country? Is it too much for the North to also rally around the Southeast? Is it too much for justice, which Dr. Bello asked for, to be done? Is it too much for the other parts of the country, particularly the North? When I say the North, people are now reducing the northern narrative to say, oh, the northeast has not taken its turn. In as much as this narrative is correct, we know really what a southeastern presidency, in the mode of a P2B, for instance, would have done to the country. We know what it will do to the economy, especially if the PDP, whom we have given so much to, returned it back in kindness to us, to say, look, Obi, whether you have money to share or not, we trust that you become a rallying force to return us to power.
All right.
Until this is done, the southeast is far. And also to my southeastern brothers, I want to also add my voice once again to say that politics has always been defined ostensibly as a game of who takes what, when, and how. If you're not ready to take politics in this ostensive definition, you are not in the game. You are just dancing around. You just want to be recognized. And I believe that most of the leaders from the Southeast who were in this race were in to be recognized because they did no work and they expected results. Thank you very much.
Well, I want to say thank you, gentlemen. Unfortunately, our time is fast spent. Chike Tunde and, of course, Charles Tu are both political analysts. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for having this conversation with me. All right. Well, thank you all for staying with us. We'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we discuss the affairs of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, as Dumebi Kachiku beats Kingsley Moghalu and Chukwuka Moye in its presidential primaries. We'll be right back. It's still Plus Politics. Now, the presidential ticket for the African Democratic Congress, ADC party, for the 2023 general elections was picked by Dumebi Kachiku. Kachiku emerged the overall winner with 978 votes ahead of the former deputy governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Kingsley Moghalu, who polled 589 votes, and Chukwuka Moye scored 339 votes. Kachiku promised a purposeful leadership to rescue the country from the current challenges facing it. The ADC candidate will be contesting the 2023 presidential elections alongside former Vice President Atiku Abubakar of the PDP, Bola Ahmed Tinubu of the All Progressive Congress, APC, and former Anambra State Governor Peter Obi of the Labour Party. Well, joining us to discuss this and more is Kunle Lawal. He's the Executive Director of the Electoral College of Nigeria, and Ufoma Igbamuno. He's the Head of News in Nigeria Info FM 99.3. It's good to have you gentlemen join us in the studio.
Hi, Marianne. I'm not sure why you decided to bring myself and Kunle. But anyway, it's good to be here.
Kunle, it's good to have you join us.
It's a pleasure always, Marianne, and of course, it's a pleasure to be with Ufoma.
I know this. Let me start with you, because one would have thought that with the kind of clout, let me use that word loosely here, that a Kingsley Moghalu who has this, who this is not his first rodeo at this presidential ticket thing, and a Chukwuka Moye who also seemed to have garnered some favor from Nigerians, seem to have polled lesser votes as against maybe who people barely really know. We don't even know if he really campaigned. He had that much media exposure. And so it leaves a lot of people wondering what exactly transpired at the ADC presidential primaries.
Okay, so with information made available to me, I'll try to make a few things clear. So the ADC, of course, adopted an intelligent move, which was that in every primaries being held, everyone was going to pool resources together, and those resources would form a jackpot in which delegates would be transported. They agreed to this at national level, and the truth is, these actions even come up from the Lagos gubernatorial primaries, which had the same problem. So they pooled these resources together, but of course, on the day of the primaries, a few bend downs happened. I would like to say Lagos gubernatorial primaries too was played like that. There's even a voice note which we have there was access to, which I overheard with some people that an aspirant, the one that won on both sides, were actually canvassing, raising funds for delegates. I think in the Lagos issue, there were even people that were made members and delegates on the same day. I'm not sure whether that happened in the presidential primaries, but it seems to become a set of things. ADC simply forgot it was a political party and freedom of association. The first person to bring them into limelight, of course, was Kingsley Moghalu when he was running for president. And then with Monye coming also, Monye coming into the game too, and a few other aspirants, Dele, etc. The game was now choked up. And somewhere down the line, there might be appears from nowhere. Less than it clinches the form, pulls the average move. So we can effectively say primaries in a few parties have been the same. And is okay, their name is ADC, but I think in their primaries they practiced an ADG, any dollar goes. Thank you.
Wow. I mean, because there are rumors when these kinds of events take place, you hear that these things are dollarized. And for a small party, using the word small loosely here, like the ADC, one would think that there would be pure internal party democracy, being that parties like this are striving not to be like the two major political parties. But from what Kunle is saying, that might not necessarily be the case. Why do you think that is?
It just shows you how much the country has deteriorated, not just in the last 7 years, but you could argue since independence. That's why stomach infrastructure would always work in most parts. That's why most politicians believe that, all they need to do is wait for you on election day at different polling units, and buy your votes with the 1,000 naira, 2,000 naira, or 3,000 naira allegedly that they usually sell. But at the end of the day, it also tells you that the move by the National Assembly, if you remember, just a few months ago when they were working on the Electoral Act 2022, they actually wanted it to be indirect primaries. That's what they initially put out. But of course, you would argue that constitutionally that doesn't necessarily work because it doesn't give everybody room or people freedom of choice. And so that's why the president, decided not to agree and asked them to go back and, add other forms. But coming back to the ADC issue, yes, there are allegations. We possibly do not have facts to back it up right now. But, they say from every iota of rumors, there's some possibly atom of truth. And of course, when these things, it's sad that reportedly, these delegates were bought with as low as $100. When the major parties were allegedly sharing 10, 15, 20, I even hear as much as $50,000 allegedly. The ADC reportedly, some of these delegates, got just $100. That's give or take about 50, 60,000 naira or thereabout, and voted the eventual winner. Again, all of these are allegations. We do not have facts to back it up. But it just sums up where the country is headed, such that these persons, because of course you remember it's not the general election.
Yes,
this is just primary. It's just a small circle. So all of your popularity really doesn't come into play. Because again, if I go back to the major political parties, that you could argue that there are a number of politicians in the major political parties who possibly would have gotten the nod of their parties, but did they have enough war chest? Well, the answer is staring at you.
Kunle, I'm back to you because one of the things that the Electoral College, that I understand the Electoral College is trying to do, is to move away from the norm and educate people, not just political parties now, but people, the average voter, about how we can have freer and fairer, elections. But how do we even start to talk about these things if the political parties themselves do not necessarily believe in this free, fair, process? Now, let's take, for example, like the normal man would say that, oh, we have, not credible people in these parties. These people are corrupt, allegedly. But then the people who are members of these political parties are Nigerians. They're not from Mars. So obviously, and these people who call themselves delegates, who allegedly take these monies, are also Nigerians. Does that not also reflect that we, the people, have come to be okay with that modus operandi, or am I wrong?
So the Electoral College, of course, has worked closely with that, I must say, in the past. We work with every other political party. And, to have been part of primaries and see the kind of things we've got to see. The ADC, we even thought, had a different ideology. They called themselves third force, which, of course, they thought or assumed that they were a little different. But to hear allegations of people receiving $5 then when they voted and then received $95, it's quite depressing. The Electoral College has worked with the ADC, tried to train a few, even tried to send some of our graduated associates to the ADC for grooming within the party. And I from what I've seen, I think we'd rather just keep our students, our associates at home. But anyway, going on to the issues within all other political parties and the ADC inclusive. Why the ADC comes as a surprise is because you find out that the basis of which we now understand clearly, because this is the first election year the Electoral College is going to, we have now found out that the buffet of corruption is actually being spiced, eaten, and cooked by the middle class. So, of course, if the middle class is in direction and say they are not, because a price tag has not been put on their head, as we've seen on the case of the ADC. I remember when Kingsley Moghalu and Chukwuemeka Moye joined, it was such a big thing. They were so happy they were attracting clout. And the moment the former PDP guy bust in the game, it became, game as usual. So I find it a little sad that the ADC didn't take, or its neck or and its members do not take value above status quo of things. I think as I've won the primaries and I've been part of conducting about 4 or 5. And I'll tell you that if you were at that level as a party, what you should have done is direct primaries and not an indirect primaries, and thereby for buying delegates. Now, this is what the Electoral College finds most complacent. In World Congresses, which were held in Oyo State and Lagos State by the ADC, you didn't have an attendance of up to 100. Then how the hell in the primaries for gubernatorial in Lagos, you have over 500, and in a, what they call it, in a presidential primaries, do you have close to 1,000? It's highly depressing.
Format, because we don't have time, I'm going to toss this question to you. There seemed to be so much hope, to borrow his word, ginger, that we were having newcomers, especially for the ADC. They had at some point a lot of presidential aspirants, and one would have thought that it would have been, a very good way to see democracy work inside that party, but that's not the case right now. Do you see a lot of crisscrossing from the ADC? Do you see people moving away because of what has happened and the outcome of the elections? And looking at, does he stand a chance?
To be very honest with you, I try not to reduce people's chances. Even I can tell them privately. Excuse me, but I try not to do that maybe publicly. Because, of course, I'm supposed to be unbiased and all of that as a journalist. But I remember telling one of the presidential aspirants in 2018, talking about Sowore. He came to our office, by the way, in Port Harcourt. And, I told one of his aides, please stop kidding around. You're not going to win this thing. Let's not even joke. But one way or the other, I've also realized that you don't want to reduce, the efforts other people are putting into the picture. Are they going to go away? Well, I think I saw what's his name, Monye, earlier today put out a tweet, just 2 words, Peter Obi, those 2 words. Make of that what you wish. For the ADs, for the Kingsley Moghalu, I think I saw his comment, suggesting that for now he doesn't know what he's going to do. He's going to take his time, before reacting to this loss. But I think we have a third force. I think we have an option that people are already looking at. I've seen a lot of persons say, oh, it's just online, it's just on Twitter. But trust me, there is a third force. And if you do not take a certain Peter Obi in the Labour Party seriously, well, maybe you might just about be taking him seriously, because even the 2 major political parties, the PDP and the APC, are looking at him and wondering, wow, what is going on?
And I was hoping that there would be another, because there's so many third forces, and we're seeing a Kwankwaso on the other end.
Yes, of course. Kwankwaso is another powerful force. Maybe might not do so much in the southern part of the country, but Kanu, Jigawa, and a couple of the states in the north, well, he's definitely going to pull some weight.
Well, we'll keep our fingers crossed and keep watching these stories as they develop. Kunle Lawal is the Executive Director of the Electoral College of Nigeria, and Ufoma Igbamuno is the Head of News, Nigeria Info FM 99.3 here in Lagos. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Thank you for having me.
Being part of the conversation. All right. Well, thank you all for staying with us. That's the show tonight. We will round off the show today with our weekly highlights. So we give you an idea of what we've been discussing all through the week. Post Politics returns on Monday. I am Mary Anacone. Have a great weekend. Y'all better have a great weekend.
Senator Tinubu, or that, however we want to call it, has been building this over time. If you check it, how many people has he helped to get into office? There are countless people. Do you expect these people to turn their backs on him? So the mode of primaries that APC chose favored him, or when I don't know how they chose him, but there is no way, based on the capacity he's been building, for him to get to lose this, because pretty much everybody there, one way or the other, has benefited from his generosity, or from his politics, or from his guidance, however you want to look at it. And there is no way. I wasn't even surprised. For me, at the end of the day, you could say, if you were looking at social media a few days back, you might think others had a chance, but if you understood politics, there is no way.
I would say that, frankly, I would rather that Bola Tinubu withdraws from the contest and allow the vice president.
Why?
My reasons are profound. Bola Tinubu, Asiwaju himself, is practically too old, weary, and tired for the enormous responsibility of fixing, resetting, and reworking Nigeria. And that is why it becomes very difficult for the supporters of the vice president to make him step down. The truth is that from the southwest, the candidacy of the vice president is more attractive to people across the nation. Beyond the fact that Asiwaju is a political figure and a phenomenon,
in spite of the sentiments about rotation, between the north and the south and what have you, we must remember that at the end of the day, the people that are involved in all of these calculations, and strategizing and all of that are politicians. And to them, the overriding interest is their own interest first. So, the emergence of Alhaji Atiku Abubakar was more about which of the candidates those politicians felt stood the greatest chance of defeating an incumbent government, regardless of whichever candidate that incumbent government or incumbent party eventually presents. So in the eyes of the delegates and what have you, they felt that whether, regardless of the zoning arrangement, Atiku stood the biggest chance. That's not to say, that's without prejudice to the very show of shame that we saw with how money became a major factor.
Well, phasing out the politicians is not the best. All the politicians, as you mentioned. You see, this time around, people have to look at the track record of all the politicians that are aspiring to go into positions, especially the executive arm of government, because that is probably the most important arm of government out of the three. Because if you get that one right, other two are certainly going to be good also. So I think that's what to look at. This is not the time really for us to go and start any experiment. Some of the young men and women that we have seen taking power, especially at state level, some of them were a huge disappointment. People.
When I heard him, I didn't know he was a sickler until last year. Though at birth, from birth till like age 2, he was always getting sick, always leg pain, my hand and everything. We did a genotype test, then they told us it was AA. So we didn't even think it was sickle cell anemia. So once the clocked 2, he stopped having crisis. So we continued like that until last year. It was a mistake. So it was during the exam, he now started serious, couldn't breathe properly again. Though naturally, he's always been on no matter what he eats, he doesn't add weight. But for him, I knew from birth that he was a sickler.
Some of my own experience are the hand pain. The hand pain, I've never experienced the hand pain. I only experienced it once after all the pains were gone. But the chest thing was the first I started experiencing.
When there is a deformity in this oxygen carrying capacity of the blood, that is, there is a deformity in the red blood cells. This oxygen carrying capacity, it becomes abnormal. It can no longer hold. Now, what we call sickling, that word sickle cell comes from sickling of the red blood cells. The red blood cell is a concave. And when it is now sickled, it's cut, it's sickled, like a sickle. That means the capacity, the ability to carry oxygen is reduced.
There are a lot of challenges, but I will go with, growing up having sickle cell is one of the most difficult things ever. And I believe also that surviving sickle cell is dependent on how the warrior has been treated.
Living with it in your school days, you have to know how to survive. Sometimes you miss classes, you miss exams because you're having a crisis. Sometimes you have to, the relationship between your family and friends becomes, there's this strain, especially if you don't have a patient family, that really understand what sickle cell is.
I was exposed to a lot of medications, a lot of treatments, a lot of prayer houses, a lot of deliverance sessions. So, being a child, you have no option. You just have to go with whatever your parents say.
Whenever any person has had sickle cell and there is manifestation, then what we can do is to now treat or prevent them from having crisis. So there is one thing to have sickle cell, another thing is to have crisis from the sickle cell. This crisis is derived oxygen to the blood cells.
Malaria is something that actually brings my own crisis and blood infection, the usual typhoid that they call. If it starts with my limbs, I know malaria is around the corner. But if it starts with my vertebral column, I know that this could be blood infection.
What makes me know that, okay, probably I'm going into crisis is that I start feeling a bit tired, a bit weak. Then I start feeling these pinches, on my body. I started having crisis even before we knew it was sickle cell. So I've been living with I'm 35 now. So let me say for 35 years.
There are times I don't go to work for like a month, sometimes 2 months, as long as the crisis lasts. But thank God for the kind of people I work with. They tend to understand with me. It's financially burdensome. Your work, if you don't have good people working with you, it affects that too. And there are some instances where you lose a job.
I won't say it has been easy for with the siblings and him as well. Most times when we are on break and we get to witness him during the crisis, it is always heartbreaking and a tough one to see, to be honest.
There are many complementary remedies. So many people have tried different things. But we know, scientists, that the major cure for sickle cell is red cell transplant, bone marrow transplant. Who then transplant the progenitor cells, and transplant it so that they will now start producing the new cells, the newborn cells that carries oxygen better than the adult cells. So that's the major achievement. The other complementary measures are just palliative. People have tried. Well, for scientifically, we have also used hydroxyurea, one of these medications.
And the stigma starts from home sometimes, right? That's from the family. And of course, they will think you're different. And this brings about conflicts between, sometimes they even say it's the woman's fault, like for bringing forth a child with sickle cell. So there's this conflict between a household.
The stigma is still there. Now, what did you do now? Why didn't you do blood tests before at the point you're telling somebody this is what's going on? It's not as if you've not actually blamed yourself for what happened enough, but they're still telling you should have known better.
Someone has told me that if you die, you are not the only child. Okay, I don't know if you get the message that was being passed, like you cry so much. Every time it's all about you, every time you're always sick and all that kind. I didn't cause this for myself.
The first time that I told them that I was a sickle cell, but they didn't believe me until my mommy told them that I was actually a sickle cell. That's when they now believed me. They apologized for laughing, then they now started treating me nicely.
I've been in a relationship where the parent told the person I was going out with that they don't live longer. There's no hope in getting married to this person, and they wouldn't want their child to go into a short marriage.
Some of it are, let's start with our cultural and religious beliefs that this is not a genetic problem. They don't see it as a medical problem. They see it as spiritual in Africa. So these are the kind of things we want people to know, that this is a medical condition and can be managed. When you give birth to a child and the child is always falling sick, high fever, always crying and all that, automatically people will think that, okay, the child is possessed. Some people believe that it is contagious. Before all the medical interventions, children die before the age of 5, not because it's spiritual, but because there's lack of hospital care and proper drugs. But with hospital care and proper drugs now coming into play, there's a bit of improvement and warriors can live to 90 years.
So the parents need to be educated that if their genotype does not match for to use at least AS or AA, they should not go ahead and marry.
I am still blessed. There's a lot of pain associated with it, but I'm still thankful. You know what I'm saying? I'm still grateful. I mean, regardless of everything, I still have someone who was able to kind of, damn the consequences and say, okay, yo, forget about what other girls have said. I'm going to marry you, regardless of what they've said. I'm going to take a risk on you. And she did. And I got married, and I have 2 kids.
For me, it has helped me to build a lot of positivity. Because I've been surrounded by so many negativity. I just had to develop it. But then, you can be stronger than anything that is thrown at you by life. If you choose to be strong. If you let situation, you don't have to be a victim all the time.
For children with sickle cell, your life is still ahead of you. You can be anything in life. There is no limit to how far you can get to.
Good afternoon. I am Messi Bopo. This is a news update. President Muhammadu Buhari has urged candidates of political parties to continue running issue-based campaigns and to treat opponents with dignity. The president maintained that election is not a do-or-die affair. In his 2022 Democracy Day broadcast to the nation earlier, he commended the leadership of the political parties in the country for the smooth conduct of their party's primary elections. Buhari reassured voters that adequate measures had been put in place to safeguard their vote during the forthcoming elections in the country.
Fellow Nigerians, today, June the 12th, marks another Democracy Day anniversary and an occasion to celebrate freedom and unity of our nation. From 1999, we consistently celebrated Democracy Day to mark the end of military rule and the return of power and control into the hands of those freely elected by the people. This is my last Democracy Day speech as your president. By June 12, 2023, exactly 1 year from today, you will already have a new president. I remain committed and determined to ensure that the new president is elected through a peaceful and transparent process. The signs so far are positive. Recently, all registered political parties conducted primaries to select their candidates for the 2023 general elections. These primaries were peaceful and orderly. Those who won were magnanimous in their victories. Those who lost were gracious in defeat. And those aggrieved opted to seek judicial justice as opposed to jungle justice. I will therefore take this opportunity on this very special day to ask all candidates to continue running issue-focused campaigns and to treat opponents with dignity. As leaders, you must all showcase high character and never forget that the world is watching us and Africa looks up to Nigeria to provide example in governance. The tone you set at the top will surely be replicated in your followers. For the voters, I am pleased to inform you that in the last 7 years, our government across all tiers has made significant investments to reform and enhance our electoral laws, systems, and processes to safeguard your votes. The executive, legislature, and judiciary were and still remain united and committed to ensure those reforms are fully implemented in the 2023 general elections.
The Senate President Ahmed Lawan has called on Nigerians to focus on building the nation with the bricks of equity, fairness, and justice. In his Democracy Day message, he explained that such qualities were important to help the nation withstand challenges as they may come. Lawan stated it would be the fourth time Nigeria would celebrate the day on June 12 since President Muhammadu Buhari made the change from May to 29th. He believes June 12 is more than just a date for the Nigerian people, as it represents a milestone in a journey to entrench a democratic polity. On the day in 1993, the lawmaker said that Nigeria rose above the primordial sentiment and proclaimed that oneness of their nation, as well as their preference for a democratic system that offered them good governance, freedom, and life more abundant. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila, has congratulated Nigerians on the occasion of the year's democratic celebration. In a statement by his media advisor, Lanre Laisi, Gbajabiamila said Nigerians have a lot to celebrate as a country democracy has developed in the past 23 years. The Speaker described this year's Democracy Day as historic. Coming on the eve of the 2023 general elections, he expressed delight at how citizens have embraced democratic governance in the past 2 decades, saying there was a lot to come in the coming year in terms of dividends of democracy. Gbajabiamila called for the continued support and cooperation of the people for the entrenchment and deepening of democracy in the country. Kogi State Governor Yahaya Bello has called on Nigerians to support the All Progressive Congress APC presidential candidate Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu come 2023 presidential elections. The governor made this call at an event in commemoration of the June 12 Democracy Day organized by the Nigerian Women Rights for Nigeria and Kudirat Initiative for Democracy held in Abuja. Yahaya Bello described Tinubu as one of the pillars that stood rightly behind MKO Abiola during the struggle of democracy.
I thank God Almighty and I thank all of you for all the support, the encouragement, your prayers, and your sacrifices that you all put into this struggle to ensure that our hope is alive. I am comforted in another form because thank God that the winner of that special presidential national convention, our leader Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the Jagaban of Africa and the Asiwaju of the universe, won the election free and square. That is contest for you. And that man is one of the pillars of the struggle for democracy. He was standing right behind Chief MKO Abiola.
In her remarks, daughter of MKO Abiola and Director General of Yahaya Bello Campaign Organization, Hasfat Abiola Castillo said with APC presidential candidate, she has confidence that hope will be restored to Nigeria after 30 years of its struggles.
29 years after June 12th, is a message that hope is reborn. And I know that there's hope for Nigerian women, there's hope for Nigerian young people, there's hope for Nigerian people with special needs. Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who was one of the proponents of June 12th struggle, one of the champions of the struggle, will be carrying the dreams Governor Yaya Bello had, which is the dream that young people, women, and people with special needs will be well integrated in Nigeria's democracy. We'll be carrying it forward to its logical destination. So I am so hopeful, and I want to thank the Nigerian people for their support of His Excellency Governor Yaya Bello throughout this whole effort to lead into the primaries.
MKO Abiola lost his life in the struggle for democracy on the 12th of June 1993, and the date has been declared to be in commemoration for the Democracy Day in Nigeria. The Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project SERP has appealed to a presidential candidate in the coming elections to urgently publish details of their assets and liabilities. In an open letter to a candidate, it also urged them to publicly commit to rejecting vote buying and electoral bribery before and during the elections. The organization said in the letter signed by SERP Deputy Director Kolawole Oluwadare that while there is no constitutional requirement for presidential candidates to publish their assets and liability before their elections, doing so would show that they can't stand up for transparency in asset declaration by public officers if elected. SERP also urged them to publicly commit to probing the spending of security votes since the return of democracy in 1999, widely published details of spending of security votes, and finding the missing 11 trillion meant to provide regular electricity supply for Nigeria. The new Benin market area of Benin Metropolis. The new Benin market area of Benin Metropolis momentarily experienced an orgy of violence Saturday following a report that Hausa traders had stabbed an Igbo trader to death over a minor altercation. In a various viral video shared on social media, scenes of mob attacks, destruction of goods at the market, and mob action on the assailant and police rescue operations were depicted, even as a combined team of army security personnel made up of military and police took over the troubled commercial area. Reacting to the incident, the Edo State Police Command said that the assailant, who allegedly stabbed an Igbo trader, is unknown and presumed to be a madman. While his victim survived the attack, the spokesman of the command, Chidi Nwabuzor, in a statement allayed the fear that the victim died, explaining that the unidentified assailant used a cutlass to inflict body injuries on his victim, whose name was given as Mr. Anthony. He further revealed that the men of the tactical team were able to rescue the assailant, who was already in the hands of the angry mob, adding that both the assailant and victims have been taken to one undisclosed hospital for treatment. Reactions have continued to trail the emergence of Asiwaju Bola Tinubu as the presidential flag bearer of the All Progressive Congress. And that's on our Street Views. Take a listen.
I'm not happy at all, because the way this country is going now, we need a vibrant young man, somebody that has something to move this country to the next level. Atiku Abubakar, I believe he will clinch the ticket of presidency, because he comes from North, where they always come with block vote. And I believe his people will vote for him.
I tell you that I'm very, very happy. I'm from Adamawa State. And the opposition of the
Tinubu is a pro-Adamawa State, that's Atiku Abubakar. And I don't have anything that Atiku bring to Adamawa State when he was a vice president. And talk less of he want to become a president. So I prepare Tinubu more than Atiku. I have 80% assurance Tinubu will win this election.
Actually, I'm partially happy. The reason why I'm partially happy is that it's this set of people that are doing it. Not that he's not a good person or not, but is he going to stay on his word? Is he going to create employment? Look at Lagos now, transport, fighting, everything, and then that's not the issue. Chances against Abubakar is like, let me just say, 30-70. I give him 30 and I give Atiku 70.
I'm happy because there's nobody that can match Atiku in that APC caucus. And if they place Tinubu and Atiku side by side, we prefer Tinubu. He has affected so many lives. That is it.
To tell you the truth, I've not been happy ever since I heard that, to tell you the truth, because these same guys have been the people ruling over us. They've ruled our fathers. They deceived us the last time. Right now, I don't really know who to pick, but my mind goes for Peter Obi.
Let's give it to Tinubu. Atiku has no chance. He has no chance. I'm telling you. When it comes to politics, playing politics, intellect, give it to Tinubu.
This is the time for him to prove his popularity this time around, because he's contesting with the giant. The other one he did is a domestic election. This one is general. After that, what we now know, Atiku is very powerful. I can see it's only Atiku that is powerful. Kwakwaso and Obi, no.
And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Messi Ebokbo. Many thanks for watching.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
can we have peace without justice?
Plus politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Nigerian female artists have shown growth and made a remarkable impact in their music careers. The process of thriving, staying relevant and consistent with music hits in the Nigerian industry that is so competitive is not as easy as its female artists make them seem. The following artists, in no particular order, have worked hard for their career success, which in turn has then made them top favorites. First off on the list is Tiwa Savage. Tiwa Savage, also known as Mommy Jam Jam, was already a major success by the time her debut Once Upon a Time arrived in 2013. She continued releasing hits throughout the following decade and expanded her global reach, performing at international festivals and venues and appearing on the 2019 soundtrack The Lion King: The Gift. With releases like her 2020 Cecilia and of course the latest 2021 Water and Gary EP, her sound grew to incorporate vintage Afrobeat influences, while her lyrics have become more socially conscious and female empowering. I mean, people can't seem to get enough of her most recent 2021 music hits featuring iconic American female artist Brandy, titled Somebody's Son.
Somebody's son go find me one day. I don't dare wait, don't stay too far away. One day, somebody's son go love me one day. I don't dare wait, don't stay too far away.
Coming in at number 2 on the list is Mama Africa, as Yemi Alade is popularly known, which obviously can be argued was derived from her flamboyant display of African fashion she has consistently stuck to throughout her career. I mean, in 2016, she was named Brand Ambassador for African Fashion Week Nigeria and African Fashion Week London, respectively. But away from fashion, she is a Nigerian Afro-pop singer and songwriter who emerged in 2009 as the winner of the popular Pig Talent Show. After the Pig competition, she released her debut single Fimisile later that year. A deal with the Efizi music group yielded the 2013 international massive hit song Johnny. With over 138 million views on YouTube alone and counting, which was included on her debut album King of Queens in 2014. A mix of reggae, R&B, rap and Afropop, the album featured a number of collaborations between notable producers and guest artists like Fino and of course Chidima. Her follow-up album Mama Africa was released in 2016 and featured the singles Do As I Do and Ferrari. A companion EP, Mama Afrique, followed in 2017, and to be very honest, she has not slowed down ever since in her music journey of conquering Africa with her indigenous sound till this very moment.
When my money no dey complete, when my rising no get me so, when my life be no dey jolly, but now.
Number 3 is Tenny. Nigerian singer and songwriter Tenny is known for uplifting, stylistically eclectic songs that stand apart from her Afropop contemporaries. She first came into prominence in 2018 when a series of songs, including Case, found a streaming audience numbering in the millions. Her debut EP, Billionaire, followed in 2019. She signed with Magic Finger Records to release her first song, Amen, in 2016. Moving to Dr. Dollar's Entertainment in the following year, her second track, Virgin, found a broader audience, and the year 2018 brought mainstream hits like Case and, of course, the very likable Uyomeyo. She presented her first EP, Billionaire, in 2019 and was nominated for a BET Awards for Best New International Act and an MTV Europe Music Award for Best African Act. Still with Dr. Dollar, Tenny teamed up with DJ Neptune on the next year's The Quarantine Playlist EP.
Wanna make love on the moon, dancing to my tunes. Easy too much, it's not too much. I wanna be on fourth list, if wishes were horses. Easy too much, it's not too much.
Coming in as number 4, Tems is a Nigerian Alte R&B singer, songwriter, and record producer. She is what you can refer to as the new kid on the block, but with a massive success. Since 2018, local hits like Mr. Rebel, Try Me, and of course the striking EP for Broken Ears have earned her prominence from within Nigeria's Alte scene, alternative music and fashion subculture that has both chaffed against and filtered with the mainstream. Now, the stunning global 1 in a Million blow-up Rich of Essence featuring Wizkid has been nothing but transformative for Tems' career. Tems also appeared on Certified Lover Boy, the Drake album. Yes, the American rapper Drake. Tems featured on Drake's album that has topped the US and UK charts this month on the song Fountains.
I don't know why you're the one. Turn me out of my mind. You don't need no other body. You don't need no other body.
And finally, coming as number 5 is Simi. Simi is an award-winning Nigerian female music artist with years of experience under her belt. Her professional music career started in 2008, following the release of her first debut studio album titled Ogaju in 2008, which contains songs like Iya Temi and Araele, with the entire musical production from Sam Clef. In 2016, Simi released an EP with Vowels titled Chemistry, and followed it up in September of 2017 with her very own sophomore album, Simisola, which was a hit, making it at number 5 on Billboard World Music Charts. The album also debuted at number 1 on both Apple Music and iTunes charts and held that position for 3 weeks. Apart from staying steady on her game as a singer and songwriter, she can also be credited with mixing and mastering her now husband Adekunle Gold's debut studio album, Gold.
Shall we get assignment? But you no pay attention to the intimidation she dey face. No be like water. You don't get anything.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Hello and welcome to Plus Events, your #1 diary show that brings the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Antonia Oshili, and on today's show, we have 3 interesting events that you would absolutely enjoy. First is Mr. and Mrs. Ladainde's children dedication, which took place at the Citadel Global Community Church. Plus TV Africa was there to cover the joyous event.
The Ladainde family dedicated the triplets at the Citadel Global Community Church with singing and dancing. The triplets, Ilerioluwa, Erioluwa, and Irioluwa, are the first set of children of Temidola and Kayode Ladainde after 12 years of marriage.
I want to thank God for everybody. I mean, the church and the house. So, yes.
The officiating pastor prayed for the family as the church rejoiced with them.
This is a testimony from the Lord, and it is just the tip of the iceberg. The testimony has become an encouragement for so many people, trusting God for the fruit of the womb and every other thing. God who did it for you, will do it for them in Jesus' most precious name. Amen.
The church dedication was followed by a reception where the family continued celebration with friends and family. couple share their 12-year journey of waiting to have their children.
Many people are counting 12 years, but for us, it is actually 12 times 12. Because for every month, we were aiming to be pregnant. Do you know what that means? So on our cost, we were flying from Port Harcourt to Lagos. This woman was flying from Port Harcourt to Lagos just to achieve pregnancy. So you know what 12 times 12, 144 months of saying, let it happen, let it happen, let it happen, and finally it happened. One unique thing about how it happened, because everything I'm telling you, there are enough clues. If you get to our bedroom, you will see 3 teddy bears. Those teddy bears were bought almost 7 years ago. 7 years ago. 3 lovely teddy bears. So every day we know that this day is going to come to pass. The rules were built for 2 boys, 1 girl.
Yes, we held on to the word of God several times, but it was not easy. You know, someone said it the other time that they waited for 3 years. And every month, when Yoruba said it is Ibanuje Oshoshi, as in it's a monthly sorrow, it is. Young ladies that are indulging in and enjoying sexual relationship. I mean, you're happy when your period comes as in, this month, okay, as in the pill worked or whatever it worked. And it didn't, you know. But when you get married, that's when you know the value of menstrual period. So many suggestions. Someone even said to me, if I sleep with you, you will get pregnant. So many. The first time that somebody mentioned to me that what if God gives you triplets, it was in the office. Then I was working with MTN. And I told him, no, 2 is just okay.
Pastor Itua Igodalo shared his own story as he prayed for the triplets.
I understand what it means to be begging God for a child. My late wife and I, we begged God for over 11 years for a physical child of our own, and the children didn't come. The children didn't come because God had a plan, and God knew what He was doing. I want to tell somebody here, number one, that God has a plan for your life, and it is a good plan. I don't know somebody here today, your own may not be physical, your own might be financial or even mental, but I want to tell you that God has a plan for your life.
What I need to tell the people, anyone trusting God for the fruit of the womb, is this is a sign that God is alive and that He is willing. He's a good father. Whatever anyone wants, He's willing to make it happen, even for them. The scripture tells us, I said, there is hope for a tree that is cut down. At the scent of water, say it will begin to bud again. Don't lose hope. Don't give up. Once there is life, there is hope. Look at their own story. For every 4 years that they lived, they waited for. God gave them one. God is very humorous. And when He will come, look at the way He did it. Boy, girl, boy. There is hope. Look at their own story. For every 4 years that they lived, they waited for. God gave them one. God is very humorous.
The next event is on Walk for Mental Health, which was themed Inner Peace is Priority in commemoration of Mental Health Awareness Month. This walk event was organized by Gordon Barrett to create awareness about mental health.
People are taking advantage, public bodies are taking advantage of what's available within the mental health improvement state. Like we always say, every day should be mental health day, and I'm happy to see this happening. But you can see from all indications, I mean, a very good demographic was represented. We had the younger ones, we have the older ones coming together. It means people are beginning to understand that mental health affects us all, irrespective of our age and gender. But one thing we've learned here today is that mental health is not discriminatory. Mental health has is not respect of anyone. Anybody can have it any time in his or her lifetime. But this has been a very good program, and it's one that I'm very impressed.
Actually, the work is very supportive for the mental health because people that ignore mental health, it's very important in each house. You can see your partner, your wife, your kids, maybe they need help, but they will not show it to you. You have to ask them always, are you okay? Do you need any help? So mental health, it's really important for each one of us.
And finally, on this episode of Plus Events is the double celebration of life of Pa and Ma Davis, who died weeks apart. They passed away at the age of 93 and 84, respectively.
About my mother and my father, if I start now, I probably will not end till 2 days, but I will make it very, very short. My mother, she is a great woman. I have been on that for over 60 years myself, and I've never seen a mother like that. When I was growing, my mother suffered a lot for me and my siblings. When she looks, if she doesn't eat, she will make sure that we eat. My mother surprises me so much that when I grew up, I said I was going to do whatever I can for her. My mother cannot be replaced. There is no way anything can replace my mother. There is no way.
My dad is he's into real estate, and I learned real estate from him. And every time we visited a place where he's got a brick making factory, and we go there and I help out in making bricks and stuff. So that actually set me up for my career in real estate and in engineering. And for my mom, she's a God-fearing woman, and because of her, I learned how to read in Yoruba and to pray in Yoruba. So I thank God for both of them and for what they've contributed to my life.
For me, I think I would say one of my fondest memories is when we were actually in England, and I had a T-shirt. It was the Simpsons or the Simmons, I can't even remember the band. And my dad left England to come back to Nigeria, and we were supposed to follow on. Unknown to my dad, he had packed that T-shirt in his luggage. And my mom was like, she had no rest because I raised hell. She had to wake up very early the following morning to go to the store to get me another T-shirt, because otherwise I wasn't willing to go to school. I wasn't willing to do anything, or I was just bawling my eyes out.
I want to say that the couple has been very, very kind to me when I was young. I remember when I was in secondary school and I had difficulty about schooling, about financing and all that. I always run to this family, especially during holidays. for help. And indeed, they helped me at critical times.
I'll miss them so much, the way my grandmom jokes about some certain things and the way she talks to me. I'll really miss her so much. And my granddad, getting to know him at his old age was good because he's a man of discipline. I learned a lot of things from him, learning to respect the elders. I learned that from him.
I know them quite well because when my friend got married to Ola, we used to visit them before they traveled abroad. I still visited Mama last year and we had a time together. She was a very pleasant, very amiable person. We sat down together and sang songs. You know, Papa was also somebody who was very strong. The Lord gave him very good health. Up until when he died, you know, he was very active. He used to take long walks, you know, around the Keja axis where he lived. We thank God for their lives. Sang songs. You know, Papa was also somebody who was very strong. Gave him very good health. You know, he was very active. He used to take long walks, you know, around the Keja axis where he lived. We thank God for their lives. Sang songs. You know, Papa was also...
Scripture reading from 1 Thessalonians 4:13-18. But I would not have you to be ignorant, brethren, concerning them which are asleep, that ye sorrow not, even as others which have no hope. For if we believe that Jesus died and rose again, even so them also which sleep in Jesus will God bring with him. For this we say unto you by the word of the Lord, that we which are alive and remain unto the coming of the Lord shall not prevent them which are asleep. For the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of the archangel, and with the trump of God. And the dead in Christ shall rise first. Then we which are alive and remain shall be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air. And so shall we ever be with the Lord. Wherefore, comfort one another with these words.
church torí pé church náà ti pàdé ẹ bá mi fún wọn ní. Màmá ti náwó ẹ lọ bí ara bá dìde pé ẹ má má dá ilé lóhùn ẹ bá mi ṣí.
ìbọn tolúkọ wọn bó ṣe ti wọn.
Ẹ má bínú mọ́ mi.
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed the events on the show today. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Antonia Oshili. Remain blessed and stay safe.
My name is Ola Awoshemo, and here is my good old days story. I was born and raised in the ancient city of Ile-Ife. My father was a civil servant, and my mother had a fairly large provision store which made her popular as a Yalate. It's a common feature in those good old days to have other children from the extended family coming to live with their uncles or relatives. Our home was not an exception, as we had about 4 other cousins living with us. Life was good and we all lived together, slept on the same mat and ate from the same pot. But this was not without the usual competition of ensuring you are not lagging behind in any way. It was a decent academic competition that was much focused on hard work. And I tell you, there was no preferential treatment for all the biological children. Those were the days when communities raised children. I attended St. John's Catholic Primary School, Ukeaten, Ile-Ife, where I did my first 3 years primary education before I was moved to All Saints Primary School, Mefoworade, Ile-Ife, courtesy of an itinerant uncle who I lived the better part of my early life with. It was actually my potter's wheel. Our early life in the primary school was filled with lessons in morals, respect for elders, endurance, hard work, and honest lifestyle. So much lessons of life were taken from the JF Odunjo's Alawiye series, Igbo Olodumare and Ogboju Ode Ninu Igbo Irunmale by G.O. Fagunwa. The descriptive and writing prowess of those great writers was so apt that you could see in your inner mind the imagery of Ojola Iberu, Yemoja, Egbere, Sokoti Alagbede Orun, and other characters who, if we had met them physically, there would have been no challenge of identification. Those were days when we not only read to pass, but also read to understand and imbibe the morals in every story. My secondary education was equally a very interesting period at Osogbo Grammar School, Osogbo. It was an opportunity for a real native boy like me to meet with stylish Lagos boys and girls in those days, who would always come and tell us about the exploits of the great Tunde Bakare. Remember the story? Tunde, don't forget your left. Those were the days when our heroes were duly celebrated. In my secondary school, there were also people from the northern states and Midwest who also came in search of the golden fleece. We had great moments as students of Osograms. Oshogram was another convergence of talents and focused minds. It was a period of decent competition and uncompromising determination for success. That was the training and the ethos we lived for in our days. My days at the University of Ife in the early 80s was equally an exciting period. Great Ife was fun all through. It was a period for sheer determination for success, and it was a period when students' politics was at its best. Only the highly cerebral with the gift of eloquence threw their ass into the rings of student politics. They were driven solely by their convictions and a passion to better the lots of students. I do not know if the same can be said of this present-day student unionism. Then life was easy. Government's feeding system was fantastic. It was a period where you have academic exchange programs with foreign students, Zimbabweans in particular, and lecturers from all over the world. It was a period of real quality education where certificates were never for sale. Hard work and honesty of purpose was a virtue. Oh, those good old days. It is, however, most disheartening and rather unfortunate that all the dictum about hard work and honesty is lacking among our youths today. It's now a race to get rich quick. It is equally a generation of it is those who know the way that will pass. It is a generation of money answereth all things. Values have been thrown to the dogs, and the upcoming ones no longer have an iota of respect for elders and culture. It is never too late to stop this fast slip to the precipice among our youths. We can have a cultural rebirth and a sound ethical orientation that will give our youths a better vision of a new day and a promising tomorrow that will outshine the good old days. We can make the giant leaps that will make the great differences in the lives of our youths. We can do it. We can change the narrative. When there is a will, there is always a way. I therefore join Sir Shemore Badejo in this determined drive towards a greater and more promising future for our youths. After all, the beautiful ones are not yet born. Thank you.
Hello, welcome to Timeless Conversations. You know, we talk to people who have achieved, who are achieving, and who are making impact in society. My guest today is a gentleman who is an achiever, who is a public servant because he served not just in Nigeria, he served in the United States of America, and he has worked tirelessly to make an impact. Right now, he is a candidate in the run-up for the ticket of the All Progressives Congress in Lagos State. I welcome Abdulhamid Olorunfemi Mustapha. You're welcome. Yeah, let's say this straight away. Many people wonder, who is Mustafa? You just came out of the blue. According to them, just came out of the blue. Well, who is Olorunfemi Mustapha?
Olorunfemi Mustapha is a former public servant, former permanent secretary in the service of Lagos State government for 10 years. Prior to that, I served the city of New York for 7 years. I was in the United States for almost about 20-something years. I was born to the family of Alhaji Bushura Jadi Mustapha Olagunju of Elias Obadino Street 246 Obadino, and my mom is Alhaja Amdalat Atinoke Martins, a great grandchild of the Martins family, Baba Lacho, in Ologbo quarters of Lagos. Born November 8, 1964 at Mercy Children's Hospital. Proximity to the house at 64 Obadino Street. My great-grandfather was the first Olori Omokio of Lagos, and he did contested for the imamship of the Obadino Central Mosque. On my paternal grandmother's side, from the Mustafa Giwa in the Takwashi, Giwa Lalukurani. It's so funny. My paternal great-grandfather is Mustafa Olu, but everybody calls us Giwa Giwa. But Giwa is a title. Giwa from Mashalashi Lalukurani. I had my primary school education at Ansarudin Alakoro. Prior to that, I had my started my nursery schooling inside Kosoko, the palace of Oba Kosoko. I still remember, Kabiyesi Aminu. He loves me dearly. So he wouldn't let anybody touch me. When I was a kid. So when my mother finished selling, because my mom was selling, had a shop at Ereko before we moved to Egerton. We started from Jankara. Then from Jankara we came to Okiari. From Okiari we went to Egerton. From Egerton, we went to Ebutero. But the first market master is my uncle, Alhaji Musbah Martins. So I have my family lineage strewn all over Lagos. Badagry, Epe, Ikorodu.
So we can start getting ready to call you Mr. Lagos.
Yes. My stepfather was Alhaji Abdulatif Seriki from Badagry, and Sherry Olofin, and Ishashi.
Okay, that's where there's the waterworks.
Yeah, the waterworks.
The Jokondi administration.
Yes.
So let me say this: you're obviously very grounded in your family history and all that. But growing up in Lagos, when you did, what was your experience like?
It was very nice, and when they say literally that it takes a village to raise a child.
To raise a child.
Because I look so much like my dad, so everybody, once they see me, I'm a Bushura. So if you commit a crime in campus, before you get home, there is no phone, and somebody will have reported you. So you will get beaten in campus, and by the time you get home again, you will get beaten again. And there was so much love. We eat 4 times a day. We have breakfast, lunch, dinner, snacks in the evening, and we were pampered.
Talking about being pampered, you must have been a bit rascally too.
Oh, you joking? I got into a lot of trouble. I remember when I was at Electoral nursery and primary school, so they were late in coming to pick us up. And I took my cousin, Cobra at Martins, and I told her, just let's go. They're not coming to, there was a party going on at home. So they probably must have forgotten us. So we trekked all the way from Ebutero to Obadino, which is from school, from back home. And they didn't touch out. So I was the one they dealt with. They dealt with.
Why?
Oh, they know.
Because you were notorious.
Yeah, they know I was a troublemaker. My uncle, God bless his soul, Mr. Lasbat Martins, was the first father figure in my life. I missed him greatly. If he were alive, he would be here.
When you were in the service of Lagos State government, one of the places you worked at was the Ministry of Science and Technology. And there were quite a few disruptive things that were done then.
Yes. I thank God for Governor Babatunde Raji Fashola for insisting on bringing me back, and Dr. Bafemi Kadri was both were instrumental in my coming back. But incidentally, Uncle Akim Gbajabiamila was the one that was very, very persistent in trying to bring me back. He actually got me an SSA with Ashwaju. Ashwaju gave me a job without even seeing me. All he saw was my resume. But I told Uncle Akim Gbajabiamila then that I don't think it was time for me to come back home yet, because one of my uncles, Uncle Bolaji, is still in the United States now. So he told me then that, Ahmed, it's not time for you to come back home yet. So when I eventually accepted to come back, they had issues with Oracle implementation. And I had just implemented, I was part of the team that implemented Oracle for the entire 99 City of New York agencies. In fact, we won an award, Best Collaborative App in 2005 from Mayor Bloomberg. And it was very innovative. It was one of the largest Oracle installed. So my agency, Financial Information Service Agency, we were in charge of the HR, payroll, debt management system, city time, purchasing and sourcing for the entire 99 City of New York agency. So it was big. So when BRF was told that there's this Lagosian, but we've tried to get him to come up, but he won't come. So I heard that he just said, don't worry, I'll get him to come. So he made a few calls. I think he got in touch with my uncle, Alaji Latif Okuno.
Yeah.
And so they told him, don't worry, he will come. He told Sheila America now too. So Alaja, spoke to me, and I said, fine, okay, I'll come.
So that was how you took up the appointment?
Appointment as the director of Oracle, working with Governor Ambody when he was the Accountant General. So when we came in, I told Governor Fashola, I said, your problem is not Oracle. Your problem, I took a look at the Lagos State IGR then. It was growing, but the rate of growth was coming down. I said, so we need to start putting things in place. So I came up with this plan to grow Lagos State IGR to 100 billion a month. And I said, it's doable. So Governor Ambody had asked DFID then to come and do a study of the revenue and the systems that we could use to boost that revenue. And I said, so I was working on that plan. So one of the consultants just by chance came to speak with me. And I showed him what I was working on. So he went back to Ambody, Governor Ambody, I said, it was a PS then, said, why did you bring me? This your boy that you brought from America, he's even done, something more, more elaborate.
So all of this you did as director of Oracle?
Director of Oracle, and I was promoted to DG, Financial System Management Bureau, because I tried to explain to Governor Babatunde Raji Fashola then that we needed an entity that will be monitoring all the system that has to do with the revenue generation from land use charge, land services payment, IGR, that everything that has to do. So we need to find a way to harmonize that system, the thinking then was that we should make sure that all the system can be able to speak to one another. We make it easy for people to pay without necessarily going to the bank, using their credit card, debit card, and they can be able to effect payment to Lagos from anywhere in the world. So you can pay your land use charge from London. And some of the things that we wanted to do then was, when we look at land use charge, let's take land use charge for instance. So they had enumerated close to about 640,000 properties, and they were only paying on about 200 and something to 300 and something thousand were paying, and the run rate was about 8 billion there. So we, said, okay, we can use technology to deepen that. So we're able to use GIS and spatial technology, building on what has been done by Dr. Obafemi Hamzat and initial GIS implementation. So we were able to distill from that close to about 1.2 million properties that we identified, and grew the database to almost about 800,000. So it was a massive effort, and we were, the run rate was about 10 billion. So we use technology to be able to enhance that. And we believe seriously that land use charge alone, we can do 25 billion by the time we finish,
per annum.
Per annum, yes. So on the Oracle side as well, so we came up, the DPO 1 and 2, was very, very important then. That was the first time in the history of Sub-Saharan Africa that World Bank was giving direct budgetary support.
But it was essential that you did that.
You did that, so we needed to implement some segments of Oracle. So luckily for us, we had that. So it's not something that we needed to go and buy.
And you got World Bank.
Yes. So that has to do with digitizing the procurement process, to support, the procurement agency, so which was key as part of the transparency, along with the generation of financial statement, making sure we publish our financial statement, statutory audits, set up the audit commission. So I was part of that negotiating team. So we just took care of the element that has to do with GIS and also expanding the Oracle. So when we came in, I think it was about 5 or 6 modules that were working. So we expanded that to about 10. And we got everybody using the Oracle purchasing and procurement process, which was big.
So what would you say got you into wanting to do all of this? Because you were in America?
Yes, I had the opportunity. When I was in the US, I remember my wife, she would tell me, why don't you build a fintech hub so that we can make money? You're always so concerned about what can work in Nigeria, what can work in Nigeria. See, without budgetary support, the government cannot do anything. So public service is very, very dear to me, and helping to raise the necessary revenue, which can translate into hospitals, schools, is very, very important. And the Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu and BRS Foundation had laid a master plan. So what just needed to be done was to complement that with technology to be able to accelerate the growth of the revenue, which correspondingly leads to increased performance in service delivery. So that was very, very important to me. So it was like a laser focus.
Don't worry. Let's go back to your days in America. Part of what you did there was to serve in a city where you oversaw how many departments did you call it now?
99 city, all the 99 City of New York agencies. They were using my application for HR, payroll, debt management system. It was scary. You see, in America, all those small boys, that campaign for the mayor, they end up working with the mayor. And most of the boys that were working for Mayor Bloomberg, they're very sharp, very young boys, data-driven. If you go to a meeting in Mayor Bloomberg's office, you see banks of camera all over the place. They can tell you at any given time how many police officers are on duty, how many teachers came in, how many teachers came in late. I mean, we built such an intricate system that if at any time a teacher in the service of New York ever gets into trouble anywhere in the world, we will get the notification from Interpol and pull that teacher out within a second.
Are you kidding?
I mean, this is not technology in Nigeria. I mean, you have a...
How were you able to do that?
My background was in finance.
Yes, well, that's why I asked the question. How were you able to do that?
But when I started working in finance accounting, I started, I saw myself being drawn into, because accounting started moving from ledger-based to system-based then. So the ARC and, all those new systems. Then you can say I'm a nerd, so I don't drink, I don't smoke, so just focus on my work. And when you're in the US, because you are black, you're an African, you must be twice as good to be able to maintain your job. So I never want to be felt wanting in whatever I do. So I put in a lot of effort, understanding those account packages. So it became indispensable.
Was that what led you now to walk up to your boss and say, don't advertise that job? How?
Because I knew I could do it. The experience that I've built, I give an example. I have a testing team. So if I build an application, testing is a crucial component of making sure that the application is okay before it goes live. And I said, no, I can't use human beings to be able to process it. So I automated the process. So I created about 2,000 to 10,000 scripts covering different kind of business processes. So I automate it. So it's the machine, the computer. The computer is working while I'm sleeping, And those scripts, those automation allows us to be able to, so what will have taken a human being about 6 months to do, I can do it in a week. From the automation. Yeah. So I have a mainframe application talking to a client server application, talking to a web application, and I'm taking cases, creating the test cases, running it, doing the load testing, system testing, integration testing, and it was unique.
Yeah, but it was unique, fine. However, your boss wanted to advertise, even went on to advertise the job.
Because I knew then that I was the one that created this process that won us the award.
So how then did you get the job? You just walked up to him?
I just walked up to him. I said, don't advertise this job. Done. I'm the best person for this position. So he insisted that he has to follow the process. And at the end of the day, I was the boss person because what I had done and what I was still doing, speaks to that had never been done. We were so good that IBM made my agency a beta center. So they would not release their product until I have tested it and certified it that it is okay before they take it. So I know we had something good.
So coming back to Nigeria and serving in Lagos State, I recall that some time ago they introduced the e-ticketing by last man and all that. That was you.
Oh yes. Governor Ambode just came one day and he said, I don't want last man running after anybody. Go and make sure that can be done. I said, okay, sir. So I just got on the next flight and I know that the only agency that had that record set was the FRSC. Dr. Akimboboye,
yes,
one of the best human beings I've ever come across. I never knew me. I just walked up to his office in Abuja. I didn't even have an appointment. I just gave them, I said, Governor Ambode lighted the fire under my rear hand and I had to jump on the train and I just took some of the staffs of Soft Alliance with me to say, oh yeah, come, let's go. I called him Tall and Handsome, I've forgotten his name. I said, just come with me and on we go to Abuja. So they were able to give us this repository. I could confirm your driver's license, I could confirm your vehicle license, I could confirm your insurance. So having those API, we just built the front end. And when we tested it, I actually used Governor Ambode's driver's license to test. And on that day, his driver's license had expired. And he looked at me and said, stupid boy, bring that thing down. So he fell in love with it and said, no, this is what I want to do. So we have done that along with what we call the central billing system, because ABC had done such a good job of revenue assurance at the back end. But okay, let me give an example. So they ask you to go to lands to pay 10 million. So if you decide to pay 1 million, I will only know that 1 million that you pay. That original bill that says you should pay 10 million, I don't have it in Oracle. So when that 1 million comes in at night, so I do a pretend generation, you know, the debit the account receivable, credit sales, then debit cash and debit, you know, credit the account receivable to nil it. So, but with the central billing system, that 10 million that they say you should go and pay is in Oracle. So you can't, with that, so no mago.
Okay, so that makes it easier to track the money.
God bless you. Yeah. Yes, and because it's an interface, so we were able to integrate to NIBS. So that was one of the things that, you know, I really enjoyed most. When I came in, so when we finished generating the payroll, so they would divide it into different banks. So the ones of Skybank, we go to Skybank, UBA, we go to UBA. So UBA will now ultimately take it to NIBS. So when I came in, I told Mr. Paddy, I said, I need a switch. Egbon, give me a switch, give me a switch. He said, are you sure they will allow you to do it in Lagos? I said, bring it, don't worry. So we connected our payroll to NIBS. So as soon as we finish, everybody gets paid at once. You know, so that was how. Yes, that was how 23rd started, and everybody. So Governor Fashola was getting this acclamation. "Oga, will let you." So he called me. He said, "I only know one troublesome person that will do this without my approval."
And that will be you.
That will be me.
All right, we're going to take a break now. When we're back, we'll go back to your origins again and find out how come you are like this. Please stay tuned.
Plus TV Africa.
This is Plus TV Africa.
On Plus TV Africa.
Big stories live here.
Welcome back. I'm still talking to Mr. Mustafa. I say Mr. Mustafa because in those days, in the civil service, when we say, oh, Mr. Mustafa, that's the man in Oracle. But you had what we can call a regular childhood. What in your childhood, or who in your childhood, prepared you for this?
I'll say my dad. Say my dad. Òṣèré Àjàdí ọmọ Ògúnlérè Ìjọjà lọ. Ọmọ Dòsùnmú Ajíwẹ̀ Fòòṣà. Ọmọ olórí ọmọ kí ó gbogbo ìlú Èkó. Arìngbẹ̀gbẹ̀ bí ẹni ẹ̀gbẹ́ ń dùn. Ṣé mẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ àti tájàdé máa jẹ ló ń wá.
Were you his first child or first?
I was the ninth.
The ninth?
Yeah, but I stayed with him the most.
The most?
The most. Because
so it appeared he poured a lot of himself into you.
Everything that I know in life, everything that I am today, I'll say it's my dad. My mom's is very important to me. She impacted me religiously, treating people fairly. But my dad I'm a product of my dad. My knowledge base, he forces me and he got me to read. You know, he buys about 6 to 7 newspapers every day. And after I've read, he will challenge me, what did you read? You know, and I tell people, incidentally, the first book that my father gave me to read was the Bible, not the Quran. And I felt so much in love with the Bible that I wanted to be a Christian. And he said, no, you're on a journey. You know, so we just read the Bible, okay, take the Quran, go and read the Quran. So, and I read the Quran. And so I tell people that I'm a Muslim by choice, not by birth. You know, so, but having, you know, incidentally, my wife is a Christian. You know, so having that balanced view, you know, coming from that cosmopolitan background, and was a man of great discipline. You know, I remember there was a time, you know, we were not that, you know, we had some financial challenges because we were general contractor to Gulf Oil Company, Shell, and CBN. So what he does, you know, he will go and get a contract, so I'll be the one to do the execution.
Really?
Oh, that was how I started making my money, you know. So they would say I should buy cement at 2 naira or 3 naira. I'll go and look for a place where I can buy it at 150 and keep the 50 different.
As long as they got his cement.
You know, and I do a very good job. He also has beer distributorship and Liver Brothers distributorship. So, and he will give me a set target to say, okay, this is how much they sell it. So I'm going to look for a place where I can sell it more. Then I'll just keep
extra money.
Extra money. But hard work, being fair, prepared. I know when we're on holidays, he will always get me prepared before the school starts. They'll get me the syllabus, go to my school to talk to the teachers, get the syllabus, and buy the books, and forces me to read. He will force me to write essays every day, and forces me to read. And the worst thing that you can do wrong with my dad is if you do something, just tell him, give him a reason why you did it. Don't say, oh, I did it because others are doing it. That's the worst thing, that you can ever do.
Your dad poured all of himself into you. And if you were alive today, what would you like to tell him you recall?
His prayers. His prayers. I know every time I do something that pleases him, he will just go into this like trance-like mode. And he started reciting a lot of prayers. So one of his mostly used prayers for me was that verse where Allah was enjoining Prophet Musa alayhi salatu wasalam to go and convince Pharaoh to release the children of Israel. So which says, "Qala Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa uqdatan min lisani ya'fu qawli qawli wa ja'alni wazira min akhi Haruna akhi usuddu bi yasri wa aqsu bi amri kay nasabiyakan kabira innaka kuntum bima kabira." So Prophet Musa had asked these 10 prayers of God, said, "Qala Rabbi shrah li sadri, strengthen my tongue, I'm a stammerer. Wa yassir li amri, make this task easy for me. Expand my breast, my chest. Make my brother Harun, give me somebody to do this work with me. Make that person my brother." So they said that is how Harun became a prophet through Moses. So Allah, everything that you so desire, those that you remember and those that you do not remember, I've given it to you. So when you finish saying that, we now go to this Yoruba. Say Atigi Atokwe, Nishanu Abore, Allah no ni one. Atigi Atokwe, Nishanu Abore, Allah no ni one Adisa. Atigi Atokwe, Nishanu Abore, Allah no ni one. And I will get annoyed. You've already recited the Quran. What's this Atigi Atokwe?
But in English, it was simply relating to his cosmology, the reality that
you always find helper.
That the high priest,
yes,
right?
Yes,
always finds favor.
Favor, yes, yes.
With nature.
With nature.
So you are going to find favor, but you didn't understand.
I didn't. I wish I would allow him to have said so much of it. Because every time I look at my life, I'm a product of grace. I've always find people at a critical problem in my life. They just come. And it's like this signing footprint of time that my father-in-law gave me, Sahi Okoya, late Sahi Okoya. And this person slept and he saw his life, like a footprint in the sand of time. So sometimes we see 4 footprints and sometimes we only see 2. And it now correlates those periods where he could only see 2 footprints to be the most difficult part of his life. And he was asking God, God, did you leave me alone during this period? So God said, no, you could not walk then. I've carried you. It's my footprint that you're saying. So,
but with your experience and prayers from your dad, experience because you learned hard work from him, prayers because he spoke grace into your life and all that, you are thinking of a journey to govern Lagos. How come?
You know, sometimes without you knowing it, you become an embodiment of people's aspirations and hopes. When I left the service, public service is in me. I love to serve. So I'll try and negotiate with God sometimes. I said, you know, just leave me. Let me just do these worldly things first, you know. And I remember going to the late Bishop Fashino, the Archbishop of Ijebode. He was a big father figure, you know. So we have this economical, you know, dialogue, you know. So after I left,
That's 2021.
yes, you know, he just died recently. You know, so I went to go and see him. I said, Daddy, I don't know what to do. I said, you know, I'm thinking of setting up my own consulting, but at the same time, I felt this pull that I have to serve God. A lot of people have been coming to me then. Yeah, okay, I think you should throw your heart into the ring. And you know, Islamically is a trust. Yeah. It's not something that you just jump into, because in the Quran, Allah said, we gave the to the ground refuses it. We gave it to the mountain refuses it. But human being that does not have the knowledge, they give it to me without knowing the requisite skill. So leadership is something that you come at with trepidation because it's a trust. But the experiences that I've acquired over the years, healthcare, education, infrastructure. So I took my time studying how the society was constructed, you know, and I felt we could greatly accelerate the development of Lagos. We could take Lagos to the next height, accelerate the development. We have a very good master plan that has been built in place by Governor Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, built on by Governor Babatunde Raji Fashola, Governor Ambode, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. But during this NSAS period, something awoken in me, that you have this 70% of the population angry, alienated, that nobody is speaking to them, nobody understands their aspiration. I remember a couple of months ago, I went to the Director General of TED Fund. TED Fund is the fund that is set up to support the universities. Yes. So I told him, I said, I could show you a framework. You know, I gave them a presentation. I said, I could show you a framework how we could aggregate about 2 trillion worth of investment into universities in Nigeria.
2 trillion?
Trillion worth of investment. I said, it's not new money. 2 trust fund. The 2% education tax the disbursement rate is about 500 billion a year. So I said, that is an annuity. It's a revenue. So what we can do, I said, give me 1%, 0.5% of 1%, which comes about 70 billion. So we set up this higher education facility financing fund. So with that 70 billion, we can go and raise 1 trillion, 2 trillion. And the goal is to have 100 world-class universities in Nigeria and teaching hospitals.
So what happened to that thought with that fund?
Bagoro, the former, he was almost crying. He said he could not believe that when he was given this assignment, he knew there would be somebody out there who has an idea as to how this job can be done. Yes. But me coming in now, it was the tail end of his administration.
Okay, this is the beginning. You want to do something in Lagos. What do you want to do?
Healthcare, security, for instance. Okay. I want to make sure that there is 24/7 security in Lagos. There is a master plan through the Lagos State Security Trust Fund. Yes. We have RRS. We provide them vehicle. The command and control infrastructure is in place. We have neighborhood corps now. We have street lighting. When there is light, you know, so people are less bound to commit crime. We've stepped away from a few of that. We want to deploy technology. When I was in science and tech, we bought drones, trifugal drones that can be in the sky for 6 hours. You know, we bought 2. So anything that is more than 3 centimeters, I can capture it. I can give you the life pattern in a particular area. I can tell you what is going on in a particular. I can even tell you if your house is going to collapse, you know, through the drone monitoring. So I can pull the plate license of a car from 36,000 feet and know who owns it. You know, so that security infrastructure coupled with technology, deploy CCTV, okay? So the government cannot deploy enough CCTV. London alone has about 36,000 or 100 something thousand CCTV cameras. So we don't have enough money to be able to do that. So what we can do is to tell the banks, the eateries, and people, who have CCTV, we will give them an API, automatic program, application program interface that gives us the feed from this respective CCTV. So I can tell you and I can track people as they move from one camera angle to the next. So with that in place, the state will be on virtual lockdown.
That's security-wise.
Security-wise.
Sometimes people get to the hospital, they don't get attended to, maybe they don't have the right equipment, there are not enough facilities and all that. How do you want to address that?
Thank you very much. It's a question of people, process, technology. So when in terms of people, so look at the doctors, look at the nurses, look at the service delivery. So that is the process. Then the technology. The technology includes the equipment. One of the things that we hope to do is use what we call equipment leasing methodology. So the money that we use to buy one equipment, we use it to lease 50, 60, 70. By the grace of God, if it pleases the Almighty to put us into that position, I can tell you right away, within 6 months, we can start the deployment of first-class medical equipment in all the hospitals, in the general hospitals and tertiary health centers, tertiary hospitals in Lagos State.
First-class equipment?
First-class, cards, imagery, diagnostics equipment. What we don't want to do, when I was part of a committee, we've done some preliminary assessment. So that's why I said 6 months. So if we need to go back and throw up that assessment that was done during Governor Ambode's administration. So we did a very detailed study of the gaps, in terms of equipment functionality within the state. So I have a very, very good idea, but we need to go back to the health sector and confirm, because we don't want to put an equipment there that is not appropriate. And the way we want to do it, we use a cluster system. So some of the PHCs, so we will, agglomerate them, within the specific zone, so they can be able to go to those centers as well. So we want to maximize the use. So using that equipment leasing framework, we will be able to aggressively, So the other thing we want to do is we will have what we call Health and Hospital Corporation Fund. So with that, we will leverage on the existing IGR from those hospitals. We bring in consolidated revenue fund. So when we have this fund, we'll be able to go to the market, and raise bond against that particular specific projects, specific to health. So which allows us, the goal is to build one tertiary facility in each of the senatorial districts. So making 3, then expand the existing secondary facilities as well. Then the primary healthcare centers will work with social entrepreneurs to give them funding, give them equipment. So doctors, you cannot train enough doctors because we're losing doctors so rapidly. So one of the things that we want to do is augment the skills of the midwives and the nurses. So there is no reason why a doctor should be drawing blood, it's asinine. So tax shifting is going to be key for us. And we will complement the skill set of those midwives and nurses, so they become nurse practitioners. So they can basically do 70% of what a typical doctor will do. So that allows us to be able to maximize, those skill set, So it's a complement of the people, the process, and the technology. So we're also going to have a facility management redesign. So when you walk into a Lagos State facility, there will be a decision support system. So the doctor is not, so you have 60 or 50 something years old today, history of blood pressure, asthma. So you came in complaining of headache at the back of your head. So that decision support system will guide us. It will guide the doctor. So the doctor, no matter how young, so the decision support system will eliminate the mistakes. And that will be a standard safe care protocol in both public and private sector.
But then how are you going to be able to sustain it? Because there's the issue of technology, there's the issue of energy, power, right? And then you even need ICT. How are you going to do that?
Power is one of the biggest things that we want to take a look at. Lagos State is uniquely placed to be able to address the power issue, more than any other state in Nigeria. We have the greatest constellation of power base stations in Nigeria. So So there's close to about 30-something to 60-something thousand base stations. And between all of them, they spend close to about $1 trillion powering those base stations. So we have this UDS, Universal Dock System, which I started when I was in science and tech. So what we wanted to do is, we lay fiber and we use the fiber to connect all the base stations. If you do that, it improves your internet connectivity. You understand? So that is in preparation towards the 5G. So we now said, as we are laying the fiber for connectivity, we will lay the cables also, the electric cable, so to power those base stations. So using that guaranteed offtake, we started conversation with Cummins. So Cummins will be able to build 20,000, 30,000, 20 megawatts, 30 megawatts all over the state using a mini grid concept. Yeah. So we now get the banks also to form an SPV. So that SPV will also give us additional guaranteed offtake. You understand? So eateries, estates can be able to. One of the reasons why we have failure in the power system is because the private sector is here, the public sector is here. So in that public sector space, there is not enough revenue to be able to sustain so but when you now bring the two together, using what we call the Lagos State Energy Exchange, so which we will create, so we can talk to some Indians, who will come in and bring that system and be able to work with us. We'll be able to mix, so I can charge the private about 70 naira per kilowatt, charge the public about 50 using cross subsidy, and we have a very sustainable system. Yes. So
you spoke a bit about the youth and the anger, the restiveness that came out during the NSAS protests. But Lagos has a very large concentration of young people.
The 1824, they form the bedrock of our population.
So in Lagos, how are you going to engage the youth?
Absolutely. Thank you very much. So when I was in science and tech, so I took the initiative, we look at that Yaba area. So we wanted to set up an ICT hub. So through Governor Fashola, we are giving him a right of way. So that was why you saw a lot of the ICT companies going to Yaba. So we bought, there is this manufacturing center, in the Yaba, so in Sabo. So we took it over, we took it over, we brought a Bile, in there, we brought Accenture in there. I even went to Mobala Johnson, so she's the one heading that initiative. So I remember taking the Governor Ambode to Andela, and he could see all these young boys, and I said, look at what they are doing. And every day you see a white person going to Yaba. And I said, if these people don't think there is something here, they won't be coming here. So it's a system that organically just grew by itself. So we will now go in, accentuate that growth, give them power, give them connectivity, give them funding. So we're going to have that ICT hub there. So we're going to have a fishery hub, fashion hub, leather hub. So you are a youth, you have creative disposition. So you can just go, to that creative hub. So there'll be sound mixer there. So you are interested in developing your own cable or TV show, you'll be able to go in there. The equipment will be there. So you are a mechanic. So we will provide, working in conjunction with Elizade, Toyota, Honda. So we will be able to provide equipment in there. We give you training. LASVEB will be part of that. We certify you. So you just like you are registering as a part of a member of a club. So the same thing with the fashion hub. So we'll be able to give you all the equipments. And we will do this in conjunction with banks and the artisan groups. So you have guaranteed offtake. When I was doing the research on fashion hub, there is maybe one or two companies producing shirts in Nigeria. And the market is there, even available for foreign. So every vertical of everything we hope to do, whether it's on health, whether it's on power, whether it's on education, whether it's on technology and innovation, environment, industrialization, there is going to be a component of youth engagement in there, aggressively doing things and deliberately, consciously. So whether we are talking about health facility financing agency, for instance now, so when we bring in those equipment on the lease, so we will have biomedical program in our in our schools, in polytechnics, so they will train them to do the first level triage. So that's a very highly demanding skills. So we will improve the connectivity, we will improve power, and we will have all these hubs where they can just go there and be able to they can work, for anyone from anywhere in the world. We will work with Andela to upskill from primary to secondary to tertiary. We will work with Andela to develop a very world-class curriculum, Microsoft, Oracle. So this will give you ready marketable skill set that you can earn dollars, not even naira, and you'll be able to work in Nigeria for anybody from anywhere in the world.
How do you intend to fund it? Because if you train somebody and then you empower them with some startup funds, where's the money coming from, and then how do you want to ensure that they pay back?
There is a collaboration. There's going to be a collaboration between ourselves and Microsoft and Andela, for instance. So that is what they do. So we are just providing the enablement. You understand? So if the fund, the training fund that we will provide, so as you are making your money, hopefully, you will repay, because we hold on to your certificate, and the company that we are sending you to is going to be with the understanding that we sponsor this person, so a certain percentage of their salary should go back to this fund. You understand? Because this ecosystem, we will be truly involved in that ecosystem. So we will have social entrepreneurs midwifing this, because the more that people consume, that fund, we need to be able to bring back money into that fund for us to be able to do so much.
Now, the public service is part of your constituency. If you looked at it today, every administration comes up with something new to do for the public service. What do you want to do in the public service space to ensure that trained officers do not just leave the service?
Thank you very much. The public service, the civil service is very, very dear to my heart. I came in, Dr. Longe, people like yourself, Mrs. Odunlami, Mrs. Umar. I met a lot of very incredible people that made a profound difference in my life. And Mrs. Nikki Animashao, I mean, a lot of people that helped me personally, professionally. Dr. Balogun, my God, Mr. Akodu, so these are people who literally, Alaji Onibon, these are people who literally took me, and showed me the ropes. Mrs. Y, I mean, and the system is not what it used to be, so there is this passive sense of grief, non-fairness.
Yes.
So we need to restore that trust. Okay. That if I'm good, if I'm eligible for promotion, I should be able to get it.
Yeah.
If there are trainings, I should be able to get it. PSSDC will be very, very important. For us, we will make sure there is if you don't train somebody, you can't hold them accountable. Yeah. So there will be continuous training. So if you come in with a school side, we will help you to get your bachelor's, and further as many, even going to PhD level. Yeah. So we will find a way to work with LASU and the PSSDC so that you can have continuous education program in LASU, but for local and for foreign as well. So in terms of additional benefits, we're going to look at what is it that we can do. So if you have kids in any of Lagos State institutions, 70% discount, for your ward. Mortgage assistance program, so that if people leave, they will be able to afford a home. But more importantly, if you leave today, by the grace of God, the next month you will get your pension. That will be key, because we have the HR system. If I go back to my oracle today, I'll tell you the number of staff that are retiring in the next 20 years, 35 years in service, 60 years of age, so I can run that report. So all the documents that you need to take to Civil Service Commission, Pension Commission, we know them. Yeah. Why are we disturbing people? Okay. You understand? I will put my foot down that within 6 months of our administration, we will make sure that if you leave today, the next month you'll be able to get your pension.
So now, the party primaries is coming up. Your delegates, many of them don't know you. You're trying to make an impression, right? What would you say to them?
We are at a crossroad as a nation and as a state. What we do right now determines the existence of this country. We have this population, this youth restive, restless, alienated. The programs and policies that we are bringing in place will accelerate the development of this state. And if you get it right in Lagos, you get it right in sub-Saharan Africa, not Nigeria. I mean, I was just talking about higher education facility financing at the federal level. So when we are advocating policies, equipment leasing, when we are advocating those kind of policies that will lead to exponential growth in revenue, improve service delivery, improve healthcare, improve education, student loan board, that you'll be able to take a loan. Those kind of advocacy that if God puts us in that position, we'll be able to advocate, will make a profound impact on the lives of the people, not only of Lagos State. We account for 30% of the GDP, 70% of the manufacturing industrial base. We have not started even scratching the surface, what Dangote is doing in Lekki. The businesses that will come out of the petrochemical industry alone is going to be twice what is going to come out of the fertilizer, of the petrochemical. You understand? So we need to put in accelerated development programs that will attract businesses, make sure security is in place, make sure power is in place. We have the ability to do this. My experience over the years in the United States of America, working in the city of New York, studying in America, working in America, looking at development framework, that is what we are bringing to make sure we can accelerate the development. My charge to them is, take this leap of faith with us. I'm putting the markers on the ground. If it pleases God to put us in this position, within 12 to 18 months, you will see a difference in schooling and education in Lagos State. Within 12 to 18 months, you will see difference in power. Within 12 to 18 months, you will see difference in healthcare delivery in this state. In infrastructure development, taking LSDPC, turning it into real estate investment trust, which was about 1 trillion. And we will take 200 billion out of that to create a billion infrastructure fund, which now accounts for over 20% of the takeoff of any projects. So we don't need to delay. AFDB 50, IFC. I went to IFC and I got $200 million for development into Lagos State, into transportation, into healthcare, into energy. We can do it. Just take that leap of faith with us. And with their support, we will make Lagos State the best, not only in Nigeria, but the entire sub-Saharan Africa.
Let me thank you very much, Abdulhamid Olorunfemi Mustafa. I asked you why you prefer the full Olorunfemi name. Yeah, this is just to tell me why that full name must be Olorunfemi.
You know, when my father told me the story several times, he never let me leave it down. Because I remember filling my, I think it was my JAB form of my GCE form, and I said, I just put Femi. So he saw a copy of it, and he got so annoyed as if I had committed a capital crime. And I said, I just put Femi. I said, no. Your name is Olorunfemi. No, your name is not Femi. He said, what you don't know today, I'm going to tell you. When you were born, I had a fleet of lorries. So one of them had a brake failure, and it went into a house, and it could have killed a significant amount of people. And you know, I'm a socialite in Lagos. That would have killed me. Immediately they brought that bad news. Your mother brought the news of your birth. So, and I heard a voice that his name shall be Olorunfemi, that I'm with you. He said, so your name is Olorunfemi, not Femi. I said, okay, what about Oluwafemi? He said, no, it's not Oluwafemi, it's Olorunfemi.
Thank you very much. I wish you the very best in the primaries. Thank you.
Oh, I admire him from afar. You know, you're a good Egbon.
Thank you very much, my brother. And so that's been Timeless Conversations. This episode featured our very dear brother. We serve together in Lagos State as BAMSEX. He's running for the office of governor, and we wish him very well. Abdulhamid Olorunfemi Mustafa, a man of destiny, a man whose dad predicted that this day will come. May the prayer be answered. Thank you very much. See you next time.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamode Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Here are success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Welcome to The Advocate on Plus TV Africa, where we discuss thought-provoking topics in an atmosphere of seriousness, decisiveness, and laughter. Here we call a spade as usual. Today I'm going to be talking about how we can fix up our values as we approach 2023 elections. Elijah points out the lack of preparations for presidential aspirants, and Tolu Moyon is saying that owning a PVC cannot be enough if you don't vote. So sit back, and after this break, we're going to be here to dissect it all. Just stay with us. Let's fix up our values. As recently conversing with my friend around the whole frenzy going on in the political sphere of Nigeria, she was really disappointed with the way our leaders in the political space are piloting the affairs of Nigeria. It's not rocket science. I mean, we've got appropriately skilled resources to deliver the future that Nigeria deserves. I personally believe that they know the technical know-how to get this done. So the big question is, why are they not doing this? This is why I'd always keep advocating for rebuilding our value system. The reality here is that the people we have on ground as leaders were once teenagers. What values did they build on? Someone said, we deserve the Nigeria we currently have. Well, in a weird way, that's not far from the truth if you think about it. Behavior determines results at any level. If we must create the new results, then we must re-engineer our value system, which determines behavior at a given level. The leaders that will pilot the affairs of Nigeria in the next 30 to 50 years are probably still in primary schools. What kind of values are we instilling in these young chaps? The problem with having excellent skills is that it could be dangerous when combined with the wrong values. We need to fix our values, and it begins right at the family level. So today, I'm interestingly asking, my fellow advocates, can we begin to rethink our value system at the very fundamental level? So I'll start with Tulu. What do you think about it?
So I think that you have touched on a very important, very significant, very life-changing, topic. Because clearly, you're not going to go above your value system.
True.
As a person, as a country, as a people, as a community, as anything. And the question is, the current values that we have, where did we get them from? I always say we give too much credit to our leaders. On one hand, these guys came from among us.
Yeah.
Right? And so they didn't fall from heaven. Okay, so where did they get the value system from? And wherever they got it from, where did those people get it from? So we have to do a deep thinking and a deep cleansing.
True.
And ask ourselves, like you said, the leaders of tomorrow, let's not talk about leaders of tomorrow. Hopefully, leaders in 30 to 50 years, right? They're probably still in nursery school and primary school.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have any of those subjects ingrained into our curriculum that talks about values, right? Parents, like you said, also from the family level, the parents have in tandem with the schools, do they have anything that is value driven? Because again, you must ask yourself, if you as a parent have taught yourself good values, then the children get to the schools and they're teaching them something differently, then there's a bit of a conflict. So there must be a general holistic appraisal of the situation, and then start to ingrain from churches, mosques, religious organizations, to schools, to homes, and let's have a value system that we all believe in and start to work towards.
Wow. So Elijah, what do you think? In terms of how do you want to think about approaching this, rebuilding the value system? There's a part where I said we deserve the Nigerian leaders that we have. So how can we begin to build like a new roadmap in terms of re-engineering value systems, and what can you say around that?
Well, you were right. We deserve the Nigeria we have now, because the quality of leadership we have is a reflection of who the society or what the society has turned into. You can't plant a mango tree and expect to reap orange from the fruit. So those leaders in the helms of the political governments, they are Nigerians. They live and dwell amongst us. They are a product of the society and the values. So if you term them as corrupt or whatever they are, it's what is in society. Corruption is everywhere. Yeah, it's the truth. When you go to meet as well, some people on the road, they are too quick to give bribe to police. They are quick to flaunt order, to break traffic rule and all these things. So if we want to talk about value, instilling positive value, we start with education. A lot of persons are teaching primary and secondary schools. They are not there because they really love to teach. It's because of the situation in the country. Let's just take it as the available job, and they are not really doing their job wholeheartedly. And it's not even the curriculum per se. We have moral instruction. While I was in primary school, we did moral instruction. Did you do it?
Yeah, well, I mean,
did it.
I did it.
They still have it. I think it's civic education.
Civic education
and they infuse some things to you too.
Interesting, it's not the same thing.
But if you go to
and it's
the
not just
content,
semantics. You know, there's difference between civic education and moral instruction.
But if you check
there are two different things.
If you check the content of the civic education, you still see there are some positive. I've gone through their stuff. It might not be the same name per se, but they have some. These things are there. The problem is not head knowledge. The problem is heart knowledge, heart response. So when you have young persons that are teaching these people are not qualified to be teachers. They just, there's no job, let's just do it. They go, they don't even teach with their heart. Anything goes. After all, I'm just here to mark time and make my time, get money and go. And it goes on like that. Nobody cares. They go to the society over monetization of everything. You want to go for anything, how much will you pay me? You want to do, nobody's willing to volunteer to do something. No, these things matters a lot. Money, I want to do things at all costs, to cheat someone to gain for financial gain or self-aggrandizement and other things. So these are the problems, these are the loopholes. And that is why we have some persons in government mismanaging government resources, and you are condemning them. You can't condemn them when you are also like them.
But let's even pick away from that morning power. I was going to chat with my friend, and so guys, what do we think? This whole, the delegates that were sent, and we know, the dollars that rolled, that shake hands and all of that. Someone asked me a question, Victor, these delegates know those that would deliver the Nigeria we're looking for. Why are they not, standing behind those people? Why are they standing behind those, giving them, the money? So, again, it's just very funny. Like, we know, but we still are we going to say that, is it a conscious thing, right? Is it a subconscious thing, or is it a level of moral decadence that had happened in terms of values?
It's the three of them.
Yeah. So I think that pretty much you've answered your own question.
It's the three of them.
Because on one hand, the fundamental issue with this, delicate situation is the system that's been designed. Once the system is faulty, there's very little you can do to beat it. I stayed up all night to watch that. The primaries here. People were like, "Tolu, why are you sleeping?" And I said, the truth is, you can't change a system you don't understand.
Exactly.
You can't beat a system you don't understand. So the first thing is we have to understand how the systems work. A lot of people don't even know how those things work. To be honest, it's the first time I'm actually sitting down to watch how the system of, getting the flag bearer works. And if you look at the system, it's already flawed. And once the system is flawed, there's very little you can do to change it. Sure. So we must start by redesigning that system, or, like I was going to advocate for, create a third force, and you design a different system. And when you see the numbers, you see that things are possible. If you actually look at the numbers of voters and the numbers that these winners actually go home with, you find that if you create a different system, you can actually, disrupt that system. So it's a systemic issue.
Yeah,
it's not really a delegates issue. It's actually
a systemic issue. Corruption has been systemized and institutionalized in Nigeria.
Yeah.
And corruption is broad, though. It's not only when money exchange hands.
Many other things.
But my point is, looking at that, what you were talking about, delegate, these guys, they know what they were doing. You said subconscious, yes. Subconsciously, they were corrupt because they grew up in the corrupt society. Consciously, they made efforts and went there to make sure they get something, because in their mind, they'll say, after all, this election, we could chop our own. And if you ask I've interacted with other Nigerians. There's some few persons I have around. They are not. They seem not to be interested in politics, as if it's a way of being self-righteous or something. Tell you, what's my business with politics? To them, they are being self-righteous, and some other people come for their own that I don't care, I beg, let them do what they want to do. I will go and open shop and sell my market anyhow. Maybe they want to do, good do. Yeah. If you don't claim ownership of Nigeria, who else will?
Absolutely.
Do you want?
Is Kayode there by any chance?
No, I doubt.
If not.
Just go on. I mean, someone even made a tweet. a very funny tweet I saw that Tunde Bakare spent 100 million and 30,000 naira. So like, what are you saying? 100 million for the form and then 30,000 naira.
30 million.
No,
it's correct. It's 100 million.
Hold on. 100 million for the form, 30,000 naira for the bulk SMS. And he didn't do what other people were doing.
Then someone added 100,000 for tickets.
For tickets. Doesn't that reflect the values? These are young people
looking at the money.
These are young people making joke. I mean, it's funny, but it reflects the value system that we're talking about.
Generally, I feel like, just to take on from what Elijah said, I feel that there's a general sense in which the average Nigerian just feels as if politics is a means,
the highest bidder, wealth, the highest money giver,
and connection to that, to any politician, is just an opportunity for them to also, harness the opportunity. Because if you think about it, let's not even start going into service, because that's what police are supposed to be. I mean, as a leader or someone in government or in governance, you should be a leader. You should serve. You're there to serve. However, it's been turned upside down. If you get a chance to become anything, from the lowest councillor to chairman to House of Reps, House of Assembly, senator, anything that you are in Nigeria, most of the time in politics, is always an opportunity for you to make money. So if you think about that already, because there's a perception that has already been set. It just once, like they say, once the use of a thing is not known, abuse is imminent. So already we don't understand the idea of leadership and governance. So naturally abuse is what's taking place. Until people start to understand what leadership is and what governance is, then we actually haven't started.
Well, the thing is, it's unfair for people to price positions in Nigeria and make it worthless by attaching money to it. That's why we are saying that the too much monetization of political. We know that political parties have to sell their form, maybe to generate some source of funds in sustaining the party, but you have to make it 100 million. I said it before that, is it possible to make presidential form almost free, but then it's difficult for you to have it if you don't meet some certain criteria? Can we do that?
Yeah. I mean, so what happens, in my opinion, I think that setting the form at that price already just cuts out a lot of people. That's what it does for you.
Yeah.
I think there should have been other criteria, beyond just money that qualifies you. So does it mean everybody that can afford 100 million can then vie for the position?
Yeah.
So let's look at how it's done in Senate claims. What are the things that qualify you to aspire for the highest position in the land? And have a long list of things, a strenuous, and mostly intellectual, and knowledge-based process.
Intellectual bank,
Ask these people. I mean, when they give these guys 2 minutes to speak,
clean record.
Talking crap. So if you can't say in 2 minutes what your plan is for the economy, for education, for technology, for power, for renewable energy, I mean, those are things I expect to be hearing when they give people 2 minutes to talk. They're just talking crap, more or less. So it just goes to show, the quality of people that we're. And like I said the last time here, I said the quality of our candidates actually reflects a lot on us as a people.
As a people, and chiming on that really, because when people see failure succeed, right, they begin to see success as failure.
As failure, exactly.
So which is this person that has almost next to nothing. One. So that means I don't need to, this is my path of integrity, honesty, being intellectual, having a clean record doesn't work in this ecosystem. So I need to throw this other part. I must have a track. So that means for me to actually even claim that title, I must be well, bred in the in the art of scheming people, in the art of, laundering money. So let me even start laundering now so that when I get to that level, my portfolio in money laundering is robust. And these are the values we are now subconsciously selling, which is now destroying the polity. And I think it's something that we need to really, really give it.
Yeah, that's why I said the last time that we can make this thing almost free, but then just like you said, the process to get it will be difficult. We need to do more as a country.
All right, the future is all we can be but have not yet become, all we can do but have not yet done, all we can have but don't yet possess. We need to go back and refix our values if we must create, a better future for Nigeria, and it begins at the family level. Up next now is Elijah. Please do stay with us after the break.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
National elections, the stark unpreparedness of some aspirants. When you open your mouth, you tell the world who you are. That's from Richmond Dial Johnson. He's a Nigerian British international trainer and executive. He's now of blessed memory. The race to a leadership seat in Aso Rock requires dogged, structured, and skilled politicking, thus leaving little or no room for nonchalance or any form of inadequacies. Observing the just concluded manifesto delivery in some parties' primaries, it can be deduced that majority of these aspirants were ill prepared to defend their cause and individuality beyond politics. The world is watching, and the world sees every speaker as a representative of a faction of the populace. It is believed that the art of political showmanship entails the bearer's ability to package and present values, visions, and set goals on a pedestal of excellence. Despite having to surrender to baton to the next fit candidate, the following has to be in place to assure citizens and the global populace at large that it is not a game of clownery. Vision precision, ability to articulate goals and agendas properly, define goals, consciousness of recent and past happenings of the states, empathy, and awareness of the people. Lastly, the recent attack by unknown gunmen in St. Francis Catholic Church, Owo, Ondo State, which left at least 70 people killed and injured. Also, the killing of a 30-year-old Ahmed Usman over alleged blasphemous comments against Prophet Muhammad, peace be unto him, in the Lugbo area of Abuja, Nigeria's capital city, is a call of awakening from all and sundry. As security, healthcare, and sound education are bedrocks to any given civilization. Political aspirants and candidates should therefore be certain about what they are bringing on board to address these issues. May the soul of those massacred in St. Francis Catholic Church, Owo, and other victims of violence and insecurity rest in peace. Here we are again.
Amen. Yeah. So, I mean, to be honest, it's what we just said. I mean, it's basically just taken out from the last conversation. If someone has said that they're aspiring for the highest position in the country, and they're given 2 minutes to make their case, some of them spend 5 minutes, some maybe more, and you're not hearing. So the first thing that I noticed, like you said, about that convention is what I expected them to even start from was a minute's silence. It just shows you the tone deafness and the stark, lack of empathy and thinking through and deep thinking in this country. Because in a crowd of 10,000, 20,000 people, or in an organization of maybe 50, 20, 100 people that put this event together, none of them thought it wise to actually give a minute's silence for the departed souls. Then eventually one of the candidates, finally spoke about it. But throughout all the speeches, I was waiting to hear, even the one that people, and there's only to mention it, even the one that people thought was such a wonderful, speech, it was just an inspirational speech. I didn't see any action points. I didn't see any, tackling the issues of insecurity, of the economy. But why am I surprised? There's nothing to be surprised about. It's been 7 years of, stuck, I don't even know what name to start to call it. But if you look at the scorecard of this government in 7 years, the truth is, if you're part of this government, there's really nothing you have to say. What are you going to say? Because you've been part of government for 7 years. So what are you going to say you want to do? Some guy came and said he wants to build on the legacy that, the current government left. And I'm like, what are you talking about? So I can understand why these guys actually have nothing to say, because most of the people that are vying for this position were part of this government past 7 years. So to say anything is actually to contradict themselves, because they've had 7 years to prove that they can do something, and have done nothing. So I'm not surprised that they're unprepared. There's nothing to be prepared for. But for anybody else that's been outside this party, and I expect, so unfortunately, the opposition in Nigeria is really weak, and they just get distracted with, the unnecessary mundane details. I think that whoever is in the opposition has more than enough material and resources to deal with this, with the ruling party. They have more than enough material. Just look at the past 7 years and ask the people, is this, what you want? This is what I do for a living, so I'm not about to give anybody any free advice. But there's too much material.
Sure.
There's way too much material.
Sure, thank you very much, Tolu. So, Victor, just like what Tolu said, many of them could not articulate their idea. Many of them, we just had few of them were able to do that. And what touched me most was the fact that the only female candidate among them, a female aspirant among them, they gave her 2 minutes, a lawyer for that matter. You couldn't even say something for the sake of encouraging other women in politics. You came, you ranted nothing, you stepped down and you left. And then people were like, why? Women for that. No, I was disappointed
You're
actually.
expecting too much.
So Victor, I know you're a life coach. You deal with behavioral, you learn, you talk about behavioral approach, people behavior and their speech and their, so what's the advice? We have the major debates coming up among candidates. So this time around, we want to hear them communicate. We look forward to that. What strategies and would you advise them, these candidates?
Maybe I will even tell the power to I'm not here to give free advice. They should contact me. But anyway, the truth is, the reward system is so dilapidated. We are rewarding mediocrity. We are rewarding moral decadence. We're rewarding ill-mannered, lack of values kind of people. We're just rewarding nonchalancy, and it's a problem. And like Tolu earlier mentioned, can we begin to think about a third first? Before we got on and said, I told you that how we think about this third first has to be very strategic. When you look at the tech ecosystem and what they had done to really disrupt, traditional businesses, we must come with that kind of spirit, right? But of course, also taking cue, because the truth is, we can throw away the fact that, some of these people had, been working for the positions they are trying to get in for maybe 20 years ago, 20. So it's a roadmap. But oftentimes I see we millennials or we revolutionaries trying to come and say, 4 years election, I've got the clincher, I've got the strategy. We'll take over this nation. You can't take over this nation in 4 years. You can't even take over America. Like, it doesn't happen like that, right? So I think 2 things are critical. 1, have a proper roadmap, and that roadmap has to be built in such a way that we take some intelligence. In as much as these old chaps are, annoying us, but there's some intelligence we need to draw from how they have built the political system. If you must disrupt anything, you must understand how that thing works. And back to what Tolu kept saying, we don't even understand what's the dynamics of we don't understand how it works. When you talk to some, they're just saying some bogus motivational stuff, which is not technical. There's no dynamics as to how the politics works. And I tweeted something a few days ago to really get things to really command the kind of power and the kind of influence, because leadership is intentional influence. So there's no good or bad leader. There's a leader who is either good or bad based on their personal values. So no good or bad leader. Osama was a leader. So he used his skills to, so everybody. So
towards Obama. Let's
Osama. Yeah, exactly. Obama too was a leader. So it's about. So again, back to what I tweeted. I said 3 things are critical, right, to build that political influence. Number 1 is, mobilization. Number 2 is money. Number 3 is structure. So you've got to mobilize. You've got to have a structure, and you need money. You can't just be fully thinking that money is not important, so you can't be speaking words. So those 3 things are key. Can we begin to now, because again, you can't change who doesn't want to change. You can only reinvent, okay, someone said something that the old people are irredeemable. Can we begin to recreate a new order? Can we begin to recreate a new pathway? So I think we should rethink this thought first, right, and begin to build. Show me a 2050 roadmap. We may not all feature in it, but let's do it for the culture. That's what I think, really.
If that's very apt, actually, both of you. If you check, let's take a look at the pathway of the person that emerged winner of APC. I'm talking about Asiwaju Bola Tinubu. If you check from some years back, this man has been on the opposition to the ruling party at that time, and he stayed in that line. And if you watch his processes, his strategy, whether you like it or not, we're not here to campaign or commend him or condemn him, but I just want us, let's just look at his principles, his strategies. So he worked a long time for this. Even though, yes, there are still some other factor of luck, God, and other things, maybe money, like you said, but this man
maybe, absolutely,
yes,
definitely money.
So this is what we young people need to learn. And then more importantly, I'm going to say this to all aspirants, just like I quoted Richmond Dyer Johnson, the Nigerian British executive is late now. He said, when you open your mouth, you tell the world who you are. Means that they give you opportunity. They think that it's just Nigerians that are. It's not a Nigerian affair. The world is watching. What kind of person do you want the world to remember you as? We were here in Nigeria. We were watching aspirant debates in America, in UK. Mention those countries. So it's not just about being the president. It's about having an identity of yourself. What kind of person I am. When I come outside to speak, I speak value, I speak intellect, I speak reason. They gave you the ticket or they didn't give you the ticket or you're stepping down for someone should not stop you from communicating. This is what many of the aspirants lacked.
So I totally agree with you. And I always say, you can't give what you don't have.
True.
The truth is, it's actually unfair to demand from someone what they don't have. So if you look at, the current situation of the country in Nigeria, the bar has been set so low. The bar is so low.
Really low.
You just need to be a thinking person, to sit down, analyze the issues, and then ask for solutions. I don't think that it's so complicated. The problems in themselves, solving those problems might be complicated, but I think just on the face of it, the problems are obvious and we can start to solve the problems.
So much has been said already about the importance of coming prepared. You don't just come to the race unprepared. Up next is Tolu. Just stay with us.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 when they pay.
Is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria?
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Your PVC is not the answer. Your vote is. The main contenders are in. The aspirants are ready. The real politicking is about to start. The electorate is scared, excited, apprehensive, agitated, and every other emotion in between. The drumming of get a PVC is reaching a favorite pitch. Unfortunately, the almighty PVC will not solve your problems this election season. Only your votes will. So yes, I know, you cannot vote without a PVC. However, recent statistics have shown that the main problem is voter apathy, not actually the PVC in itself. I mean, let's look at some numbers. In 2011, 73,528,000 people registered to vote, but only 53.68% of those people showed up. That's about half of that number. In 2015, 68.833 million people registered to vote, and only 43.6% turned up. Again, less than half of that number. In 2019, the most recent election, there were 82.344 million registered voters, the highest so far in the history of Nigeria. But unfortunately, only 34.75%, way less than half of that number, showed up at the polling station. So for 3 election cycles, 30 million people in the first one, 40 million in the second, and 50 million people, respectively, in the third cycle, registered to vote, but they didn't show up on election day. And that exactly is the problem. Leaders do not win election on election days. Trust me. Election is already ongoing right now. Delegates have chosen your candidates for you. If you're not careful, they will also go ahead and choose your leader for you. Let's put this further in numbers perspective. In 2011, 30 million plus registered voters did not vote, and that election was decided by about 10 million votes. In 2015, 40 million plus registered voters did not vote, and that election was decided by less than 3 million votes. In 2019, about 50 million registered voters still did not vote, and that particular election was divided by 4 million votes. So, does that tell you the actual problem? The actual problem is not your PVCs, it's actually voting on election day. In 2023, what are the margins needed to win this election? Just think about it. It's a numbers game. It's an advocate that will set up a database of voters to constitute a third force. We actually have the numbers. We have the people. We have the funds. Everybody just needs to chip in here and there. We can set up the structure. And we have the youth, technology, we have the diaspora, we have the know-how on our side. We can make a loud statement if we actually vote.
That's a very, very interesting angle to look at it. You know, it's just like when I'd normally tell startup founders that ideas are $0. Execution is the game.
Absolutely.
It is a person that moves first that gets the answer.
Absolutely.
So ideas are like the PVC which is I've gotten the PVC, I've registered, and you know, just putting myself out there openly. I mean, I'm putting myself very responsible to the whole world, right? I checked to just confirm that, you know, where I registered my PVC is still intact, and you know, I haven't gone to pick it. I've been scheduling and scheduling. I think with what you've said now, right, you've triggered me to really make out time this week and go get it, because I mean, I voted last time and I'd moved places and all of those things. So it just got me thinking that I think, or not I think, I believe you're correct, that it is not the PVC, it is the vote, which is that day, they're not going to count, oh, let's count how many PVCs that are in, you know, so that let's mark them. Oh, this PVC, are you for this person? Or they're going to ask PVC questions. They're going to, you know, count votes. And again, the votes that we cast. So I believe it's something that we can start from our space. And here's what I'm proposing, right? I recall then, you know, where I used to work in the last 2 elections, I think 2011 elections, you know, and they would always ask in every stand-up meeting, guys, we got in your PVC, you're voting, and sure you come out to vote. You know, so it was always a song, and it was almost like we're going to deduct your salaries if you don't vote. You know, so it was almost like that. But I thought that also triggered some action. I think what we can do is in our space, back to what I said about values, as you're probably chilling out with your friends, guys, how far now? We need to take this in serious. You go to ATM point. Guys, have you gone to your PVC? I mean, you just engage people. You get on Uber. You're asking the Uber driver, hope say you go vote, sure. You know, let's begin to consciously, not just say, go and get your PVC. Are you going to come out to vote? You know, I think it's a very good thing.
Because
I love
you
it.
see, one question actually begets the other.
True.
So
True.
if you say, oh, go and get your PVCs, then people get PVCs. They don't show up in election day. But if you say to people to vote, then they understand that to vote, they need to get their PVC.
That's
so we're missing the actual point.
That's very intelligent.
The actual point is not the PVC. Because the PVC, the last election cycle, it's 2 million registered voters.
It's crazy.
Less than 40%. 50 million people refused to vote in that election. Wow. That was won by less than 4 million margins. 4 million people margin. So you must ask yourself, imagine just half of those 50 million people that didn't vote, that come together and say, you know, these are our candidates, and this is who we're waiting for. We would have a different result.
It's true.
You know, so it's really not the PVC. So the PVC is important, but the voting is more important. So you must begin to ask the question, when you meet someone, are you going to vote? And they say, oh, I'm going to vote. Then you say, okay, now go and register, make sure you get your PVC.
Fantastic.
I think we need to start asking that question.
My point is PVCs are not just means of identification. No.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Some of them will tell you, I have my PVC, no go vote. You say, I beg, go get time. I want this to go back account. That's number one. Number two, the government should try as much as possible to enable the facilitation, to facilitate the process. You want to go to collect your PVC, the crowd there can discourage people. Some people are of weak faith. It's not everybody that is as dogged as you that will want to stand long. So, in queue, you know, some Nigerians are easily discouraged. Like today, let me tell you what happened. I was coming from Ojo today. So I was coming, and then on my way, I saw that I saw this mammoth crowd in front of Ojo local government today, as sort of today being so I saw them standing in front of the local government with placard. We need our PVC. We need our PVC. I don't know what was happening. You see? I said, okay. I was like, wow, I wish one
Those are the movements that we need to be happening now.
No, they were there. They actually went to pick up their PVC. Obviously, someone is not responding to them. So the government should try and facilitate the process. Yes. We don't make this thing difficult so that people can just do this and get out. Because not everybody have that strength and stamina to stand long and waiting for people. If they don't, they just discourage and they will go back.
Yes, because again, when I looked at the numbers, right, there are two things conclusions I came to, because numbers don't lie. So it's one of two things. It's either there's actual voter apathy, where people refuse to show up on election day. Or, because remember, these are registered voters, or people actually register and don't pick up their PVCs to vote. Or there's a system that's been designed to frustrate people from getting their PVCs. And that itself is voter suppression.
So you stay for
and
2
voter
days.
suppression is actually an actual crime. So maybe people need to start suing the INEC. Right? Look at the system.
Hold them to higher standards.
If I can walk into a bank and literally 5 minutes I get my debit card out.
Debit card. What can I do?
Why should the PVC be more difficult to get?
Very true.
It's difficult.
We need to hold INEC to a
It must be that easy to get. I must literally walk into a space, and in 5 minutes I can get my PVC. But you see, they understand also that the average Nigerian, because the apathy already exists, all they need to do is just trigger it. Trigger that apathy, and you've given up.
Yeah.
So they know
and that's the margin.
And that's that margin that you're
facilitates
seeing.
rigging. You know.
Absolutely.
Can we talk to Kayode if Kayode is still here with us?
Okay, he's not.
Okay. You know, so that's the margin that
makes the difference.
That facilitates that rigging, because someone said, when I said this, I knew I was correct, right? Which is rigging needs something to trigger it. Nobody just wakes up and says, you know what, I'm just going to. So there has to be, just like in chemical reaction, you need something that triggers something that triggers something.
I'm not a science student, I don't know.
Yeah, he's talking about chain reactions.
Chain reactions, but the truth is, if there is no favorable, and I mean you did biology, so you know photosynthesis, sunlight. So there has to be the perfect condition for photosynthesis to happen. There have to be the condition created consciously or subconsciously for rigging to happen.
Yes.
And oftentimes we are subconsciously creating that condition by what you said. Number one, not going to pick up your PVCs. Number two, the system frustrating you from picking up your PVCs. Number three, picking up the PVCs and not actually going out of vote, saying, I beg, they know who is going to come in. And because of that, so it's now learned helplessness.
Yes.
Since I know that even if I vote, it will not count. Right? So because of that, my vote will not count. I refuse to vote. And guess what? If 10 million of me, right, or 10 million people think like me, rigging has been.
Absolutely, and that's just a fraction of 200 million people.
This is the strategy for rigging.
That is where belief
absolutely
come into place. A lot of Nigerians have lost hope in the country, forgetting that they have no other country. These same Nigerians will have the opportunity of go to America and behave well, go to UK and abide by the principle. Here in Nigeria, you feel I beg, may they go stay their own. Election is public holiday for them. Yeah, I know a lot of people that will tell you, I beg, let me rest, I beg. This election period is public holiday.
And I think also there's a
country.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So I think also there's a narrative, redesign that I want to start doing. There's a narrative problem, and there's several. So, for instance, someone says, "Oh, my vote will not count." There has to be a narrative shift
around that, right?
Think about it. If your vote does not count, then why are they buying votes?
It counts.
Why are they buying people?
True.
Why are they paying people?
True.
That's because they expect those people to vote, because it's those numbers. Because, like you said, there must be a platform for rigging to take place. Someone cannot rig on 0 votes.
Exactly.
He must have 200 votes for him to say, oh, it was 2,000.
Or 2,000.
You saw when they were counting the thing yesterday. The guy went from 79 to 100. During the primaries.
I guess it's
But guess what? He had to account to 79 to get to 100.
Yeah.
The guys that had 0, there's no way they would have gotten 79 in the first place.
Exactly.
So you have to create first.
That's be an enabler.
There must be an enabler.
And we're enabling the rigging by ourselves.
Yeah, so you must make people understand. Every time people say, oh, after all, the vote won't count, you must let them realize that if your vote did not count, why would they be coming to give you money? Because they need you to cast your vote for the rigging to happen. So if you're going to make a change, it's the same environment we have to create. Because think about it. If you have 50 million people not voting, just think about it. In 2019.
It's a very ludicrous number.
And imagine how frustrated we were in 2019. And 50 million people decided not to show up on election day. So the question is, are we actually really tired? You must think about it. Those are heavy numbers. That's a quarter of Nigerian population.
Yeah, not showing up.
Not showing up on election day. And these people registered. So there are critical questions we will be asking ourselves. So that's one narrative. The other narrative is, oh, they already know who is going to be there. If they already know who is going to be there, then why are they conducting elections?
Yeah. So because they spend a lot of money, billions of naira go into planning, preparation.
Yes.
So why do you waste all that money if you know? When you say, guys, this is the new president, thank you, goodbye.
Yes.
So
which is why I'm saying that elections are already taking place now.
Exactly.
Elections are not won election day.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I think that Nigerians will understand. Elections are not won election day. They are one way before. So look at yesterday now. So today was the deadline to present, candidates for each of the parties. Which means that by today, you have no choice as to who you are going to vote for.
Yeah, except those that are
as who you vote for. Do you know what I'm saying? So now they've presented 7 people. You must vote for one of these 7 people.
Yeah. Exactly.
Which is why Nigerians will not come and say, oh, we're voting for the lesser evil. But what happened to you making sure that you had no evil in that mix, in the first place?
Yeah.
Which is why everybody needs to get involved. You need to get involved in politics.
It's a
on your
roadmap.
street and your community. It takes a while. But I believe that if we start to create that critical mass now, we would absolutely get there. And what's the youth population of Nigeria?
Sure.
You must think about it.
That's why I said we have to encourage religious organizations, religious bodies. They can't say there's no politics should not be mixed with religion. Now we have to mix it now. Tell your members, to go and
I
get
think a
their
pastor
PVC.
said that no counseling, no PVC, no counseling.
That's a bit. Sorry.
Pastors and imams.
It was funny, but
That's a bit dicey because the reason it's
Pastors
dicey is
and imams
because
should go and,
the reason why that's a bit dicey is because a lot of times the leaders of these organizations also align with some, politicians. And in the event that the person your leader is aligned with does not align with your own personal values, then how do you? So what I think that the religious bodies need to do is to encourage a registration, encourage voting, encourage participation. It's not just to say, oh, go and vote for this person, because a lot of times, we've heard, a lot of some of these people that get involved with some of these, politicians, and there's a lot of inconsistencies in that area. So I think that religious bodies need to start encouraging their people to get involved in early participation as well.
What I mean, that's why I said, the places of religion should be non-partisan, but should encourage healthy politicking. First things first, encourage your members to get their PVCs. I'm not saying pastors should endorse any candidate. You don't necessarily have to endorse any candidate. Even if you're the pastor, you're running yourself, you don't have the right to compel your members to vote for you. Let your work and your values and your vision and your idea speak for you. Absolutely. But they should go and get their PVC.
I mean,
just
vote.
Vote.
You need to keep
listening to get your PVC and vote.
You need to keep adding.
Get your PVC and vote.
So thank you so much. I mean, just for your up, thanks so much for bringing this to fore. It's really amazing what you've said, because that vote is the action, like is the completion of the exercise.
Absolutely.
So once we shift the message to, are you voting? Why are you not voting? Oga, I don't get PVC. Why don't you have PVC? Exactly. So we begin to, take out the root cause of the, but if you say, go and get your PVC, I'll get it later. So that means action ends at when I have my PVC. That's what we're subconsciously saying. And what Tolu is, saying today really is to charge us. And again, I'm bringing to bear what I said before. All advocates, right, and everybody in Nigeria, literally, we can control this one, which is the people in your circle of influence. We can actually begin to ask them, are you voting? And it's a very good thing Tolu has said. Thank you so much, Tolu.
Yeah, thank you. So, I mean, absolutely, like I said, until we ask the right questions, sometimes we won't get the right answer. So the question is actually, do you plan to vote? If you plan to vote, then surely you must get a PVC to vote. We thank you for your attention while the program lasted. We hope that our conversations resonated with you, and that in some small way, we've been able to encourage you to contribute to your immediate environment. Little drops of water, they say, make a mighty ocean. Don't forget, the advocacy continues on our social media platforms, on Facebook, Plus TV Africa, #TheAdvocatesNG, and on Twitter and Instagram, @Plus TV Africa, #TheAdvocatesNG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, go to plustvafrica.com/TheAdvocatesNG. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa, and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. Join us next week, same time on this station. Let's keep advocating for a better society. See you next time. Bye-bye.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
without justice.
Plus politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Nelly Uzonna Edith Uchendu was born in 1950 in Imuchu, in Aguata local government area of Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. She was a Nigerian singer, composer, and actress. Nelly started singing at an early age. She later joined Professor Sunny Oti's music group, under where her talent flourished. Her music career shot to limelight in 1976 when Homzy Sound released her debut LP composition, Love Wantinti. Thereafter, hits like Waka, Akabueze, and Mama Hauser further established her place in the Nigerian music industry. She traversed genres, including Igbo highlife, pop, and gospel music. She died on 12th of April 2005 in a hospital in Enugu State, Nigeria, after a reported cancer-related illness. She was aged 55. Salawa Abeni was born on May 5, 1961. She hails from Ekpe, division of Lagos State, southwest Nigeria. At the young age of 8, Salawa found her niche in Waka music. Waka music is an Islamic-oriented Yoruba musical genre. It was popularized by Alaja Batile Alake, in whose worthy steps Salawa Abeni dutifully followed. She was crowned Queen of Waka music by the Alafin of Oyo, Oba Lamidi Adeyemi, in 1992. Her debut album, titled Late General Murtala Ramat Mohammed, in 1976, was released on the Leader Records label. It became the first recording by a female Yoruba artist to sell over 1 million albums in Nigeria. Her music is a combination of talking drums, conga, saxophone, and keyboards, amongst other instruments. She has performed in and outside the country and has released up to 12 albums during her music career. Christy Uduak Esienigbokwe was born on 11th of November 1960 in Okat Ona, Akwa Ibom State. She was a celebrated Nigerian musician and actress. Christy was 12 years old when her mother died. Her mother's friend in Aba, Abia State, took her in. She encouraged Christy to develop her singing. She even bought her a second-hand cassette recorder to tape her songs. With time, Christy became known as Nigeria's Lady of Songs. Her greatest hits include Sheonrere, Tete Nla, Ife, Hear the Call, and Give Me a Chance. She was the first female president of the Performing Musicians Association of Nigeria, PMAN, and the chairwoman and managing director of Soul Train Entertainment. She was fluent in many Nigerian languages, including Igbo, Ibibio, Efik, Hausa, Yoruba, and English. This made it easy for her to cross tribal limitations by singing in any language she desired. Her epic Shorere broke all language barriers. Whilst Akwa Ibom's mean is regarded as the unofficial anthem of Akwa Ibom State. Such was her impact across the country that whatever language she used, her message evoked emotion and reflection. Onyekanwenu was born on the 31st of January 1952 in a small town in Imo State, but she grew up in Port Harcourt. She's a singer, a songwriter, actress, activist, journalist, and politician. The Nigerian press nicknamed her the Elegant Stallion. She released her debut album, From the Love of You, in 1981 while working with the Nigerian Television Authority. The album featured an orchestral cover of Johnny Nash's Hold Me Tight. Her second album, Endless Life, was produced by Sonny Okosun. Both were released on the EMI Records.
One love set you free. One love keep us together. Living in a world, it's a struggle to stay alive. One love.
Originally a secular artist, Owenu made the transition to gospel music in the 90s, and most of her songs are self-penned. She describes her music as African pop. This consists of highlife, Afrobeat, blues, jazz, Igbo spiritual, and even juju, a typical Yoruba beat. She continues to write and sing about issues like health, HIV, peace, mutual coexistence, respect for human rights, the plight of children, as well as pride in oneself.
Praise God, from whom all blessings flow. Welcome to your favorite program, The Moment of Truth, brought to you by the Citadel Global Community Church, CGCC, formerly known as the Lateran Assembly. Today, all across the world, there are rumblings. Nations are plagued by perplexing situations. Societies are drowning in unprecedented upheavals. Cities are grappling with complex problems. Families are overwhelmed by seemingly insurmountable challenges, while multitudes in the valley of decision and people are in dire need of hope. At the same time, there is a stirring in the hearts of those who know their God and are said to do exploits, those who understand the times and the seasons and know what their nation ought to do, those with a compelling call to respond to the mandate of God in this decade. Brothers and sisters, this decade is a decade like no other. It's a decade of the designated favor of God upon his people. To accurately position ourselves for this current move of God and to be adequately equipped for the call of the hour, we must shape the decade by the word of God, which is why I'm so glad to welcome you to the Moment of Truth, a life-transforming time in the presence of God and under the influence and power of the Holy Spirit. as well as the Word of God. So invite your family, neighbors, and friends as you sit back, relax, and receive the engrafted Word of God, which is able to save your soul. You remember Janet Dunana? Our sister Janet Dunana was a fashion designer, and she was sewing clothes for women. Her husband was in River State, somewhere in the South, and he became mad, went berserk. And Janet Dunana came to me and said, Pastor, I don't know what to do. I'm working hard day and night to support, to be with the children. He's doing something there, but now he's gone, he's become a lunatic. And I looked at her. So I can't go with you. Give me one handkerchief. And I laid my hands on it and said, go there and lay this on him. That's where I was led. Janet Dunana went there, put the handkerchief on the husband, and he became well. Now I should now have garments sewing handkerchief and say, everybody come and get your handkerchief. When you get handkerchief from him, that's not what Paul did. It was because he had no time to go to those places, and those men needed something. The whole of Asia had the gospel, not handkerchief. I'm not sure you're hearing me. The whole of Asia had the gospel. Within 2 years, they were not clinging to handkerchiefs forever. They saw that God did unusual miracles. It was God doing it. And so when God is not doing it, your handkerchief is handkerchief. You use it to wipe your sweat. God did unusual miracles through the hands of Paul. Then some of the itinerant Jewish exorcists, this is their profession, took it upon themselves to call the name of the Lord Jesus over those who had evil spirits. Some of them got results. If they didn't, they would have stopped. Like the worshippers of Baal on Mount Carmel, cutting themselves with knives, bringing blood out and shouting the name of Baal from morning till evening. If it had not worked before, they will not do it this time. Because you get a result does not mean you are righteous. And they were saying, we exercise you by the Jesus whom Paul preaches. They had no relationship with Jesus, but they had seen a man that had a relationship with Jesus and was casting out devils in the name of Jesus. So they were saying, we exercise you in the name of Jesus. If you look in the middle column of your Bible, you will see exercise there means to command, to compel, to throw out. Also, there were 7 sons of Sceva. I told you they represent the hallowed church. A Jewish chief priest who did so. And the evil spirit answered and said, Jesus, I know, and Paul, I know. Who are you? Then the man in whom the evil spirit was leaped on them, overpowered them. Evil spirit leaped on the 7, overpowered the 7, and prevailed against the 7. One devil is not enough to scatter hallowed churches. Just one devil. Then the man in whom the evil spirit was leaped on them, overpowered them, and prevailed against them, so that they fled out of that house naked and wounded. This became known both to all Jews and Greeks dwelling in Ephesus, and fear fell on them, and the name of the Lord Jesus, not of Paul. I can't hear you. I said, not of Paul. The name of the Lord Jesus was magnified. You read at the bottom, it said the word of God grew mightily. When Elijah brought fire from heaven, nobody said, Elijah is the Lord. They said, Jehovah is the Lord. If your ministry is not bringing forth God's glory, if it's all about you, you're a synagogue of Satan. It's about God. It's about him and him alone. Unlike the 7 sons of Sceva, David learned and experienced firsthand by revelation the ability of God to defend, to protect, and deliver his own. See that with me? David learned
and experience firsthand by revelation the ability of God to defend, to protect, and to deliver his own. Listen, until you hit crisis, we don't know which God you are serving. Until there's a major crisis in your life, we will know whether you serve the only true living God or you serve other gods. I can't test your faith in the midst of prosperity, but I'm ready to watch you in the midst of adversity. It's only in the midst of adversity I know where your faith lies. You know what you do behind the scene. I don't know and I don't have to know. But this God will be my God forever, and it will be my guide even unto death. David learned firsthand by revelation that a God who revealed himself to David has the ability to protect, to preserve, and to deliver his own, no matter the situation and circumstance. Who and who do we have as examples in the Bible? You have the 3 Hebrew boys. They knew God is able. The fiery furnace was heated 7 times over, and Nebuchadnezzar was angry. His visage changed. And said, okay, Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego, if you bow down at the sound of dulcimer and drums, then you'll be spared. If not, I'm going to see that God who will deliver you from my hands. And they said, Nebuchadnezzar, we are not careful to answer you in this matter. Our God, whom we serve, is able to deliver us. Do you know that? If you don't know that God is able to deliver you, you give your praise, your attention to other minor, useless gods. There must be a revelation on the inside of you that no matter the situation, your God is able. He's able to deliver, he's able to protect, he's able to preserve his own. Can I hear amen? Until you get to that place in your training in righteousness, you run from pillar to post. You call useless gods gods. They will tell you there's someone here, there's someone there. You go everywhere looking for what is not lost. But when you are trained and you are solid and you are strong in the Lord and in the power of his might, you know he's able, more than able, to deliver his own. Can I hear amen? David gave us this in 2 Samuel 22, verse 8 to 20. It graphically illustrated and penned down for us to know how God Almighty will move the heavens and the earth, as well as the sea, to deliver those he delights in. I'm choosing my words here. I say, God will move heaven, the heavens and the earth, and the sea, just to prove a point that he delights in you. Adonijah can build all the chariots. Adonijah can have all the resources. But Solomon is going to sit at home, had no single chariot, had no system of campaigning, but he's going to ride on the mule of his father to the place where he will be crowned. That is lost to many people. You are going to see signs and wonders in 2023. In 2 Samuel 22, God will only do this for those he delights in. He will do it for those he delights in. He will move the heavens, he will move the earth. He will even stir up the sea just to prove a point that he delights in you. May God delight in you. When he cried out to God and he heard in his temple in verse 7, then the earth shook and trembled. The foundations of heaven. Come on. Heaven has foundations. Come on. The foundations of heaven is talking about the pillars Invisible pillars that hold the sky where it is and you can't see it. You don't believe that? You don't believe heaven has pillars? Read the book of Psalms. You see that it has pillars, but you can't see it. Now look at this hall. Can you see pillars? Huh? If man can build this without a pillar, how about God? We are created in its image and after his likeness. Every pillar that you hold this is underneath. It's not within. It's not blocking anybody's view. It shook the earth and it trembled. The foundations of heaven quaked and was shaken because he was angry. Why was he angry? One of his sons was being tormented. One of his servants was being afflicted. Smoke went up from his nostrils, not just breath, smoke. And devouring fire from his mouth. Coals were kindled by it. This is not Ogun, the God of thunder. This is Almighty God. He bowed the heavens also and came down with darkness under his feet. He rode upon a cherub and flew, and he was seen upon the wings of the wind. Can you fly on the wings of the wind? He made darkness canopies around him, dark waters and thick clouds of the skies. From the brightness before him, coals of fire were kindled. The Lord thundered from heaven, and the Most High uttered his voice. He sent out arrows and scattered them, lightning bolts, and he vanquished them. Then the channels of the sea were seen. Can you imagine? He moved the heavens and the earth. Now he's opening up the channels of the sea. The foundations of the world were uncovered. At the rebuke of the Lord, at the blast of the breath of his nostrils, he sent from above. He took me. First, he demonstrated his power to let you know who he is. Then he took me, he drew me out of many waters. He delivered me from my strong enemy, from those who hated me, for they were too strong for me. They confronted me in the day of my calamity, but the Lord was my support. He also brought me out into a broad place. He delivered me because he delighted in me. Now, wait. Why did I read all this long story for you? To show you that it was by revelation that David could capture these. By revelation. God was revealing to him, David, I want you to see what I can do. And he began to see things in heaven, things on earth, things under the sea. He saw power demonstration. And he said, that's who I am to you. I delight in you, I will deliver you. If I have to move heaven for your sake, if I have to move the earth for your sake, if I have to open the channels of the sea for your sake, because I delight in you, I will preserve you, I'll protect you, I'll deliver you. Can I hear amen? Amen. That can only come by revelation. This is not poetry. It was not being poetic. He saw and was writing down what God would do on behalf of those he delights in. May God Almighty delight in you. In the mighty name of Jesus. Look, I don't know where I will be today if God does not delight in me. Where do I start from? You don't know my story, really. You think you do because you've heard some. There have been excruciating things I've gone through, and the Lord will come through. And I just say, I'm still here. I've not changed. I've not moved. We are still going to go together. I have made a promise to you. I will fulfill it. He is a performer of everything that comes out of his mouth. You think you are the one going to perform it? No, don't try to help God. Don't come in between him and his process. Just go through the process and your progress will manifest to all. Can I hear amen? In course number 3, David was halfway through his training. He was halfway through his training. You know GSS 1, GSS 2. By the time you're getting to GSS 3, you're halfway. Okay? He was halfway through his training, and he had at this stage obtained some rewards in the course of his training, and he itemized these rewards in his interim testimonial. There was a report card. It was a report sheet. He had gone through some tests and trials, and now it was being given midway a testimonial, a report sheet for how much he has learned. And now I said to Elder Wale, When I asked, is David righteous? He said, no. I said, you eat your word when we get there. And this is the time to eat your word. And don't let your wife make any joke. She doesn't know any better. She wants to laugh. When I pick on you, she's laughing. I'll pick on you too. In 2 Samuel, this is where we are spending the rest of the time today. 2 Samuel chapter 22, verse 1 to 28. 2 Samuel 22, 21 to 28. Here goes David, after God had rescued him and demonstrated his ability and his power to preserve, to protect, and to deliver his own, after he had seen by revelation, not by information, by revelation, after it was revealed to him what God is able to do to those who serve him and those who are loyal to him. Then he said, the Lord rewarded me according to my... You are not reading, elder. The Lord rewarded me according to my righteousness, according to the cleanness of my hands. He has recompensed me. Stop there. I'm coming back. Give me 2 Corinthians chapter 7. Therefore, having these promises, beloved, let us cleanse how? Who is going to do it? When you go through process, you gain ability to cleanse yourself. Let us cleanse ourselves from all filthiness of the flesh and spirit, perfecting holiness in the fear of God. I'll come back here and teach. Open your hearts to us. We have wronged no one. We have corrupted no one. We have cheated no one. Who is speaking here? Paul has wronged no one. Paul has corrupted no one. Paul has cheated no one. Maybe there were widows whose husbands he had killed. He had jailed. He said, open your hearts. We have wronged no one. We have corrupted no one. We have cheated no one. You are talking about Saul and Paul. I'm a new creation. You don't know me. You are here to meet me. Except you open your heart. You look at my downrise and up and down in life and say, this one can't make it. People say that about me. They are the ones not making it. But I have a message to deliver. Go back to 2 Samuel 22, from 21 to 20. I have an urgent message to deliver to you today. You are going to go home with joy. In the name of Jesus. The Lord rewarded me according to my righteousness, according to the cleanness of my hands. He has recompensed me. For I have kept the ways of the Lord, and have not wickedly departed from my God. For all his judgments were before me, and as for his statutes, I did not depart from them. I was also, is David blameless, righteous, and perfect? Hello? You are not talking now. You are saying yes now. Didn't I tell you eat your word? I told you so. Because you didn't know where I was going. I would have said what you said too. Because I would look at David. Said, David, Dauda. David, he lay. I was also blameless before him, and I kept myself from my iniquity. Wow. Therefore, the Lord has recompensed me according to my righteousness, according to my cleanness in his eyes. With the merciful, you will show yourself merciful. With a blameless man, you will show yourself blameless. With the pure, you will show yourself pure. And with the devious, you will show yourself shrewd. You will save the humble people, but your eyes are on the haughty, that you may bring them down. This interim report is worth our investigating. Okay? Can David be called blameless? Hello? Can we call David blameless? You are not talking. Can we call him righteous? You are not talking. Can we call him perfect? David spoke about his righteousness, his cleanness, his blamelessness, the godly attributes he acquired as a result of his being trained in righteousness, period. It's as a result of his being trained in righteousness. Can you shoot a rifle? No, because you have not been taught. Can you drive a car? Yes, because you have been taught how to. Can you swim? No. No wonder you don't have a swimming pool in your house. You see, every man is ignorant, is only in different subjects. If you start talking to me about Pythagoras' theorem now, I'll be snoring. I will sleep because I've never met Pythagoras. I don't know theorem. I managed to pass Kusat, WAEC. That's the last time I did mathematics. The rest is to calculate 2 plus 2 equals 4. You understand me? But someone, when they hear Pythagoras, their energy will be revived. If you've not been taught how to shoot a rifle, you won't know how to do it. But when you're trained, you know how to do some things. And his interim report has showed us now that he has gone through some training. He's become righteous. He's become perfect. He's become blameless. The training built in David 2 major capacities. Number 1, the capacity or the ability to keep the ways of the Lord. The capacity and the ability to keep the ways of the Lord. That was what the training accomplished in him. And I'm not trying to boast. When I was practicing law, I'm still a trained lawyer, but I don't practice now. If I enter court and appear before you, you know my work is done. Believe me, I'm not kidding. When I stand before and say, Tunde Bakare appears for this, sometimes the court is quiet. You know why? Because I was trained by the masters. I know where the trigger of the gun is. And I really wanted to go back into practice, but God burnt my library. So I learned my lessons to stay calm where I am. Because, man, to cross road at the bar was my delight. If you ask me to sit behind a table to be doing solicitor work, you will frustrate me. I call it copy and paste. Not that I didn't know about it, but I was just not interested. I like to say, Tunde Bakare appears for the plaintiff, and alongside with me are some of my colleagues, and I will announce my juniors, sometimes 2, sometimes 3. I had 7 working with me and working in that chambers back then. I was full of life. I enjoyed legal practice. But God took me in the midst of it and brought me here to be talking to people who do not appreciate what I'm saying. Because you have not paid for it. The training built in David, the ability or the capacity to keep the ways of the Lord. And number 2, where you and I need to pay attention very, very much, the ability to keep himself from his iniquity. Every man knows the plague of his own heart. The ability to keep yourself from your iniquity, not just from your iniquity, from your besetting sin, from what plagues you. The ability to keep himself from his iniquity. Question, can you keep yourself from your iniquity? Please listen to David again. Give me 2 Samuel 22, verse 21 again. Listen to David. The Lord rewarded me according to my righteousness, according to the cleanness of my hands. He has recompensed me, for I've kept the ways of the Lord. The capacity to keep the ways of the Lord, like the sword, the flaming sword that kept the way of the tree of life. That thing is planted in you. You have the capacity to keep the ways of the Lord, and you have now wickedly departed from my God. That's one dimension. The second, all his judgments were before me, and as for his statutes, I did not depart from them. Here we go. I was also blameless before him, and I kept myself from my iniquity. You don't even start. You have not even started at all if you not admit you have a particular thing that's knocking you down. You can't tell anyone about it. You cover your complexities with certain nice clothes, but it's plaguing you, it's eating you like cancer on the inside. But when you go through training in righteousness, you not only have the capacity to keep the way of the Lord, but you also be able to restrain yourself and keep yourself from your iniquity. How did David accomplish this? David kept himself from his iniquity because of what he acquired in the course of training called self-control. Self-control is the last of the itemized fruit of the Spirit, and perhaps the most important. Galatians 5:22-23, the last one mentioned there is self-control. But the fruit of the Spirit is love. And love manifests how? Joy, peace, long-suffering, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, self-control. Against such, there is no law. That is, when you have self-control, there is no law against you. There is no limitation whatsoever in your life, because you can control yourself, you can control your anger, you can control your emotions. When you lack this control, you have not been to the college of righteousness. We all must endeavor to develop this fruit of the Spirit for two major reasons. Are you listening? Why must we? We must do it for two major reasons. Number one, a person without self-control has no rule over his own spirit and is like a city broken down without walls. When you lack self-control, you can see how anger will make you mad. Suddenly, cool, calm, collected, and all of a sudden you have lost everything because you are angry and you lack self-control. It's not wrong to be angry. It's wrong to be angry and sin. Proverbs 25:28. Proverbs 25:28. Whoever has no rule over his own spirit is like a city broken down without walls. Any demon, any rat, any lizard can pass through. No walls. Everything is broken down, and everyone just tramples upon you when you lack self-control. You can be a good person. They say it's a wonderful person, but that is your plague. That's your iniquity. That's the area you have God. You have to call upon God to help you to overcome, because it will destroy, derail, and defeat you in the end. This is the essence of training in righteousness, that you have self-control. Number two, if you have self-control, I've said that, there is no law against you. Against such, there is no law. There is no limitation in your life. You can fly higher. You can gain new heights, because God can trust you, which is abundance, is not going to wreck you because you have self-control. Please note that only God can empower anyone with self-control. In one of my daily meditations that is being sent to me by your sister-in-law, I read it every day. Say thank you to Him, Amazing Grace Foundation. In one of the meditations that I read about 2 weeks now or a week ago, it was written there that self-control does not come from teeth-gritting determination. Does not come from teeth-gritting. I've determined what I will do. No, self-control does not come that way. It is God who works in us, both to will and to do of His good pleasure. Philippians chapter 2, verse 13. I'm going to read it in several verses. Philippians 2:13. For it is God who works in you, both to will and to do for His good pleasure. It doesn't come from self-will, self-determination. I've made up my mind. I have control over my willpower. It is God who works in you, both to will and to do for his good pleasure. For God is working in you, Philippians 2:13. For God is working in you, giving you the desire to obey him and the power to do what pleases him. For God is working in you, giving you the desire. My own says the desire to obey him and the power to do what pleases him. The desire to obey him. I told you how I struggled with champagne and this and that. And one day it all dried up. I can't even smell it now. I have bellyache. That's God. That's God. He gives you the desire to obey him and the power to please him. NIV, New International Version. For it is God who works in you to will and to act in order to fulfill his good purpose. Say that with me. It is God who is working in me to both will and to act in order to fulfill God's good purpose. And the Message translation, I'll read the Message translation from verse 12. Philippians 2:12-16. Listen to it. I love this. What I'm getting at, friends, is that you should simply keep on doing what you have done from the beginning. When I was living among you, you lived in responsive obedience. Now that I'm separated from you, keep it up. Better yet, redouble your efforts. Be energetic in your life of salvation, reverent and sensitive before God. That energy, that energy is God's energy, an energy deep within you, God himself willing and working at what will give him the most pleasure. Wọnú mi o, kó wá bá mi sọ̀rọ̀. Wọnú mi o, kó wá bá mi sọ̀rọ̀. Ó wọnú Mósè bá òkun sọ̀rọ̀, òkun gbọ́. Ó wọnú Elijah bá iná sọ̀rọ̀, iná gbọ́. Ó wọnú Maria bí olùgbàlà aráyé. Wọnú mi o, kó wá bá mi sọ̀rọ̀. You know that your struggle with sin will stop when you surrender yourself to him and allow him to work his purpose in you, because both to will and to do of his good pleasure are in God alone. When you're with your teeth gritting determination, you get nowhere. Don't place a curse upon yourself. Can I hear amen? It is therefore clear from the foregoing that until we submit ourselves to the Holy Spirit who lives in us, he cannot strengthen our walls and empower us to stand strong against the enemy. You need to come to the Holy Spirit and say, I can't do this. I've confessed my sin, and my sin I've returned to them like a dog. I'm tired. I need help. I need help. I need help, Holy Spirit. You live in me. Walk in me both to will and to do of God's good pleasure. Once you do that, you become a fortified city. You become a pillar, an iron pillar. Sin or rebellion will have no dominion over you. Do you know the moment you exercise your God-given will to choose his will, that's the end of sin? The reason we are given a will is to choose his will. If a man wills to do his will, he will understand the doctrine. The moment you exercise your will just to choose his will all the time, you live above sin. It's as simple as that. But the struggle and what brings iniquity is conflict of wills. Your will conflicting with God's will. That was what was found in Satan. He was created perfect until iniquity was found in him. God did not put iniquity in him, but his will began to conflict with the will of God. You're going to surrender your will. I'm going to surrender my will. It's the only way to live. I think I need to apply brakes here. I've not finished this third course. It's so rich. It's so powerful. I was going to show you examples of those who were so weak, who were so little in their own imagination. in their own sight, everything they looked at, they said, I can't do this, God. But God stepped into them and made them a fortified city, a bronze wall. Remember Jeremiah? Jeremiah said, I'm a little child. I cannot speak. Let's see what happened to him. Admit your weakness. Admit where you are. Let God take over. That's what he's looking for. He's going to make his strength perfect in your weakness. Jeremiah chapter 1, verse 4 to 10. Jeremiah 1, 4 to 10. Then the word of the Lord came to me saying, before I formed you in the womb. Hello, somebody. Stephanie, before your dad met your mom. Does that sound insulting? No. Before you are formed in the womb, God had already zeroed in. This young girl will go to this place, go to that school, speak flawless English, and will be making an announcement at a time before she gets married. All you heard is get married. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, hello. Before you begin to call anyone unrighteous and ungodly unbeliever, before you were born, I sanctified you, set you apart. I ordained you a prophet, not just to Israel, to the nations. Then said I, God, I'm here in Anathoth. Is where the priests operate. I don't know anything about being prophetic. Lord God, behold, I cannot speak, for I'm in Legacy Youth Fellowship. They don't allow us to preach in this church. I cannot speak, oh Lord. But the Lord said to me, do not say I'm a youth, for you shall go to all to whom I send you. And whatever I command you, you shall speak. Do not be afraid of their faces, for I'm with you to deliver you, says the Lord. Then the Lord put forth his hand and touched my mouth. And the Lord said to me, behold, I have put my words in your mouth. He was going to download some things from heaven. He will push a button. Brrr. See, I have this day set you over the nations and over the kingdoms to root out and to pull down, to destroy and to throw down, to build and to plant. Is he caterpillar? How is he going to do it? By the word that has been put in his mouth. Period. Give me verse 17. Therefore, prepare yourself. You see your part. God will put the word in your mouth, but you have a part to play. You have to admit your weakness for him to make his strength perfect in your weakness. Therefore, prepare yourself and arise and speak to them all that I command you. Do not be dismayed before their faces, lest I dismay you before them. For behold, I have made you this day what? A fortified city, an iron pillar, and bronze walls against the whole land, against the kings of Judah, against his princes, against his priests, and against the people of the land. They will fight against you, but they shall not prevail against you. For I am with you, says the Lord, to do what? To deliver you. When David understood God's ability to preserve, to protect, to deliver, he was no longer afraid of any foe. Do you understand me? He ran away from his mortal enemy because he was going to kill the body. He cannot kill the soul, but the soul needs a body to live in, so he fled. But he was learning. He was learning. He was learning. Can I give you one thing that helped David in this regard? Do you really want to know? You will not believe it. Not just his submission to God, not just his crying for help. God saw something in him that is not found in other people. You want to know it? David was merciful. That's why he wrote, unto the merciful, you will show yourself merciful. David was merciful. I wish I have all the time to just stay here and preach for over an hour on the tender mercies of David. Will you spare Saul, your mortal enemy? Will you spare him if he fell into your hands like Saul did to the hands of David? He was being encouraged. In fact, one of them prophesied, this is the day the Lord has made, and has said, you will destroy your enemy. Now do it. He said, nah, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do this. And he caught a rope. The moment he caught part of his rope, his heart smote him. Just for cutting the rope, his heart smote him. He said, this is even wrong. To just cut the rope. I need evidence to show this man, but God knows everything. I don't have to prove a point. I shouldn't have caught his rope. And then he called on Saul. Saul heard his voice. He said, I'm foolish. I've done foolishly. You are more righteous than I am. Return, son. If you had returned, he will be killed. That's for Samuel 24. In 1 Samuel 26, again he fell into his hand and was fast asleep. He took his spear away from him. He called the head of the army. Are you not a man? Are you not mighty? Why were you sleeping on duty? David said, I have done foolishly. Tell your neighbor, stop playing the game of fools. I can't hear you. You know what fools do? They avenge themselves. They avenge themselves. They'll reply you back immediately to let them know they are smart. Joseph did not open his mouth. He was led as a sheep to the slaughterhouse. He was being lied against. Mrs. Potiphar was perpetrating falsehood against him. He said nothing. If you didn't take anything home today, I want you to take this home. And I want you to talk it deep in your spirit. David was not only merciful to King Saul twice and refused to kill him, and Saul himself admitting that he was acting foolishly, he was playing the game of a fool, and said, now I know you'll be king. He called Revelation again, still kept on persisting, wanting to destroy him. He said nice things. He said, make a covenant with me that you will not destroy my lineage, you will not destroy my household. David would not touch any of those things because he was merciful. He didn't show it to the king alone, he showed it to a pauper. There was a pauper left on the way to die by his master, the Egyptian servant of an Amalekite that was about to be destroyed by hunger. 3 days and 3 nights, he had not eaten, he had not taken any drink, he was about to die. David said, give him bread. He was given bread. Give him water, give him raisin of figs, and give him this and give him that. And then he bounced back and regained his energy. He did not know that the boy he was taking care of is the key to recovery. Oh, you don't know how many people despise me in life. And now they are eating their own fruits, but will rise above it and still be good to them. Now I want to tell you this. If nothing was said today, listen to what David said. He said, unto the merciful, you will show yourself merciful. David showed his mercy to others. God had no choice but to show mercy to him. Do you understand me? This is what David knew that many people don't know. Are you ready? Can I tell you this? You want to know? Or I should wait till next Sunday? When you do not avenge yourself of those who wrong you, when you do good to those who wrong you, the mercy of God will protect you, but there's a hidden part of that mercy that people don't know. It's called the militant nature of God's mercy. That mercy will protect you, but it will cut off your enemies. You know, they say something is a two-edged sword. The mercy of God is like that. When you go on a mission to revenge, bang, you cut the person down. When you come back, bam. But when you release it into God's hand, He will protect you, and He will release the militant nature of His mercy to destroy your adversary. You don't get it, do you? You're still thinking in your head? Okay, let's look at 2 Psalms. And you will see the militant nature of God's mercy. So what is this militant nature of God's mercy? Listen, the reason why I keep quiet when men attack me viciously. Those who have been here before, those who are not here, those who just make it their point of duty to try to destroy me. I don't talk because I know they will self-destruct. You will find out that when one rises against me and begin to say things that are not true about me, I don't say a word. I learned from David to keep quiet because I know both sides of God's mercy. There's a militant nature of God's mercy that will destroy the adversary, and there is that mercy that protects his own. Psalm. The book of Psalm, chapter, Psalm 143 or 136, Psalm 136, verse number 1. It's called Thanksgiving to God for his enduring mercy. That's the title. So, oh, give thanks to the Lord, for he is good, for his mercy endures forever. How will his mercy endure forever when he only protects you but leaves your enemy to attack you? Go on. Oh, give thanks to the God of gods, for his mercy endures forever. Go on. Oh, give thanks to the Lord of lords, for his mercy endures forever. You see how the militant nature of God's mercy works. To him who alone does great wonders, I can't hear you, for his mercy endures forever. Go on. To him who by his wisdom made the heavens, his mercy endures forever. Go on. To him who laid out the earth above the waters, for his mercy endures forever. To him who made great lights, for his mercy endures forever. The sun to rule by day, his mercy endures forever. The moon and stars to rule by night, his mercy endures forever. To him who struck Egypt in their firstborn. With what did God use to strike the firstborn of Egypt? His mercy. And brought out Israel from among them, for his mercy endures forever. With a strong hand and with an outstretched hand, for his mercy endures forever. To him who divided the Red Sea in two, for his mercy endures forever. The mercy was working for them to pass through, and the enemy was coming behind. The mercy will work against them, and made Israel pass through the midst of it, for his mercy endures forever. But overthrew Pharaoh and his army in the Red Sea, for his mercy endures forever. To him who led his people through the wilderness, for his mercy endures forever. To him who struck down great kings, for his mercy endures forever. And slew famous kings, for his mercy endures forever. Sihon, king of the Amorites, his mercy endures forever. Og, king of Bashan, for his mercy. You can read it on and on. You will see the mercy of God protecting the people who are loyal to him and destroying those who are against him. That is called the militant nature of God's mercy. Did David personalize this? Yes. Psalm 143, beginning from verse 1 to 12. I will read it and I will close. You will know that it's enlightened self-interest to be merciful, to be humble. If you are going to be great, if you are going to make it, it doesn't matter if they are walking on you like footmat. He's the door. You are the floor mat, doormat. It doesn't matter. I will come through. It will come through for you. Psalm 143, the title is interesting. An earnest appeal for guidance and deliverance, a Psalm of David. This was what he knew that others don't know. And this is what I've come to learn in 30-something years of ministry. That when men rise up against me and write things that are not true about me and try to castigate me, I know they're on the path of self-destruction except repent. So I keep quiet. Or else they will say, I said. Hear my prayer, O Lord. Give ear to my supplications. In your faithfulness, answer me, and in your righteousness. Do not enter into judgment with your servant, for in your sight no one living is righteous. He admitted who he was and his limitation. For the enemy has persecuted my soul. He has crushed my life to the ground. He has made me dwell in darkness like those who have been long dead. Therefore my spirit is overwhelmed within me. My heart within me is distressed. I remember the days of old. I meditate on all your works. I muse on the work of your hands. I spread out my hands to you. My soul longs for you like a thirsty land. Answer me speedily, O Lord. My spirit fails. Do not hide your face from me, lest I be like those who go down into the pit. Cause me to hear your loving kindness in the morning, for in you do I trust. Cause me to know the way in which I should walk, for I lift up my soul to you. Deliver me, O Lord, from my enemies. In you I take shelter. Remember I said it's shelter. Teach me to do your will. For you are my God. Your spirit is good. Lead me in the land of uprightness. Revive me, O Lord, for your name's sake, for your righteousness' sake. Bring my soul out of trouble. How will God do it? In your mercy, cut off my enemies and destroy those who afflict my soul, for I am your servant. It's dangerous for you to begin to afflict that God will raise. If you don't understand them, just keep quiet. The moment you start attacking them, they pull out and tell God to take over. His militant nature, the militant nature of his mercy will destroy you and cut you in pieces. May that not be your portion. Stand to your feet. This is what training in righteousness does for you. That's why you don't see me fight my own battles. I let it go. I let them call me names. I let them do anything. And one by one, you see them fall. Why? They self-destruct because they don't know what they are dealing with. Stop fighting your battles. Let God take over in your life today. This is part of your training in righteousness. Lift your hands up to heaven. Father, today, I release everything into your able hands. You know everything, my down sitting, my uprising, my grief, my pain, my weakness, my strength. You know everything. You called me, you chose me. I want you to pray. Open your mouth. Ask God to come into your life, to take you, to train you in this part of righteousness, that you will know how to respond and not to react, that you will know how to restrain yourself from your iniquity, that self-control will become a governing fruit of the Spirit in your life. In the name of Jesus, and you let God himself plead your case and to pursue your cause and bring it to a place of rich fulfillment. This day, Father, in the name of Jesus, you did it for David. You can do it for all. It's a pattern for us all to learn from. Despite his weaknesses, despite his shortcomings, David became blameless. David became righteous. David became perfect because he followed through his training in righteousness. Lord, take absolute control of this atmosphere in this season, in this hour, at this time. Deliver those who are struggling with one thing or the other. And Father, as I pray for them, remember me also.
What an amazing time we just had in the presence of God. I hope you are richly blessed. My heartfelt desire is that you may light up your word with the illumination you have just received. May the immeasurable grace of God empower you to act on what you've heard and to walk in the revealed counsel of God. Always remember that it takes a transformed life to transform a family, a society, or a nation. So let God do his work in you so that he can do his work through you. And as you proceed on this journey of destiny, remember that our ultimate destination is God. I pray that God's footprint will become your pathway and that your path will be as a shining light that shines brighter and brighter to a perfect day. Till we meet again next week, remain sandwiched between the peace of God and the God of peace. Have an amazing week. Bye for now. Shalom.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Na 2,500 they pay.
On the Justice Court, the plaintiff, Esther Adeniyi, is asking the court to compel the defendant, Christian Chukwudi Anthony, to be responsible for the upkeep of her son.
All rise. Court in session. Honorable Judge Fumi Asaolu presiding. Please be seated. Your Honor, this case is between Esther Adeniyi and Christian Anthony. Parties sworn on oath.
Thank you, Aki.
Welcome.
Esther Anthony.
Esther Adeniyi.
Esther Adeniyi.
Yes.
You brought Anthony to court.
Yes, Your Honor.
So can you tell me why you are here?
When I was pregnant, I told him, and he said I should leave the baby, that I should not remove it. And I said, okay.
When was that?
That was 2018.
Okay.
I said, okay. Then he came to see my mom. And I went to see his family also. Then we did just more introduction. And I started staying with him. We stayed together for when the baby was 3 months. I started staying with him till 9 months. And I come back to my mom's place because the sickness is too much for me. So I came back to my mom. So my mom was taking care of me till I give birth. Then I called him. I said, should I come back? He said I should stay in my mom's place for the meantime. Then later, when the baby was 2 months, I did not see him again. He did not call. I was not like, what is happening? Then I later find out that he impregnated another person. So since then, when it was 2020, he called. He said he wants to come and take care of the child. And I said, okay. That she comes. Since then, I've not seen him. I did not even see him again since 2020 till now.
Do you call him?
No.
You don't have
I
his
don't
phone
have his phone number.
Okay, Anthony, what happened?
And when I was dating her, so let me just say maybe 2 weeks on our dating. So She just comes, she said that she's pregnant. And I was like, you are pregnant? Oh, no problem. You can leave it. Because girl have not told me that she's pregnant before, but you can leave it. But after some weeks, there's a guy called Ogede. The guy came to meet me and telling me that the pregnancy is not for me. I was like, are you okay? What are you talking about? You don't tell me.
That was about how long after she had the baby?
She have not had the baby. Then she's still pregnant.
She was still pregnant?
Yes.
Okay.
So when the guy came to meet me, the guy name is Ogede. We call him Ogede Tekorodu. So I was like, okay, can you say it in her presence if I take you to her? So the guy told me, we should go. Okay, no problem. We go and meet her, and she was crying that this guy is lying. I told him that he should not tell me that word anymore. Okay. Before the guy leave me that night, tell me that if she be me, I have money. That is why I'm using Owola to buy it home. The way he said it in Yoruba. So I was like, okay, what are you not saying now? He said, me, I will see money. I will see people, I will call him. He started swearing for me that night. So I was like, all the things you are saying, you will carry it to your head. But since then, things has not been normal. Everything is not easy for me since then. Anytime I plan to buy the baby something or do something for the baby, everything we lost. So I have to run. To run for him, because if I plan a new, if I don't conform with you, if I shouldn't come by you, it's not coming now. I'm not seeing it.
Mm-hmm. And you said you were dating her. Were you aware that he was dating her?
No, I was not aware.
That's a lie.
But you two said no. He shook his head, said she's not aware. Or you mean she knew?
She knew, but she never knew that we are dating.
Okay. So you knew each other?
We all know.
We all know each other. We are all friends.
Including
we are
all
friends.
Let me say, she is a junior sister to one of our friends.
Okay.
Please, ma, can you let me talk?
Yeah, you are involved in this, so.
This was how the story began. I was first dating him. His look off. So there was a time I traveled and he called me that someone was pregnant for me. He didn't tell me her. So I left the picture for some times. So later when she gave birth, my friend now called me that junior sister gave birth. I didn't know that the baby belongs to him. So I came that day. I saw a baby. Her baby was already 41 days.
Which day? The naming ceremony?
No. Someone else among our friend called Fela gave birth to a baby.
Okay.
So when I came, I saw her carrying a baby. So I now asked that my friend, Esther to be money. She said,
Speak
yes.
English.
Okay, sorry. I asked her that, has she given birth? That my friend said yes. But they didn't tell me, all of them did not tell me that he is responsible for the baby. But I now told that my friend that my boyfriend is coming. You know, they were like looking at me somehow that day that I didn't know what is happening. So I also acted as if I did not know. So when he came, he was not like, okay, that my friend now told me that the baby she's carrying belongs to him. And I said, he can't tell me that. So when he came, he was like, we'll talk about it at home. Then he has already called me and narrated the story about him and her, how she was pregnant. And sometimes if he called me, I normally send money to him. Then he was working in one hotel that his sister took him to. And when they also sent him off. So when I came back, he told me he was sleeping outside. I said, your middle sister sent you outside again. He said, yes. I said, it's a lie. So I had to go down to Agege. And we both slept outside, inside the cold. So now I asked him that, is this also where the girl that got pregnant for you slept? He said, yes, before he called her mommy to come and pick her. Okay, and I told him, fine. Then I picked my phone and I called my dad. Hello, daddy, send us money. We want to rent house, my boyfriend. So my daddy sent us the money, and it was that day we rented the house.
I started living together?
I didn't start living with him. I just normally come and go.
All right.
But he rented an apartment. So his sister that sent him out did not know how he got the money to rent the apartment. She just showed up one day and was like, the girl that gave birth, that has a baby for him, was coming inside. Before then, I've not yet gone to Korodu. So I went back to go and meet her. I don't know the girl you're talking about, but this house, my daddy rented it for both of us. So if he wants to live with someone else, he will have to go and rent our own house for her. But the day I now got to Korodu, I knew she was the one. Then I faced him and I told him that, you told me she's junior junior sister. I am not leaving you for her. That was what I told him. And then I was already pregnant. I didn't tell him. So when this senior sister came back again, my pregnancy was 2 months. She wanted to throw me out of the house that I rented myself. And I told her that I am pregnant. She has her own baby. If she knows she wants to get married, if she knows she wants to get married to him, she should also support him the way I am supporting him. And since that time, we both carry the cross. Anytime she goes to Esther's place, I buy the things she brings. She does not know she's doing today. Anytime he comes there, I buy what he brought for the baby. Because then he was not having work. When I had my baby, he wasn't the one that took responsibility of my pregnancy. It was my parents. Because I know the kind of husband that I have. He does not have mother, neither does he have father. And none of his sisters wants to assist him. So that was why I rise up for him, which you know. So when I had my own baby, that was on the 1st of May. Esther's baby was 28th of May. I was the one who sent the money for the baby's birthday at 1 year old. Not the father. She does not know, I'm saying it here. Both the cake, the clothes, everything. Because I accepted that his mistake is mine. Without not yet getting married. But I know if I'm not pregnant for him, my daddy will not assist him the way I want. Because my daddy will believe that you are just girlfriend and boyfriend. So when I had the baby, my daddy has to call us down. And told my husband that I have a house in Korodu. But he does not want me to just fall into the wrong man's hand. So that they will not take it away from me. That what can my husband do? Then he told my father that he can drive. He can ride Mara. So my father now said, okay, let me buy for you.
So somehow, I know you are in the midst of everything, but not this narration. Okay. So I want you to go straight to the point.
To the point, okay. So when, after that time, it seems they packed away from Korodu. So I now told, we were ready in Korodu, and I told him that she should allow us to search for her. And just even if we do not have money, but she still see us. We'll be able to explain things to her. But we normally send money to that our sister, our mommy's junior sister. Even the villagers send money for this boy because he's the firstborn. She's the one that is not delivering the money to her. So that day that we were talking about it, we went to Kodu, we were searching for them. God now bless us, we saw our mom. So my husband was like scared to go and meet her. I said, go now. She was because of her son, he didn't go. So me, I went to go and meet her. Mommy, I castle that I'm Chuk's wife. So she was not like he left the son and this and that. And I said, he's stressed. We shall try to talk to her as she embraced us back. So we went to go and look for them at Korodu. And after that time, he had accidents. This is Mark. Both of us. So we were unable to even say we wanted to come back and meet her. So the thing was going like that. This guy of 18 that I called Ogede now came back again, right in my own front, and called me and told me that that baby belongs to him. That I should want my husband to return his baby. So I now look at the guy that, I now asked him that, who is this person? He now told me that it was true, that he has once come like that before. And I said, did you tell Esther? He said no. I didn't say anything.
Did you tell Esther? Have you heard of that before?
Esther know about it.
You're hearing for the first time?
No, he called me one day and said, Ogede called him and said he's the owner of the child. Then I went to meet the guy and I said, all of us should meet together. The guy said he cannot say it in his front that, why is he going to claim someone's child? Till now, the guy is not, we used to see each other, but we did not used to talk. Because it was like, he's not the owner of the child. Why is he going to claim someone else's child out? What is Chukudi saying? He's not the owner of the child. Because I used to see him every day at Arunode, but we did not used to talk again. Because I told him that he should stop greeting me. That Chukudi called me and said, you went to go and meet him that he's the owner of the child. He said no, that he can't claim the child, that he's not the owner.
Hello. Okay. Hello. Okay. Sorry. When you were pregnant, didn't the guy come to meet you? Both of us come to meet you that night.
He came to me, but he did not tell me that. They did not tell me what they are saying.
No, wait. Anthony, when you went to meet her with Ogede, what transpired that day?
Ogede was like, only to one mention me come she was not crying.
Say that in English.
The pregnancy you have is not my own. She was not crying.
She started crying?
Yes.
What did she say after crying?
She came back to meet me that he's lying, that I should not believe this guy. She was crying bitter that night and she was kneeling down my phone. I was like, Esther did not stand up for this one. For now, just don't worry. Okay, just saying his own. I have not believed for now. But don't worry. So instantly I sent Ogede away. I should just go. So since then, if Ogede normally look at me one kind. After she even gave birth, Ogede came back and meet me again. Anytime I go to Ikorodu and see this guy, he will stop me. Even when I go to Ikorodu last, people in the industry was like, Ogede, stop her and collect the baby from her. Like?
All their friends said that. All their friends that.
And collect the baby from her
One
back.
person at a time.
Wait.
You can't interrupt somebody else.
That Ogede, stop and collect the baby from her back. That this baby is for him. That she know what I'm talking about. I don't know. Because I was not at Ikorodu anymore.
Well, the child is not staying with me. The child is staying with my mom. So Ogede has not seen the child right from baby. The child is staying, my mom is also here. The child is staying with my mom, right? She's the one taking care of the child right from baby because she said, I won't know how to take care of the baby. So she helped me and take care. She collected the child from me. Then I'm not staying with my mom. So Ogede has not seen the child. In fact, Ogede cannot even say it in my front that he's the owner of the child. Because he used to say it that he's not the owner of the child. He can't say it in my phone that he's the owner of the child.
No, but you just said the day they came together.
Ma?
You said that the day
the day they came together. They did not say. They did not.
He did not say.
Yeah, they did not say anything in my phone. They were just like talking together. I did not even know. That day they came to my sister's house, my senior sister's house. My mom was there also. That day, my mom was there. My sister was there, and they came to my sister. My sister said she wants to know the person that impregnated me. Then he came. I went to call him.
Your mom was there?
My mom was
there. Is she ready to say something about it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please, can you step forward?
Ìgbà tí Esther lóyún, mo ní ta ló fún lóyún, oníṣùkùdì.
Said when Esther was pregnant, she asked her that who impregnated her, and she said it was Chukudi.
Mo ní bá mi pè Chukudi náà wá.
And she asked Chukudi to come.
Ìgbà tí mo pè ó dẹ̀ wá. Ó wá ní òun lòun fún lóyún.
And after Chukudi came, he admitted that he was one that impregnated her.
Mo ní ìwọ ló fún lóyún. Kí ló fẹ́ kí n sọ fún bàbá ẹ̀ ńsìn? Ó ní mọ́mì òun lòun fún lóyún sẹ́.
And she said, what do you want me to tell the father of the girl? And he said, he is the one who impregnated her.
Mo jẹ́ sọ fún bàbá ẹ̀ lójú ẹsẹ̀, mo pe bàbá ẹ̀, mo wá sọ fún. Ìyẹn wá lé wa bọ́ta, ó ní ká bọ́ta. Mo wá mú lọ sọ́dọ̀ ẹ̀gbọ́n ẹ̀ àgbà obìnrin.
Yeah, she called the father of the lady immediately, and the father had to chase all of them out of the house. Then she put a call through to the elder sister.
So ibẹ̀ làwọn tún wá invite Chukudi again, ó tún wá bá wa ń bẹ̀.
And there, the elder sister had to invite Chukudi to come over, and he also came around.
So ìgbà tí mo pè é, mo ní again, mo ní mo fẹ́ confirm lójú ẹ̀gbọ́n ẹ̀ bí ta ló lóyún, ó ní òun lòun ní.
There, she confirmed again that who owns the pregnancy, and he admitted that he was the one responsible for the pregnancy.
Mo dẹ̀ pé ọmọ mi tó jẹ́ Esther, mo béèrè lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ pé ta ló lóyún, ó ní Chukudi. Okay.
And she also called Esther, who is the daughter, who owns the pregnancy, and she also admitted that it is for Chukudi.
Aṣáṣe ọ̀rọ̀ mẹ́rin báyẹn, mo ní kó pe àwọn ẹ̀gbọ́n wá, ó pe ẹ̀gbọ́n obìnrin, tàjọ ń gbé around, ìyẹn wá rí mi.
She asked Chukudi to call her siblings, so Chukudi called his siblings rather. Chukudi called his elder sister to come around, and she came.
That lives within the same neighborhood.
That lived in the neighborhood, yeah.
So ìgbà tí ìyẹn wá rí mi, wá sọ fún mi ní àbúrò yín ti fún ọmọ mi lóyún o. ó ní ó ti ṣàlàyé fọ́wọn náà nílé. Okay.
So she narrated the story to the elder sister, and she said she's been told about it.
Ó ní kó má lọ bà oyún yẹn jẹ́ o. Ó ní it's okay.
And she said they shouldn't remove the pregnancy.
That's Anthony.
That's Chukwudi's elder sister.
Okay.
Mo wá pè mo ní ṣé o fún ẹni o befriend anybody? Ó ní no. Ó ní yàtọ̀ sí ìyá kan tó ní kó máa fẹ́ òun, ó ní òun dẹ̀ fẹ́.
Okay, when they came for knowing each other, the two families, she said she asked Chukwudi if Chukwudi was befriending any other lady apart from her daughter. And she said Chukwudi responded that there was no elder person he was going out with. Except there's a woman who said she should be befriending her, and she never gave a consent.
Befriend?
He never gave a consent to that.
So wọ́n ṣáà lọ sí Yànàpájà wọ́n lọ ń gbé, but sickness ti pọ̀jù fún Esther.
That they took Esther after that day. They took Esther to Yànàpájà to be living together with Chukwudi's family. But Esther was falling sick over and over, and the sickness was too much for Esther.
Tó bá ti sick, wọ́n máa pè mí, mi ni máa lọ dúró fún hospital 3 days. Òun ló dúró yìí 3 days. Bí dájú ẹ̀ ṣe ní, okay, bá mọ́mọ́ mi máa bọ̀ ká wá treat ẹ̀ bí.
Okay, that's during those times she was falling sick, and most times she would go there 3 days to go and stay with Esther at the hospital. But when the sickness was much, the father had to recall the daughter to come back home for care.
The plaintiff, Esther Adeniyi, alleges that Anthony deserted his fatherly responsibilities, abandoned her and her baby 2 months after she gave birth. The defendant, Christian Chukwudi Anthony, says his finance has taken a downturn after the birth of the baby, and that has incapacitated him to make provisions for the baby's upkeep. He expressed doubt over the paternity of the baby. Chukwudi claims that Ogede accosted him and claimed to be the real father of Praise. Esther's mother testifies that Chukwudi claimed her daughter's pregnancy and accepted the responsibility for the child. Chukwudi's wife, Basirat, claims that she has been the one providing funds for her husband to support Esther and her son. This matter seems to be a bit complicated. George Fumi wades in.
That is there. Now, eventually, you opted for a DNA test. Right? It's because you want to ascertain the paternity of the baby. You are aware of that?
Yes.
You are aware of that? And you are aware of that too?
Yes.
Okay. I know that so far, to an extent, you've all been cooperating. Because if the baby is for him, you still end up being like a kind of stepmother to that child.
Not even step.
You are. You are a mother.
Yes.
You are ready to be a mother.
Yes.
So if the baby is for him, you will be a mother.
Yes.
Right. And Chukwudi, if the baby turns out to be yours too, you take up your responsibility as a father.
Yes. I have.
You shower all the love and care. You want to say something? You will not. You will not.
He will. If he has a better word.
Let me explain to him. No, he's the one talking to the court. Let me explain to you. I'll go to the moral aspect of what you have done, which I condemn in all totality. You were dating her. And you cheated on her. That's what you did. But somehow, probably based on the love she had for you, she stood by you. And she even accepted the baby. And she's even still saying it now, that she's ready to still be a mother to that child. But you, that impregnated her, is telling me that even if the baby is yours, you are not ready to take care of that baby. Is that what you said?
It's because I don't have a job with me.
That's what she said too. But if you have a job,
I will take care of the baby.
No problem. Because if that baby is yours, you've got to love that baby. And you have to work towards giving the baby the best in life. It's your choice. You knew the implication when you went after her. You know, you needed to have taken precaution. Why didn't you? You know what the implication is. If you don't take that precaution, that's the result you have now. So, I want us to have the DNA result now. Can we have the DNA results?
Your Honor, this is the result of the DNA.
To determine the biological father of Chika Praise, Lynn's DNA and Medical Diagnostic Center has helped to facilitate a DNA paternity test. Is that right? I want you to confirm. Thank you. So this result I'm holding was prepared by DNA Diagnostic Center in Ohio, USA. And what we have in here is that this is to certify that the result of DNA test conducted for Christian Chukwudi Anthony and the minor child, Chika Praise Anthony, has been perfectly analyzed as concisely summarized below. We have the case number, the child male, that's Chika Praise Anthony, alleged father, Christian Chukwudi Anthony, and the DNA analysis negative. The above result summary shows that Christian Chukwudi Anthony is not the biological father of the tested male child. Combined paternity index is 0. Probability of paternity is even 0%.
This girl.
So that is it.
Anytime
So Esther, do you have anything to say? Did you ever date Edokere?
Yeah.
Did you?
Even if she is virgin.
Will you keep quiet?
Stop it now.
You disvirgined her?
No.
Ogede is not the owner of the child.
Who is the owner of the child?
Because the reason why I said he's not the owner of the child is that 2017 is Ogede that is virgin to me. Then he traveled. I did not see.
Are you aware of
Ogede.
that? You know about that before? Because you didn't appear
Because
surprised.
he traveled.
Did not know when she was dating Ogede, but when I tested...
Did she ever discuss who this virgin had to with you before?
She never discussed it.
Okay,
When
so
I
you are just hearing that
for
for
a virgin, but when I knew her, she was not a virgin.
So you are just hearing that now for the first time. You are just telling him for the first time too.
I'm not sure maybe I told you.
You can't remember. Okay.
Yes.
The results of a DNA paternity test confirms that Christian Chukwudi Anthony is not the father of Praise. This revelation is so shocking to all parties. After the break, George Fumi rolls.
Let me advise you. This is just an advice. It's not compulsory you take it. But if I were in your shoe, I would look for the father of that child so that you can ascertain the father and let the father start taking responsibility and bond, which is the most important. And bond. Let that child grow up with a fatherly figure there for him. So, this is the end of this case. Nothing else to say. The matter is over. The case is over.
All right.
Follow the conversation on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter.
Have you been cheated or have a dispute and want justice? Don't take laws into your hands. Log on to www.thejusticecourt.com and submit your case.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Life can be fun and rewarding, but it also comes with some risk. As in business, you win some, you lose some. And that's why you need to be wise in the choices you make. It's like placing a bet. Again, you need to be wise. Wise in choosing an innovative platform with the highest market options and highest odds ever. That's why Winners Golden Bet, the leader in online, in-shop, virtual, and live sports betting, gives you enhanced platforms that offer you the best chances of winning. For betting on live soccer matches, live dog races, and virtual games. Winners Golden Bet is your best bet. Instant payment on winnings guaranteed. Play online or in any of our numerous shops nearest to you.
Hey guys, be wise. Play on Winners Golden Bet.
Winners Golden Bet, the wise choice.
"60 Minutes with Angela" starts right now.
A symbol of hope for credible elections here in Nigeria, and that's because he says, quote, "The job of an umpire is not for errand people," end of quote. He has been appointed by two presidents elected under two different political parties to serve as umpire in the following states: Anambra, Imo, Cross River, Rivers, Edo, and Akwa Ibom states. And everywhere he has served, the general verdict is that the outcome of the elections reflected the will of the people in those states. He's not known to bend the rules in favor of anyone, and that's why, as Nigerians gear up to elect a new president in 2023, Mike Igini, the resident electoral commissioner in Akwa Ibom State in the South-South geopolitical zone of Nigeria, joins me on the program today. Right, so INEC, Independent National Electoral Commission. It says independent, but is it in fact independent?
I can tell you here that under the leadership of two finest gentlemen, two professors, Professor Jega and Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, under whom I have served so far, the commission where I work today is independent, operationally, and also in funding. And so, I would say that the Independent National Electoral Commission,
yes,
where I work, in the last 9 years plus,
yes,
is an independent one, committed to the conduct of free, fair, credible, and more importantly, acceptable election, irrespective of the fact that at the end of every election, people would still like to go to tribunal. I'm sure that by now, people now know why people go to tribunal. Several reasons why people go to tribunal. One, to delegitimize the outcome of the result, because people are not really ready to accept defeat. Two, it's also going to tribunal, as we have come to know, is also a way of trying to extract some kind of favor for the person that has been returned. But I must point this out.
yes,
And that is that there are people who also go genuinely to the tribunal, because prior to 2011 down to 2019, up to the last recent subsequent elections, election prior to 2011, strictly speaking, were activities that have never met the expectation of Nigerian people. Most of the elections were rigged. We all recall that the 2007 election represent the lowest level of electoral discredit. Why? That was the election that was conducted around April 14th. But strangely, most of the material for that election, ballot paper, were still outside the country. Yet, election was conducted.
And results
and a return was made.
Declared.
Two, you also recall that that was the same election when we were told that vehicle conveying ballot papers from Abuja to one state disappeared. And up to now, we have not seen what happened. And of course, more terrible, why I described the 2007 election as one that represents the lowest level of electoral discredit, was the fact that that was one election where ballot papers were not serialized. So
when you say serialized,
ballot papers
yes,
were not serialized, they were not numbered. That is to say, how do you now account for the ballot paper? Because every ballot paper must be numbered. It must be serialized.
And a unique number.
Unique number, all right? But it was, a return was made, and at the end of the day, they went to tribunal, and tragically, the Supreme Court of our country, just by sitting down, they affirmed the result that ought to have been annulled. But the point here is that since 2011,
yes,
to date, the election that we have conducted so far, the election conducted by the Independent National Electoral Commission, are clearly a departure from what used to happen before. And that is largely because it has acted truly to its name as an independent election management body.
All right, so we now know that the electoral process has improved tremendously from what you've said. The newly amended Electoral Act 2022, which I understand the old one is now repealed. That means when you say repeal, it doesn't exist anymore, right? So this new one has introduced so many innovations. Take us through the major innovations that will change electoral permutations as we know them in our process.
We need to underscore the fact that periodic, regular, free, fair, and credible election is what gives piquancy and spice to the practice of democracy. Right. That election are the principal instruments that make elected political office holder to pay attention to citizens, because election constitute what we call vertical accountability. That is to say, it's only election that gives the opportunity for members of the society, political community, to demand accountability, the end that justify the exercise of power,
yes,
by those who have been elected into office in the previous election. Now, therefore, the sanctity of the law guiding election is very important. It is that gives the umpire what we call, enable it to provide what we call the sanctity of procedure. Before election, the laws must be known.
Yes.
The rules must be known. The procedure to be adopted must be known. In order to deliver what we call in election management as substantive or sanctity of outcome that can only be determined after the people had voted, the vote counted, sorted, counted, and taken into account. It is against this background that the 2022 Electoral Act would have to be fully appreciated. This is so because a number of the innovations
yes,
that INEC had developed since 2011 till date under the current leadership of Mamu Yakubu
yes,
have now been secured by the 2022 Electoral Act. Now, you ask, what are those very profound provisions that have secured our innovation? You will recall that one of the tragedy of the 2015 election, or the post-election adjudication in tribunal, was the fact that the car reader, even though section 160 of the Constitution has given unfettered power to the Commission,
yes,
when it says that of all the executive bodies created under section 153, that in the case of the Independent National Electoral Commission, it powers to make rules or otherwise regulate the whole procedure shall not be subject to the control of any authority, including a sitting president of the Federal Republic, any sitting president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
And the use of the word shall
means mandatory in this context. But what happened? At the tribunal, our colleagues, you are a lawyer,
yes,
they disappointed the country when they said the car reader was not supported by law, that it was not in the Electoral Act. Something that had been secured when a constitution has given powers for a commission to determine its own procedure. What is procedure? The previous provision of the Repeal Act, section 49, subsection 1 and 2, were to the effect that on election day, whenever a voter approaches the presiding officer with his voter's card,
yes,
where he or she register to vote, that the presiding officer would take the card from him or her, and upon satisfaction that the person before him or her is the rightful holder of that card, he will be given a ballot paper to vote. That was what the old section 49 subsection 1 and 2 simply said.
Yes.
Now, it was because of that provision, and given that politicians now connive with some presiding officers, people started buying cards. They were now warehousing cards. That was the phenomenon of people buying cards. Why are they buying cards? Because all you need to do
is present the
is
card.
to present the card, and presiding officer just being satisfied that he is the person. So what happens is that Ojo will come with Tunde's card, Tunde will come with another person's card.
Yes.
Those who never registered before were now given cards to go and vote. Now, what we now did by introducing the card reader was that the card reader will now act as what we call an objective assessment, because a presiding officer being satisfied, we may not understand what may have satisfied him.
Yes.
To say that somebody who is holding a PVC of another person, simply by saying that he's satisfied, what's the objective test to do that?
Yes.
We now introduce the card reader to ensure that the holder of that card must be the person. So when you put in the card, you put in your PVC.
Yes.
It will first confirm that it's an INEC PVC. Two, the picture of the
bearer.
person the bearer will show, and we now require that we need to authenticate your biometric. All right?
Yes.
Now, this was subverted.
How?
And when we subverted, because the tribunal, in interpreting section 49 subsection 1 and 2, well, the view that the card reader is not recognized, that what the electoral has simply said was that just the president just satisfied.
And they were refusing to accept the card reader as
an instrument to cure that subjective provision.
Yes.
That upon satisfaction that the voter is the rightful owner of that card. But what INEC brought in to deal with that mischief was to ensure that we'd check your biometric. So tribunal up to Supreme Court, they said, carry that. Though it's a good innovation,
it's not known to the
it's
law.
not known to the law. But what happened to provision of section 160? It's again this background that the new 2022 Electoral Act, section 47, have now come to rescue all INEC electronic devices, because accreditation now is now based on the use previously of card reader, but now of the BVAS.
What is BVAS?
The BVAS is a biometric voters accreditation system. The BVAS is an upgrade of the card reader, because in the case of the BVAS, once you approach the presiding officer, once you give your names, you bring your permanent voter's card, it will be entered into the device. Your name, everything will show. But interestingly, it's going to record back even when you registered, because it is now both facial, not only biometric. We are now dealing with your facial recognition. So, assuming your fingers could not be authenticated, what about your face? That is the new technology we have introduced.
Okay, so now
those who have warehouse permanent voters card, you have just wasted resources of the country, because it costs this nation so much money to print those PVCs. All right? You have also denied people In fact, the best that we should do now is to return those permanent voters cards to them. So, but the point is that Section 47 of the 2022 Electoral Act has now allowed for the use of the beavers or any electronic device, put forward by INEC for the purpose of accreditation. Because election is a generic process that has the constitutive elements of first accreditation. Because it's at that point that the principle of one person, one vote could be well established. And so with that, you could see all the election we have had in recent time, despite the huge number of people you have on the register.
Yes.
Just look at the figures. The figures are now truly reflective of the actual voters' turnout. Beyond that is the provision of Section 50, which of course gives operational independence. Drawing from provision of Section 160, we said the INEC of the Constitution, and I said, procedure for the election in the country shall be in accordance with the procedure determined by the Independent National Electoral Commission. In fact, that itself is not even new, because few hours to the 2015 election, President Jonathan also signed into law amendment to the Electoral Act that I believe 2010. All right?
Yes.
To the effect that procedure for election under the old Section 52 shall be determined by the Independent National Electoral Commission. Similarly, is the provision of Section 51 of the Electoral Act that has to do with what constitutes overvoting. Prior now, overvoting was based on total number of registered voters. But we have argued, we have put forward proposals as the umpire midwifing the democratic competition that understand the operation of what we do, that it is wrong to base in determining on issue of overvoting at a polling unit.
Yes.
That what we should be looking at should be the total number of PVC collected, but more importantly, the total number of accredited voters. Because the old argument, provision, was aiding rigging. But the current Section 51 has put a stop to that. And how?
What is hidden rigging?
Yes. For example, in a polling unit, where you have 100 registered voters, and on election day, only 45 turned out that were accredited.
Yes.
But because you have extra 60 on the register, what happened was that those who rig election,
yes,
they will now, because they write the result, they will turn in 41, 42, 40, even 50, 60, 70. Now, that itself, if the total number of accredited voters is 40,
yes,
there should be no reason why the total number of vote cast should exceed 40. Because the first step is accreditation.
Yes.
Total number of accredited voters is 40. But total number of vote cast is now 60, 70. Now, that itself is an overvoting. But the law, the old law, was to the effect that overvoting should be based on total number that is based on 100, not on total number of 40. This is where politicians have exploited for so many years in rigging election. So they can bring in, turn in votes, write the result. So the tribunal say, look, yes,
There
you are
are
arguing
100
another.
registered people
They are still
here.
within. They are still within the
100.
total number of registered voters. That is what has been going on. Regrettably, court of law aided this. Even when the umpire said that empirically, this is what it should
wrong, yes.
be. Another leg of that was the fact that when we introduced permanent voters card, we now said, if election had been conducted and in a particular area,
yes,
there was violence, election could not be conducted. But in the return made in that particular area, you have about 50 registered voters. But as between the first and the second person, the margin of lead is just basically about 20. All right?
Yes.
Now, if it's 20, the margin of lead is just 20.
Yes.
But here we have 50 registered voters, where elections have not taken place. As related to simple majority election, that is State House of Assembly, House of Representatives, and senatorial election.
Yes.
Even with respect to even the executive, presidential, or governorship election, as related to simple majority. Principle. Now, the argument had been that of INEC with the introduction of PVC was that if in that particular area, from our records, only 10 people only 5 people or 10 people collected permanent voters cards.
In that violent
that violent area, only another. Mind you, the margin of lead was 20.
20.
All right?
Yes.
So, even if, based on that, if it's only 10 people that collect PVC, whether we should go and do election then before we can make a return should be based on the total number of people who collected permanent voters card.
In that place.
In that place, and not the entire people who did not collect on the register.
Yes.
All right? Because if you don't have a permanent voters card, you cannot vote.
Yes.
In which case, there will be no need to go for that election. Because if you go to that election,
only 5 people.
Only 5 people that actually collected permanent voters card. So assuming you can even give all the vote to the other person who was behind.
There's still a deficit of 15.
15. There will be no need. But what was the calculation based on? The argument was that no, you must go back. Because truly, if you go by that rule that you're talking about, it means that the election can actually change, because just only 20, you see, you have about 30 there. So the person who is behind by 20, he could even score 25 or thereabout and also defeat the other guy. But realistically, given that only 5 people collected permanent voters card, is there a need to go to that election? No. All of that has been cured under the current Electoral Act. Also, is the fact that for political parties, Section 77 has now enjoined them to have a register of their members. Because if you want to do either direct, indirect, primaries, or even consensus, we should be able to have your register. And the law says that before you do your primaries or convention, 30 days to that time, submit to the Independent National Electoral Commission your register of your member. Because INEC as a body, at the moment we are now on the 4th quarter of CVR, 4th and final.
Yes.
By June, we will stop the process to prepare the nation register.
CVR meaning continuous voter registration
exercise, CVR. Now, we are going to give you register to political parties. How come that political parties, you don't have register of your members, because the credibility of any election rests on the credibility of a voter register that must be in existence. Also, what we find very interesting is the provision for what you call electronic transmission of results. In fact, this is the most profound provision of the 2022 Act that we cannot but continue to commend all stakeholders that made it possible for us to have that section of in the Electoral Act to secure the integrity of the votes of Nigerians cast at the polling unit.
All right, we'll talk about this electronic transmission of votes after the break. So join us again after the break. What is the effect of that electronic transmission now on the electoral process?
The most profound highlight of the collective effort of Nigerian people to secure the integrity of the electoral process is the coming into the act of provision of Section 50 of the 2022 Electoral Act that's now made it possible for the Commission to transmit results straight from the polling units by way of upload, actually, into the cloud.
Can't it be hacked?
It cannot be hacked. This is how it works. You know, in the common parlance, I hear people talk about transmission.
Yes.
In the idea that something will be transmitted from polling units to the work collation center.
Yes.
From the work collation center to the local government in that order. So the fear is that in between from polling unit, there will be fear that something could have happened. There could be hacking and all of that. No, absolutely no. What happened is that what we are doing at the moment is that at the polling unit, using the IREF, all right?
Yes.
The INEC result enrollment device is simply to upload the results. You are going to snap the results. It's immediately uploaded into the cloud. All right?
Yes.
So how are you going to hack it in the cloud? Now, the work collation officer who is waiting at the work collation center, he has been given access code to view the result already uploaded into the cloud without having interaction with the presiding officer.
In the polling unit?
In the polling unit. Now, the idea is that because we are doing a two-way system, there must be what we call paper trail. So the presiding officer, after announcing declaring the results,
yes,
he will enter that into from EC60E, which we normally call the people from EC8A, similar to that. The same result from EC8A is what is contained in the from 60E. It will be pasted at the polling unit. All right?
Yes.
Now, he will proceed or she will proceed to the work collation center. What has changed now with provision section 50, the what you call transmission, which of course what we are basically doing is to upload to the cloud, is that previously you all know that miracles normally happen. Magic will normally happen at the work collation center
or at the local government.
At all levels. That is where politicians will visit the worst of violence to change the result, switch result, and all of that. But with the innovation we have put in place,
That original
what will now
result.
happen is that
Yes.
the original result, when the presiding officer is going to the work collection center, will betide him or her to come to the work collection officer with a result different from what he has seen uploaded in the cloud. So what are you going to... So there's nothing to hack in that process. Because in the same vein, the local government collection officer had also seen the result. In the same way that either the state constituency collection officer,
yes,
returning officer, all of them will have seen it. Because in all the elections we have conducted, take Edo for instance, because the Edo election was an election that the whole country, as for me, just one off-season election that the whole country, outside the country, everybody was involved. We uploaded the viewing platform, the portal, to accommodate over 2 million people. So the people of Edo State in Japan, in Australia, they were seeing the result at the polling unit
in real time.
In real time. So today, as I sit down here, if I am to demonstrate that to you, if I open my system, I will show you the entire result of Ondo State, Anambra State, Edo State, all the various elections we have conducted in recent times of the elections. They are there. So when we hear people talk about hacking, what are you going to hack in the cloud? That is the greatest and the most profound provision. And of course, you all recall the furore, the back and forth that issue of e-transmission generated.
Yes.
But that is what it should be. Because all these innovations the Commission has put in place is to give meaning and purpose to the ballot as the best means of expression of the will of the people in a democracy.
When INEC says today that Angela has won this election, you can stand on that in truth to say yes, indeed.
Absolutely. Because the polling units, you can see now, if you watch the trends.
Yes.
People are now taking violence, no longer at the work collection center, they are taking violence now, politicians, to the polling unit.
Yes.
Of course, they will have to meet the people there. Today, once a result is declared at the polling unit, that is it. Every other thing after polling unit is just mere aggregation of data, collation.
Yes.
And again, look at the provision section 120 of the Electoral Act. No option for violation of that provision. If a presiding officer, a collation officer, a returning officer decides to alter in any manner an announced result contrary to what happened at the polling unit or as collated, on conviction, you go straight for 3 years jail term. You see, election will become a mere ritual if people vote do not count. If people vote do not count, we are going to lose what we call the law of anticipated reaction. We say that what a politician is afraid of is not the last election, but the next election.
The one in front.
Because if they know that they can rig the process, they will not have respect for the people. And respect for the people is the beginning of responsible leadership. And so, the innovations that are in place are the ones that will guarantee a credible process. And that's why we are calling on Nigerians, that irrespective of what you feel about the process in the past,
yes,
a new system is in place. Come forward. Go, if you have attained the age of 18, you have not registered before,
yes,
go now and register.
That point you make about not registered before, let's talk about that, because for instance, if a person has changed their address or their card is defaced or ruined in any way, that person shouldn't be registering afresh.
No, not at all. If you have lost your PVC, you have registered before.
Yes.
But you have lost your card. Your card is defaced. You want to change, or before now you're not married, your status have changed.
Yes.
You have changed the place of domicile. You don't need to register again. All you need to do is to go to INEC offices. You know, we're now moving down to the registration area, the wards level now. Go to INEC offices across the country. In fact, we have just established what we call the help desk to Nigerian people. Go to anywhere. All you need to do, mention your name, that you are registered before, the area you register, they will go into the system, your name is there. If it's replacement of PVC, it will be done. You don't need to register again. And that is why it is very disappointing that despite, you know, a series of engagement with the public on this same issue, that these categories of people don't need to register, only those who have attained the age of 18 or those who have attained the age of 18 but have not previously registered. These are the only two categories of persons that are called upon now to come and register. Every other person, you want to change your place of domicile, you are ready, you lost your PVC, it is defaced, you have biometric problem, in the last exercise, your biometric could not be confirmed, and all of that, you don't need to register again. So, but what happened? Despite all of this, in the pre-online system, which is the first in Africa that we have introduced, that in the comfort of your home, you could do registration and all of that.
Yes.
Then before you come and do the in-person, because you do the pre-online, thereafter you come in person, just like you go to the embassy and all that.
Yes.
So that we can collect your biometric.
Okay, so
but what has happened now?
Yes.
Is that people are now doing multiple registration to the extent that well over 2 million plus that were registered. Over 1 million were multiple registrants. These were the categories that have been declared as invalid, because INEC have not have migrated to a higher system from the automated finger identification system, AFIS, to now what we call the biometric voters identification system. The ABIS.
Yes.
That will now have now ABIS, automatic biometric identification system. This one is not only dealing with your trying to confirm those who are doing multiple registration, including your facial. That's why we are able to detect over 70,000 plus in Anambra before that election. That's the reason why it was not possible. Regrettably, this multiple registration was across the Federal Republic of Nigeria. But at the moment, we have printed for those who started the process of registration since on the 28th of June 2021 till December last year, that constitutes the first and second quarter.
Yes.
We have produced well over 1.8 new permanent voters cards now being taken to the various states for distribution to those who have to come forward to collect them.
Right.
But that of those who registered in January, February, March, and now we are now in the fourth quarter, which is the final quarter for before the election is going to end on the 30th of June. We are also going to produce that in due course, and also we made available to all the would-be holders before the 2023
Okay, so
election.
for those who have problems with that pre-registration thing online, is it possible for them to just not do it online and go straight to the INEC office and do everything
No,
there?
we don't. No, the problem is not with online. What we are saying is that people, both in person, people who are registered before, what they were doing was again registering again. This is largely because we have also found out that politicians are also encouraging them, believing that when they register, they are going to collect the permanent voters card from them. They are still in the past. Our politicians don't learn anything. In fact, how can you be in a particular vocation? You don't try to understand
the rules of the game.
Development within that vocation, that profession. It's very sad because all the PVC that they have bought before, the warehouse, they are useless. you cannot use them anymore.
All right. Can INEC come to register me in my house or in my office? Is there any circumstance at all that will make INEC come and register me at home? I'm thinking of people like you're invalid, you've broken your leg, or something like that. Is it acceptable
at the
under
moment,
the
there's
law?
no room for that at the moment.
Okay.
Because what is normally done is that people who have physically challenged,
Yes.
they are given a kind of priority at any center of registration. So now, from the state headquarters,
Yes.
local government headquarters, we have now moving to the wards, and we are going to be rotating that across and all that. So that cannot be, but going to private home, no.
No. What about offices? I'm a big shot in my office,
No,
and I'm
there's
calling the INEC man
that's
to
not
come.
that. No, there's no room for that. There is no room for that. All Nigerians who want to register, who have any issue to sort out, you have to go to you can avail yourself the use of the online in the
Yes.
comfort of your home, your
Yes.
offices, and all right.
Yes.
But in person, if it requires collecting your biometric, you have to go in person. After all, when people fill a immigration form or visa form, online,
At
you
some
still
point,
you have to go to the embassy so that they can have your biometric.
Yeah.
That's basically what we're doing.
You've talked about all these changes now, and let's look at how we can punish offenders, electoral offenders. You've had cause in the past to speak about the need for the commission to reduce human interface. We're seeing all that now in this new Electoral Act. I mean, at one point we were appointing professors, thinking that a professor came with some level of integrity, but we also saw these professors circumventing the whole process. Under this new Electoral Act, circumvention can't happen again.
You see, no. The law says don't do this. But there are people who are going to go contrary to the provision of the law.
Yes.
Because we know very well that pecuniary interests is, if not always, the reason why people deviate from ethical standards. It's so tragic in our country that people of presumed integrity, like the professor you mentioned, that today in our country, university lecturers, people in such a very decent environment where we should look up to, are now being used by politicians to rig elections, to utter figures. Don't forget that the job of collation officers drawn from the university community were basically to aggregate, to act together.
Nothing else.
Nothing else. Just aggregate, act together. But see what they are doing right now. Of course, we want that there will be consequences for any and all who deviated from ethical standards. And that's what happened in Akwa Ibom, that today a professor has been jailed for 3 years. Another professor is already being tried in the same
At the
Akwa Ibom.
moment. What about the ad hoc
And
staff?
Similarly, ad hoc staff.
Yes.
Staff of INEC that have deviated from the standard expected of them. In Akwa Ibom, for instance, 3 have been dismissed. Look, to sustain, maintain the confidence of the public in the electoral process, those whose action undermine public confidence must be punished. That is the only way. Because the innovations we are talking about today are not self-executory. They are not self-implemented. They will not implement themselves.
We still need human beings.
It is the human agency that is very critical to that full implementation. Whether we succeed, as was in case in the past, or we succeed in the next election, will be determined by our collective values and principles. Because INEC is just one stakeholder in this process. INEC is not in control of all the factors of success. INEC for the procedure, Judiciary has a role to play. Security has a role to play. The political parties, the candidate, the citizens themselves, the media, you have a role to play. Your credo, the people's right to know.
Yes.
By way of empowerment, you have to do that. But we must say this here. The only concern that we have remains the human agency, the corruption, because the unhappy truth in our country today is that corruption has not been tamed at all. The political class, they are putting money together to want to buy presiding officers. They want to compromise the process. In fact, as we are innovating,
they are
also innovating in their own way, negative way, to undermine the process. In fact, some of the worrying tendencies that is threatening and putting our democracy at risk are perpetrated by the political elite. You will see from the start of the primaries, you are going to see how they are going to be in disarray. Where we have a country where our value pyramid is upside down, dishonesty is now on top. And so, the innovations, as good as they are, we know that the devil is usually in the implementation.
Yes. Do you think we still need special electoral courts to deal with these electoral offenses, even though we're seeing convictions now through the normal courts?
What happened in Akwa Ibom is very exceptional. An exceptional case.
Yes.
And you could see the reluctance of the political class. Since 1999, they have become for the establishment of a special court, Electoral Offenses Commission.
Yes.
Is that happening now? Since 1999. How many years now? Over 22 years. We are still where we are. You can see the reluctance. Because the very people some of the people who perpetuate these electoral offenses, some of them are the ones we are now asking
to set up courts.
To set up a court. To do what? That's the challenge.
Join us again after the break. Welcome back. Let's talk about dangers to INEC personnel and targeted assaults against members of staff, and of course destruction of INEC property. Surely this must affect the projections of the Commission going forward towards a better election, when your buildings, your properties are targeted, members of your staff are also targeted, as we saw recently. I think it was in Imo State, when INEC officials were actually killed right there in broad daylight in cold blood.
The spate of attacks on INEC properties across the states is very worrisome and disturbing indeed. In Akwa Ibom, for instance, before the 2019 election, INEC office at Ibesipo that was newly renovated.
Yes.
The very huge sum of money was raised down.
Burnt.
Brand new generators were burnt, car readers were destroyed. In the same vein, on the eve of that election, 11 commercial vehicles, boxes that were hired to convey election materials and personnel were all burnt down on the eve of election. Up to today, nobody has been held accountable. In Anambra, in several states, this has been the situation. The height of it all was the killing last week of INEC staff on duty. And when I listen to the audio of one of the gunmen. He was shouting that, look, they are talking of a referendum, and INEC is talking about election. When I listened to that, I saw ignorance in display.
Yes.
Because we are talking about a referendum. In the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the only body statutorily empowered to conduct a referendum and election is INEC. And so, if you are saying that you want a referendum and assuming that it's granted to you, who will conduct that referendum?
You call?
Which body will conduct that referendum? You killed INEC staff. You destroyed the machine for registration. Because we are going to do, if you are going to conduct a referendum, it's not a referendum that a 2 years old, 3 years old, and all that. Basically, it will be people from 18 years and above, those who have cards. You destroyed everything. So you can see ignorance on display.
Yes.
And so this is very sad. Now, our call here is for the security agencies to do their very best to create an ambience that will make it possible for us to have election in 2023. Because there are grave implications.
Yes.
If we are unable to conduct the election in 2023.
Such as?
Such as the fact that the tenure of people currently in office will come to an end. So are we saying that the current setup should continue for those who are saying there should be no election? And that will lead to a constitutional crisis. So election we have to hold. All that you can do now, and what we are calling on people, is that, look, those who have said there should be no election, you hold your view, you have a very strong view and all that. But why don't you use the opportunity to now identify people, those who are aspiring now,
yes,
on the issues, who can represent you on those issues. Vote for those people.
The issues
so that those things that you are talking about now,
yes,
they vote for people that you know can take on board those particular issues. And that is why the message for 2023 is very key. And on this, the commission, every one of us, we are fortified by the provision of Part 1, Section 2 of the Electoral Act 2022, and even the previous one,
yes,
that enjoins INEC not only to provide civic and voters education, but also that we must educate Nigerians on democracy and sound knowledge of democratic practice.
Thank you very much for speaking with me today, Mike Igini, the resident electoral commissioner of Akwa Ibom State here in Nigeria. And thank you for watching. I'm Angela Ajitumobi.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
On Plus TV News Now tonight, President Muhammad Buhari calls for issue-based campaigns ahead of the 2023 general elections. The Senate President Ahmed Lawan Bajabiamila governors call for peace and unity. United Nations calls on militants to cease civilian attacks on Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. Good evening, I am Justin Akadonye and this is the news now on Plus TV Africa. The President Muhammad Buhari has urged candidates of political parties to continue running issue-based campaigns and to treat opponents with dignity. The President maintained that election is not a do-or-die affair. In his 2022 Democracy Day broadcast to the nation earlier, he commended the leaderships of political parties in the country for the smooth conduct of their party's primary elections. Buhari reassured voters that adequate measures had been put in place to safeguard their votes during the forthcoming elections in the country.
Fellow Nigerians, today, June the 12th, marks another Democracy Day anniversary and an occasion to celebrate freedom and unity of our nation. From 1999, we consistently celebrated Democracy Day to mark the end of military rule and the return of power and control into the hands of those freely elected by the people. This is my last Democracy Day speech as your president. By June 12, 2023, exactly 1 year from today, you will already have a new president. I remain committed and determined to ensure that the new president is elected through a peaceful and transparent process. The signs so far are positive. Recently, all registered political parties conducted primaries to select their candidates for the 2023 general elections. These primaries were peaceful and orderly. Those who won were magnanimous in their victories. Those who lost were gracious in defeat. And those aggrieved opted to seek judicial justice as opposed to jungle justice. I will therefore take this opportunity on this very special day to ask all candidates to continue running issue-focused campaigns and to treat opponents with dignity. As leaders, you must all showcase high character and never forget that the world is watching us and Africa looks up to Nigeria to provide example in governance. The tone you set at the top will surely be replicated in your followers. For the voters, I am pleased to inform you that in the last 7 years, our government across all tiers has made significant investments to reform and enhance our electoral laws, systems, and processes to safeguard your votes. The executive, legislature, and judiciary were and still remain united and committed to ensure those reforms are fully implemented in the 2023 general elections.
We're still talking about the Democracy Day. We have joining us a political analyst, Godwin Itaki-Buebu, and he will be analyzing the high points of the president's speech and how far we have come as a country. Good evening to you, Godwin. Thanks for joining us on the news now on Plus TV Africa.
Good evening, and thank you very much for having me.
It is indeed our pleasure. It has been about 23 years of uninterrupted democracy since 1999. Or some people would say that it is no longer a nascent one. So how far would you say we have come vis-a-vis from 1999 to this particular point?
Well, thank you very much for your question. I listened to the president's discussion this morning. He spoke well. He spoke well. He spoke well, actually. More so when he brought the idea that we should respect each other, and when it came that the primaries that have been completed within the most bigger political parties came with losers being magnanimous and the winners being generous, and he spoke well to us. But analyzing his statement, I would want to take it back a little to 1993. And I want to anchor from 1993 to 2023. That will bring it exactly 30 years. Hope 93. The one that brought Abiola with King Baby, his running mate, to pay against Tofa in the NRC SDP election. The election are judged by the world community as very, very free, very, very fair, and best so far in the running of elections in our countries. I would want to take this length, if you would permit me to do that. Do I have your permission?
Go ahead, but rather very quickly.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you once again. In 1993, there was hope. the hope came in form of election. The election were freely conducted. The election were fair. The election were very, very free. And a candidate emanated from that election, the person of Moshood Kashimawo Abiola, with King Gibi running. Therefore, the election was annulled. But before that, let me make a point clear. In 1993, that hope that became the identity card of Moshood Kashimawo Abiola came with Muslim ticket. Moshood Abiola was a Muslim. King Gibe, as we speak, he was a Muslim there, he remains a Muslim today. Then we are now moving to another likely hope, 2023, meaning 30 years of hope. But the first hope came to materialization, but the person representing that hope died after being put in detention by the military junta of different military establishments that cut across Abiola, Abacha, up to Abdusalam Abubakar and Kwanku. Now, if we look at 2023, we are seeing another hope. So in between what the president said and what he might not have said, what he didn't say, plus what he said, let us decode what could come out of it. Of course, we've seen the primaries. Primaries are quite different from elections proper. Primaries are personal arrangements of political parties in bringing out their candidate who bear the flag into the election. Elections are deeper. Elections are like an ocean compared to primaries of political party, which is just like the Lagoon in Lagos here, a river. But what we've seen so far, if we're able to hold it like that, it is most likely that we may meet another hope again. But with that hope of 2023, will it live? Will it be killed? Many factors.
All right, Godwin, if I just may butt in right now, invariably what you are saying is that from the foregoing, that from the political parties' primaries that we've had in recent times, that there is like a glimmer of hope for the dispensation in 2023. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, there is a glimmer. Let me use your language. Let me borrow your language. There is a glimmer of hope. But this can be tampered with. The personal dramatists and some other elements could play down that hope, that the hope itself may not materialize. In 1993, the hope was established, a hope was born, and the hope was nourished. But the man bearing the hope died. The Nigerian system killed the man. Now we are having quite radiating and good primaries, which is pointing to a hope in 2023. But with this hope materialized in 2023, a better child, a free and fair, that's a different ball game entirely. But given what is taking place right now, speaking of the two major political parties, plus appendices of political parties here and there. For example, the Labour is coming in, bearing the person of Peter Obi. Atiku Abubakar picked the flag of PDP, and Bola Tinubu had picked the flag of how would they materialize into that place? Unless 2023 is properly achieved, the hope that lies between these past 30 years might be lost.
All right, thank you, Godwin. So the president in his speech today emphasized on the need for electioneering campaign to be issue-based. You have mentioned the three frontliners who are representing their parties come next year. You talked about Atiku, Peter Obi, and of course Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But over time, if you were to analyze our political dispensations and electioneering campaigns, would you really say that we have towards the path of issue-based politics?
Okay, we are still at the learning points of this present dispensation, this republic. We can all look at it and ask ourselves, are these campaigns issue-based or merely assassination of personal character, or what are the main factors that are on ground? am yet to see. Even we are talking of the primaries of the political party. Like as I told you, the primaries of the political party is like a river. The general election is an ocean itself. In the issue of the river, the political parties' primaries, there were not too much of issue-based. The matter was between either I am qualified, it is my turn or not my turn, the person must come from northwest or northeast. Nobody had really spoken to us that this is the agenda I have for bringing, for example, insurgency to an end in Nigeria, terrorism to an end in Nigeria, kidnapping to an end in Nigeria. Nobody is telling me that you will have food on your table. We need to hear those ones.
All right, thank you so much. Indeed, we need to start watching out for issues as we go to the polls next year, because that's what the electorate want to see, and not just people who feel maybe they are entitled to it. We have been joined by a political analyst, Godwin Etakibuebu. Thanks for your input on the news tonight. We do appreciate them.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
It is indeed our pleasure. Moving on now, the Senate President Ahmad Lawan has called on Nigerians to focus on building the nation with the bricks of equity, fairness, and justice. In his Democracy Day message, he explained that such qualities were important to help the nation withstand challenges as they may come. Lawan stated that it would be the 4th time Nigeria would celebrate the day on June 12 since President Muhammad Buhari made a change from May 29. He believes June 12 is more than just a date for the Nigerian people, as it represents a milestone in a journey to entrench a democratic polity. On that day in 1993, the lawmaker said Nigerians rose above primordial sentiments and proclaimed the oneness of their nation, as well as their preference for a democratic system that offered them good governance, freedom, and life more abundant. In the same vein, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila, has congratulated Nigerians on the occasion of this year's Democracy Day. In a statement by his media advisor, Larry Lasisi, Gbajabiamila said Nigerians have a lot to celebrate as the country's democracy has developed in the past 23 years. The Speaker described this year's Democracy Day as historic, coming on the eve of the 2023 general elections. He expressed delight at how the citizens have embraced democratic governance in the past 2 decades, saying there was a lot to come in the coming years in terms of dividends of democracy. Gbajabiamila called for the continuous support and cooperation of the people for the entrenchment and deepening of democracy in the country. Now, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu says Lagos State will continue to improve on the lives of the people, as such remains the ultimate goal of democracy. Sanwo-Olu said this in his Democracy Day message. He said that since 1999, successive government in Lagos State had worked to meet the yearnings of the people who had consistently given them their mandate. The governor said that as the present administration began the final year of its first term in office, the focus would be on completing the many laudable programs and projects it started. According to him, even as this period will overlap with campaign season, the people of Lagos State can be rest assured that government will never allow politicking to get in the way of governance. And now to Ogun State, where the government and the People's Democratic Party have marked the day with celebration. The governor, Dakpo Abiodun, at a ceremony held at the MKO Abiola International Stadium, Abeokuta, granted clemency to 6 inmates who were sentenced to death, freed of 40 inmates, while the PDP staged the democracy walk as well as free distribution of fuel to motorcyclists at the state capital.
Of this year's June 12 celebration, and in exercise of my powers under section 212-1 and 2 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended, and sections 4 and 5 of the Ogun State Advisory Council on the Prerogative of Mercy Laws of Ogun State 2006, I have approved the committal to life imprisonment of death sentences of 6 convicts. Furthermore, I have also approved the early release of 40 others. It is my hope that this symbolic gesture will make the beneficiaries turn a new leaf and have a fresh opportunity to contribute their quota to the development of our dear nation.
For us in PDP, we are celebrating the Democracy Day today, and one of us has put together a program dubbed Work for Democracy in the major areas in Abeokuta. Today, we have been to the family at the compound house of late Chibemke Abiola to identify with the family.
Or staying with the Democracy Day celebration, in the same vein, the Adamawa State Governor Amadu Fintiri has pardoned 6 inmates serving various prison terms in 5 correctional institutions across the state. Governor Fintiri also commuted the death sentence of another inmate to life imprisonment. The governor acted in line with the recommendation of the Council on the Prerogative of Mercy. His decision is part of efforts to decongest some of the overburdened correctional centers as Nigeria marks Democracy Day. Straight now to Osun State, where Governor Gboyega Oyetola says addressing the current security challenges in the country must be seen as a collective responsibility of all Nigerians. The governor said this during the turbaning of Malam Ayuba Lugu as a new Seriki of Hausa community in Ibokun town, in the Ibokun local government area of the state. Oyetola noted that providing security was a major duty of the government. He said it also required the support of the citizenry to provide the partnership upon which the security architecture could be improved. Represented by his special advisor on civic engagement, Olatubosun Oyetiloye, the governor said that continuous weaponization of religion, ethnicity, and promotion of cultural differences must stop for the country to remain peaceful and united. Now, the governorship candidate of the All Progressives Congress APC in Taraba State, Senator Emmanuel Bwacha, has asked Nigerians to rise and build the nation's democracy to maturity. Senator Bwacha, who represents Taraba South at the National Assembly, spoke on what he thought is militating against democratic growth in the country. He noted that what has held the nation's democracy back for so long is the perception that the country was not yet ripe for it. He explained that everyone needs to get involved in the democratic process, just as the founding fathers of the nation had envisaged.
My message to Nigerians is to imbibe the common spirit of democracy, meaning let everybody participate in this process. And as we know, what is holding us back as a country is the songs in our lips, on our lips has always been, our democracy is not yet ripe. They use the lexicon, nascent democracy, and this is the song we have been hearing since 1992 when some of us came on board. So for how long shall we remain babies? So we must grow and imbibe this spirit of democracy as we see it practiced in other climes in Western world. So this is my message to Nigerians. We must build our democracy to maturity.
A former presidential aspirant, Pastor Tunde Bakare, has recounted the reason why he lost the All Progressives Congress presidential party primaries that was held on the 7th and 8th of June this year. Now, Bakare said this during a Sunday service at his church of Citadel Global Community. He said despite the challenges leading to the primaries, he refused to compromise his standard by giving bribes. Our correspondent Paul George was there and now reports.
The church is full to capacity. It is a moment of praise to God Almighty as Pastor Tunde Bakare mounts the pulpit to give his speech on the aftermath of the primary election. He starts by celebrating his welcome with a song. The pastor says he is more convinced now than ever before that the future of his cause is bright, hoping that a new Nigeria is possible.
I remain convinced now more than ever that the course to serve our beloved nation Nigeria has been a worthy adventure for a worthy cause. For us, The mean has always been as important as the end. This is why we confidently wear our 0 votes as a badge of zero tolerance for a certain kind of politics. In the words of Martin Luther King Jr., it is my earnest prayer that the good Lord will bless Nigeria with leaders not in love with money, but in love with justice, not in love with publicity, but in love with humanity. Leaders who can subject their particular egos to the pressing urgencies of the great cause of freedom.
Pastor Bakare says he is glad he and his team did not compromise on the values which are integral to building a new Nigeria, and that made him score 0 at the primaries. While appreciating his team and the people who supported his ambition despite the outcome, he congratulated Asiwaju Bola Tinubu for emerging as the party's standard bearer. He, however, said Tinubu's victory is a seal to his contribution to the party and the political sphere in Nigeria.
To my supporters across the nation and in the diaspora, I thank you for your unalloyed support despite the challenges leading up to the primaries. Our heads remain unbowed because we did not compromise on the values that are integral to building a new Nigeria. I congratulate the winner of the APC presidential primaries, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for his victory. His emergence as the flag bearer and presidential candidate of the APC is a testament to his significant contributions to the cause of the Southwest, as well as his labor toward the formation and establishment of the APC. I therefore extend best wishes to him as he proceeds on the campaign trail towards the 2023 general election. This is the moment where those leaders must begin to revive the dreams of our founding patriots, the dreams of a Nigeria stronger united, though tribes and tongues may differ, and the dreams of a Nigeria where no one is oppressed, no matter which part of the country they come from and live, and no matter how they choose to worship God.
As Nigerians begin to count down to the general election to elect a new government, many still believe there is hope for the country. Paul George, Plus TV News.
The Labour Party's presidential candidate Peter Obi is afraid the country is in her worst times, and if nothing is done urgently to correct the current ills, it may spell doom. Obi was speaking at the Trem, where the wife of the presiding bishop of the denomination celebrated her birthday Thanksgiving in Lagos. Details in this report.
Singing and dancing takes over the auditorium. It's a special Thanksgiving for the wife of Bishop Mike Okonkwo. In the gathering is one of Nigeria's presidential candidates, Peter Obi, who seizes the occasion to speak about the state of the nation as Nigeria marks another democracy day ahead of 2023 elections. Celebrating alongside the nation, Peace Okonkwo shares her excitement despite the many issues bedeviling the country. She speaks alongside her husband.
All I learned from it is that God is faithful. God remembers. He doesn't forget. He's the one that remembered all that I've been doing and I will continue to do. So I return every glory back to him. I'm happy. I'm so glad. I'm overwhelmed. I'm joyful. I can't describe it. Nigerians, don't give up. Let's continue to pray and hold on to the altar. God will see us through. He doesn't want us to perish now. He will help us.
It's for one to be able to survive these 70 years. It's a blessing. It's not something that we should in any way take for granted. She's not the type that, I want this, I want that. She's just contented with what God has given to her. And so it gives me a lot of satisfaction.
Bishop Okonkwo also touches on the heightening insecurity in the country.
It has not been a new thing. It has been there for a long time. Prayers. For our part, we keep on praying for the government. And then their own part is to ensure that they give us the adequate security that they vow or they swore to.
In the midst of all the woes in the nation, this gathering believes there is still hope for the living.
In other news now, in efforts to bring soccer to communities, Pastor Oluwagbemileke Adeboye of the Redeemed Christian Church of God Worldwide has inaugurated and donated a borehole to a community in Munshi area of Lagos State. According to him, this is to ensure access to clean, healthy, portable water by the people of the community. The inauguration of the borehole was part of activities to celebrate his 40th birthday, with a theme shining the light, which was marked with extravagant praise and thanksgiving ministration concerts at the venue.
For if you're going to any planet is water. Water is the beginning of life. It's the first sign of life. Everybody needs water. So the easier access to water, as we found out from all the different issues we've had in life, COVID, etc. Clean water helps and creates a solution for healthy living. So yeah, I mean, borehole is the least we could do. Some of us understand what it is coming all the way from where we come from, that we know any help we can get, we will take it. So borehole, school uniform, improving of the living conditions across board is the least we could do.
Well, given insight for his motive for giving the community a borehole, some of the participants highlighted the importance of water and explained that it is indispensable to everyone. The highlight of the event included the presentation of prizes to the winners of a football competition organized by the celebrant. The gold medalist received a check of 150,000 naira, or the silver medalist got 100,000 naira. The medical services, including general medical checkup, eye check, and donation of free medical glasses to the people in need, were carried out.
This project is about impacting the environment that Pastor Leke was born in, which is majorly Mushin. And we've seen since commencing the project, it goes beyond even us just celebrating his birthday, but us leaving an impact in. This was majorly a art desire of the celebrant, that he doesn't want a party, he wants to impact the community that he was born in, and that is Mushin.
We identify a need in Mushin, realized that there were issues of water. When I was coming today, I saw a lot of people lining up for water as early as 6 o'clock a.m. God has helped him. He has built a borehole with a power that is going to supply them free of charge. We have given over 1,000 glasses to people in medication, doing general medication to people, sharing all of those gifts.
In terms of representation, Lagos mainland has never had a representation, even in the sphere of things in Lagos State. You can see the effect of, on the roads. The road network is horrible. Electrical activities there's no electric. Virtually, there's no street lights at all in the Western West. The place is always dark, and it's like a dead end.
The Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, has appealed to presidential candidates in the coming elections to urgently publish details of their assets and liabilities. In an open letter to the candidate, it also urged them to publicly commit to rejecting vote buying and electoral bribery before and during the elections. The organization said in the letter sent by the Deputy Director, Kolawole Oluwadare, that while there is no constitutional requirement for presidential candidates to publish their assets and liabilities before election, doing so would show that they can stand up for transparency in assets declaration by public officers if elected. SERAP also urges them to publicly commit to probing the spending of security votes since the return of democracy in 1999, widely published details of spending of security voting, finding the missing 11 trillion naira meant to provide regular electricity supply for Nigerians. The Inspector General of Police, Osman Baba, has ordered the mobilization and deployment of adequate police personnel, armored personnel carriers and technical capabilities of the police air wing for the Ekiti State governorship elections slated for the 18th of June. Also deployed by the IGP are the Force Marine, Mounted Troops, K9 Section and other operational assets. Force spokesman CSP Olumuyiwa Adejobi in a statement said the IGP also deployed Deputy Inspector General of Police in charge of the Force Criminal Investigation Department FCID, DIG Johnson Kokumo to Ekiti. The DIG, who doubles as supervisory DIG for the Southwest Geopolitical Zone, is to coordinate security components for the election. Now, armed bandits have abducted no fewer than 50 wedding guests traveling along the Sokoto-Zamfara road. Those abducted include telephone marketers at the popular Bebeji Plaza in Guzo. They were returning to Guzo after attending a wedding of their colleague in Sokoto State when the incident happened between Tureta, Bakura Road around 6 p.m. on Saturday. The vehicles conveying the wedding guests were a Toyota Coaster bus belonging to the Universal Basic Education Commission, Guzo Local Government Secretariat staff vehicle, and 2 other private ones. Now, Secretary of the Union of Communications, Zamfara State, Ashiru Zormi, while narrating the incident in Newsman, said one of the vehicles conveying the guests developed fault at Tureta in Sokoto State, and it was fixed by an automobile mechanic after about 40 minutes. He said the bandits ambushed the vehicles after they repaired the faulty vehicle along Tureta Bakura Road, and over 50 persons were abducted. The country has been plagued with various crises ranging from political, religious and ethnicity, and even amongst household. This is why a group, Guide on the Side, in conjunction with Inside Training Services, organized a Train the Trainers summit on conflict coaching in Abuja. Emmanuel Ehijina's report is presented from our studios.
Today, there are conflicts all over the world, and Nigeria is no exception. This is why Guide on the Side has taken up challenge to train young men and women on ways to stop conflicts from escalating to unmanageable proportions. The first set of trainees were presented with certificates of participation by the organizers and the lead trainer, Yomi Oloho, who gave an insight into why the training was necessary.
The organization which I belong to, Insight Training Services, stroke Guides on the Side, are trying to provide young Nigerians with essential interpersonal skills training that they could use to work with other young people and teenagers. So this program was a 6-day course, free 6-day course on introduction to interpersonal skills and conflict coaching competencies. And the idea that the young adults have been trained and they will now try to promote that training with other young people.
Participants spoke on how their experiences in conflict management can be put to use.
We believe that if the youth, the younger ones, because the essence of this training is for us as mediators to train the younger generations, impact them with the skills that we've gathered so far. So at this time where conflict, wars, terrorism is at the increase, we want to ensure that the younger generations, they have the capacity to understand the essence of peace, so they don't join the bandwagons of those that are causing terror and destruction of peace in the country.
I engaged in this program because I'm a religious person, and I believe conflicts mostly happen in the faith group, and I believe with this knowledge of mine I will be able to do something in the faith group, the organization I belong to. So many youthful organizations I participate.
Perhaps if these trainings are put to effective use, the issue of conflict in the country could be a thing of the past.
Still to come on News Now, Rwanda set to receive first migrants from the UK. These and more after the short break. To join us again. Straight now to other parts of the continent, the United Nations has called for immediate cessation of attacks on civilians by multiple armed groups in Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo, DRC. Spokesperson Stefan Durajic said the UN was concerned over the deteriorating security situation and the increase of attacks against civilians. Durajic said UN was worried over increased attack by the Cooperative for Development of the Congo and the M23, as well as the ongoing presence of other foreign armed groups. He said the organization was also concerned by the presence of foreign armed groups, including the Allied Democratic Forces, ADF, Red Tabara, and the Forces Démocratiques pour la Libération de Rwanda, which continue to pose a threat to regional security. The leader of Mali's military transitional government has created a body in charge of writing a new constitution. Now, Colonel Assimi Goïta will be in charge of choosing the members of this committee, who will have to present to him a draft version of the text in 2 months. The team will include a president, 2 rapporteurs, and experts. It will be able to consult all political parties and the civil society, including religious organizations and traditional authorities. This presidential decree has already been published in the official journal. This decision comes just days after the junta announced on June the 6th that it would stay in power for 2 additional years before organizing democratic elections in March 2024. Rwanda is getting ready to greet the first migrant transferred from the United Kingdom as the flight should arrive next Tuesday. The asylum seekers will be hosted by the hostel in Kigali. Given the tension surrounding this criticized deportation scheme, the hostel manager wants to be reassuring. Now, Kigali says London will provide up to 144 million euros for the plan and insists migrants will be quickly integrated into communities across the country. According to UN figures, Rwanda was hosting more than 127,000 refugees as of September last year, almost half of them children. The majority were Congolese, followed by the Burundians. Now, Pope Francis has apologized to the people of Democratic Republic of Congo and South Sudan for being forced to cancel his upcoming visit to Africa because of a knee ailment. Speaking during his weekly address to the faithful in St. Peter's Square, Francis said he hoped to make the trip as soon as possible. On Thursday, the Vatican announced that the July 2nd to 7th trip was postponed indefinitely because of the 85-year-old pontiff's ongoing health issue, which has forced him to use a wheelchair for more than a month. The Pope referred to his ailment, which is believed to be a torn ligament, as problems with my leg. Now, Francis also suffers from sciatica, which caused him to limp even before the flare-up of the knee problem. And outside of Africa now, French President Emmanuel Macron and his wife Brigitte have cast a ballot in Le Touquet in the first of 2 rounds of legislative elections. It will decide whether he gets a working majority in parliament or ends up without the support needed to drive through his reform agenda. Now, less than 2 months after re-election, Macron faces a strong challenge from a united left-wing bloc that polls show could deprive the president of an outright majority. even if it does not take control of parliament. The government insiders expect a relatively poor showing in Sunday's first round for Macron's coalition ensemble, with record numbers of voters seen abstaining. The hard-left firebrand Jean-Luc Mélenchon's bloc hopes to capitalize on anger over the rising cost of living. The European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen has visited wounded soldiers being treated in a Kyiv hospital during her trip to Ukraine. Von der Leyen told the hospital, speaking to patients and staff, she said the meeting had gone well, tweeting that Ukraine is developing its reconstruction plan and the Commission will partner in support. The EU Commission President ended her Kyiv trip with a visit to the city's Maidan, where mass protest in central Kyiv toppled unpopular pro-Russian President Viktor Yanukovych in 2014. The World Trade Organization chief Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala has expressed cautious optimism that more than 100 trade ministers meeting in Geneva would achieve one or two global deals this week, but warns the path there would be bumpy and rocky. The DG said the world had changed since the WTO's last ministerial conference nearly 5 years ago. She urged trade ministers to find the political will over the coming days to achieve agreements such as to reduce fishing subsidies, boost access to COVID-19 vaccines, address food security, and to set a course for reform of the WTO itself. Okonjo-Iweala also cautioned ministers they should not expect to achieve everything on their country's wish list and recognize that compromises are never perfect.
The world has changed since the last one. I wish I could say for better, but it's certainly become more complicated. I've never seen in my lifetime so many conflicts at the same time. And I've spoken so much about this because it's pretty unusual. We're still trying to cope with a pandemic that has cost the world millions of lives. We have an international security crisis with the war in Ukraine. We have a major food crisis, an energy crisis, and we have an ongoing climate change crisis. So this poly-crisis or simultaneous crisis is really unprecedented. We may have a lot of dossiers, a lot of potential. I don't know if we can land all of them, but if we land one or two, I think that's success. But let me be clear, even landing that one or two will not be an easy road. The road will be bumpy and rocky.
The news now. Nigeria repays 5 oil firms $3.7 billion, owes $972 million. But that's in business news after this timeout. Stay with us.
And in business news, the World Bank has predicted that more people in Nigeria and its sub-Saharan neighbors are expected to fall into extreme poverty. According to a report obtained via a World Bank newsletter titled Global Economic Prospect, Russia's invasion of Ukraine and its effect on the commodity market, supply chain, inflation, and financial conditions have intensified the slowdown in economic growth. The Washington-based bank further explained that the possibility of high global inflation could eventually result in a tightened monetary policy in advanced countries, which might lead to financial stress on emerging markets and developing economies. The report also quoted the World Bank President David Malpass as saying that the world was facing the deepest global recession since World War II. Latest update on Nigeria's cash call arrears repayment showed that the country had so far repaid a total of $3.72 billion to 5 international oil companies, leaving outstanding balance of $971.8 million. Data obtained from the country's oil firm in Abuja indicated that the 5 IOCs include Shell Petroleum Development Company, Mobil Producing Nigeria, Chevron Nigerian Limited, Total Exploration Production Nigeria, and the Nigerian Ajib Oil Company. It was also learned that Nigeria's total cash call arrears to the firms was initially $4.689 billion before it was cut down to the current amount of $971.8 million after various repayments by the federal government through its oil firms, Nigeria National Petroleum Company Limited. Cash calls are sent by joint venture operators to non-operating partners for payment in the light of anticipated future capital, operating expenditure, or the need for additional capital contributions. Afrimax Bank has hinted of plans to boost infrastructure development in the continent of Africa with $3 billion. The nation can authoritatively report this is coming just as the bank had earlier provided the sum of $500 million to support central bank across the West African sub-region to be able to fund projects and settle transactions within the region. The Chief Executive Officer, Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, Mike, disclosed this during the Nigerian American Chamber of Commerce breakfast meeting in Lagos with the theme, 1 year of the AFCTA Opportunities Challenge and the Nigerian-American Partnership. He said this fund would be there to support those settlements where there are issues with transaction, including those more transactions going in one direction. The Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, CIBN, and Risk Managers Association of Nigeria has inducted 37 candidates into Certified Risk Management or Manager Certification Program. The ceremony had the theme Enterprise Risk Management and Organization Efficiency. The President and Chairman of the CIBN, Dr. Ken Opara, while congratulating the inductees, described their induction as the beginning of the journey. And that's it on Business News. Many thanks for watching. I am Messi Bopo. The news continue. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Mercy. Away from Business Report, up next is Entertainment News.
The Edo State Governor, Godwin Obaseki, and the Performing Musicians Association of Nigeria, PMAN, have mourned the demise of a high-life musician, Osayomore Joseph. The late singer passed away on Saturday, June 11, 2022, after a long battle with an undisclosed ailment. In his condolence message, Obaseki described the late Joseph as an enigmatic and versatile musician. The state chapter of PMAN also expressed sadness over the death of Osayomore. The native of Edo State was regarded as one of the pioneers of high-life music. Nigerian singer Burna Boy and his associates have been accused of almost killing some fun seekers at the nightclub. In the latest development, a close friend of some of the men shot at the nightclub has come out to share what's transpired. According to the Twitter user, the ugly incident was orchestrated by the singer's crew over a woman. The user recounted how the actions of some Good Samaritan soldiers helped save the life of his friends. A few days ago, eyewitnesses shared how the music star's associates fired at some fun seekers at a popular nightclub in Lagos. Fast-rising gospel singer evangelist Dorcas Awolumate has revealed that her primary mission is to win souls for Christ with her melody and not make money or fame. According to Awolumate, who is the band leader of Dorcas Awolumate Music Ministry, she will never go out of her way to bill clients before ministration. Continuing, the soulful singer said, "But with respect to the honorarium, even though we might not be as financially dependent as those in the secular music industry, we have to understand that our callings are different." Actor Sean Farquhar has urged entertainers not to depend on awards for their validation. According to him, "I don't believe entertainers should depend on awards for validation. I believe one's work should speak for oneself. If the validation comes, it will just be an icing on the cake." He said the cake itself is the work and one puts out constantly, and that is what would guarantee that one keeps getting jobs. Fakwa also stated that finding balance mentally and spiritually can help one maintain relevance in the industry.
And the very best in sports news is coming right up.
Nigeria has made its 3 wins in 3 matches after a 6-wicket victory over Botswana at the ongoing Kwebuka T20 cricket tournament in Kigali, Rwanda. Opening bowler Rachel Sampson and Rukayat Abdulrazak ensured that they conceded no run in the first 2 overs, claiming a wicket in the process against Botswana. A partnership between Florence Samayinka and Shamila Muswe seemed to steady the ship with 29 runs scored by the 6th over, but Samayinka was caught out by Agatha Obulo. Obulo appeared to have landed wrongly in that attempt and needed the medics' attention. She was replaced by Kehinde Abdul Quadri. A Nevada woman has lost her bid in a U.S. court to force international soccer star Cristiano Ronaldo to pay millions of dollars, more than the $375,000 in hush money she received after claiming he raped her in Las Vegas in 2009. U.S. District Judge Jennifer Dorsey in Las Vegas kicked the case out of court to punish the woman's attorney, Leslie McStovall, for bad faith conduct and the use of leaked and stolen documents detailing attorney-client discussions between Ronaldo and his lawyers. Dorsey said that tainted the case beyond redemption. Dorsey said in a 42-page order that dismissing a case outright with no option to file it again is a severe sanction, but said Ronaldo has been harmed by Stovall's conduct. Stovall did not immediately respond on Saturday to telephone and email messages. Richard Riakwahe has showcased his devastating one-punch power yet again as he stopped Fabio Turchi in the second round to win his IBF Cruiserweight World Title Eliminator and send a message to the rest of the division. It had been the right hand that toppled Dion Jomar last time out, but on this occasion it was what looked an innocuous left hook that finished the job just seconds into the second round, despite only appearing to skim the torso of the Italian. Turchi was left in visible pain on the canvas and remained in discomfort upon dragging himself to his feet, only to see a member of his team rush into the ring with the towel in hand as the contest was brought to a halt. It was a night and occasion that encapsulated everything Riakwahe has come to be known for, the Londoner quite content in conceding the first round as his spirited opponent worked to be the more active of the two before unleashing a menacingly subtle left hand to call time. Dutch wildcard team Van Richthofen capped a dream run at the Libema Open by beating top seed Daniil Medvedev 6-4, 6-1 in the final in Stockenbach. Van Richthofen, ranked 205th in the world, had never won a main draw match at an ATP Tour event until this week, and he knocked out third seed Taylor Fritz and second seed Felix Auger-Aliassime before victory over Medvedev in 6-5 minutes secured his maiden title. The 25-year-old Van Richthofen broke Medvedev 4 times, and when the Russians returned on championship points hit the net, he sank to the grass turf as the home crowd cheered the first Dutch champion on home soil in 19 years.
On a challenger level tour, so yeah, first of all, congrats team. Yeah, amazing week. I mean, first time in an ATP tournament, and straight away you destroy the number 2 in the world in straight sets in the final. So I think it must be a good feeling. I don't know how it feels, so it must be a good feeling.
Max Verstappen took full advantage of an engine failure for Ferrari's Charles Leclerc to win the Azerbaijan Formula One Grand Prix and open up a commanding lead in the World Championship. The Dutchman crossed the line 20.8 seconds clear of Sergio Perez, who, ordered not to battle Verstappen, completed a 1-2 for Red Bull after race leader Leclerc pulled into the pits with a smoking engine on the 20th lap. George Russell took third for Mercedes, and his teammate Lewis Hamilton voted driver of the day, forced through back pain to finish fourth.
We just had to manage the tires and the race till the end, which I think we were definitely in the best position possible to do that. And another DNF, it hurts.
We were in a little bit of a different strategy window with the tires compared to Ferrari, but then of course they had their issues. So from there onwards it was just free road for me, but I think overall the pace was very strong today.
For sure it's a tough day for Ferrari, a tough day for all of us. But we are a team. We will go through different moments in the year. This one is probably one of the most difficult and frustrating, but we will try and make sure we recover it. As a team, we have fully maximised it. I can't think of any event that we probably could have scored higher. So that's been brilliant from that side, and we just keep on getting the points on the board. But ultimately,
And sports news wraps it for us on the news now. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram pages, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for watching.